This is a present from me to you. Look at your left.
What?
Well, friends, I look forward to meeting you people again.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
It's Chugga. Oh, you said you interrupted the hey everybody.
No, sorry. Well, look, man. I don't always try to steal things from you.
Okay,
not always.
I'll give you credit there.
Oh, thank you. Oh, how sweet. How's it going, everybody? It is Wednesday, and it is time for Xenoblade Chronicles to continue.
Ooh, cow!
And Emil has joined us today for the return of the Shirtless Squad, and he's going to have to really get caught up on all the nonsense that's happened since on this playthrough.
How generous of me, and I know that you have all of the deep lore.
Oh yeah, we're big about lore here.
Yeah, I wanted to come back sooner though, but man, Splatoon 2!
Yeah, you've been busy for a while, my dude.
Yep, after 4 years of production, it is finally put to rest.
You're free until the next game's out next month.
Yay!
Yay. And the cycle begins anew.
I recently affirmed to myself that if I'm just not into it, I don't have to make a sequel to anything, so...
Alright, I'm just gonna assume Maniacal made this. I'm just gonna assume this immediately.
I thought you were laughing at me.
No, sorry, I'm laughing at something related to you, if that counts. There's currently a poll running in the chat saying, what should John steal from Emil next? His shoes, his pantry, his $30 haircut, or his channel? And currently, his $30 haircut's winning.
I think my haircut actually did cost $30 when I had it done the other day.
I'm glad you know how much your haircut cost.
I mean, I should. That's a good thing to know of regular expense.
I can't even pan this to show the rest. You just had to trust me on $30 haircut having a lead here. 99 votes, 54% of the vote.
No one wants you to take my shoes. They smell really bad.
I'm not big on shoes. They know I'm not big on feet.
Yeah. I mean, you're into stuff that's more north than that.
This is a present from me to you. Look at your left.
Yes, what? I am.
Yeah.
Well, friends,
Jesus.
I look forward to meeting you people again.
Well, I guess we know what kind of stream it's going to be tonight. Well, before we hop into this, let's get the wisdom of... Okay, let's get Ryu, apparently. I was going to get Duke, but I guess we're getting Ryu instead. Well, you'll appreciate the message on this one.
So, like, how does stealing a haircut work? Do you, like, steal the hair that was left over after they chopped off the others?
I'm pretty sure it's you just give yourself the exact same haircut. I'm pretty sure that's what they're going for. Rexora, 888 killed Ryu with kindness and bullets and says, are we sure Emil had nothing else to plug apart from his upcoming con appearances? Nothing about a game show he's on where the goal is to be run at top speed and become the sole survivor? A show that's nearing the end of its first season? No. Okay, then.
I don't want to, like, say something I'm not supposed to because I think I know which episodes are out at this point, though, but yeah, it still has a ways to go in its run.
But yes, Emil is currently on a show about being a speedrunner.
Yes, a reality show called Speedrun Survivor, where so the premise, I loved it so much I had to say yes to it. It's that we have 4 students being coached by professional speedrunners. They have 24 hours to teach you a category, and then the 4 contestants race each other without input from the coaches. So it's a cool idea. I really like it. And each round is a different category that you're running, so you have to start fresh 24 hours later. Yeah, Agent V is on it. She's one of my fellow contestants.
All right.
It's a super fun ride, though. Like, I've gotten to see, like, 1 more episode than what's been released, and I've really liked it. The channel is called The 4th Gen Gamer. If you want to look it up, it's on YouTube. Their Patreon also enables you to view the episodes a week ahead of time for $3.99.
$3.99 a month. Put on my hoodie cause I'm cold. Although the hoodie's on the floor, so it's even colder. Shit. Alright, before we hop into the game, 2 things. Number 1. We need the Wisdom of Duke. Who requested that? That was Rising Sun 98. What's Duke got for you?
Freaking imposter.
That one really likes showing up.
Us.
I'm gonna roll a second one because that one keeps popping up.
I'm gonna find you, Proton.
Oh shit, I'm out. Of course that's the one that comes up. All right. Thing number 2. Yeah, and it's stream. Thing number 2. This is a blind playthrough. While I do know something that happens late game, I am more or less blind on what's happening here. So I am asking for no help unless specifically requested. And since we had some issues in the past, we came up with a new mechanic last stream to help us get this working. We came up with the Help Nado. Which, of course, now I've pressed the button, is not showing up. Why are you not showing up?
Thanks!
There we go. So, on the bottom of the screen, you can see there's a little Monado with an X on it. It says no help next to it. And when I need help, I will press the button.
Now it's help time!
And now you can help.
That is the most aggressively me clip I've ever heard.
Thanks!
Nice.
Ryan says thanks for me, so I don't have to say it.
Help.
Yeah, and that, and as someone is asking in the chat, this should go without saying, don't spoil anything about Xenoblade 2 or 3 either. I feel like that should not have needed to have been said, but let's say it anyways. Don't spoil anything about Xeno 2 or 3.
Yeah.
The Help Nado is only for the current playthrough. All right. Speaking of the current playthrough, what the heck was the last story cutscene we had? Oh, apparently it doesn't matter because we're going to shoot Cole instead. Well, I'm just going to get this all set up, so I'll be right back. Hyper cool! Thank you so much for the raid. You're just in time. We haven't even got caught up on story yet.
Thanks!
Yeah, what he said. So here is the cutscene, the last cutscene we had active before we stopped the stream the other day.
The Divine Seer. Oh man, there's a cutscene that I really, really want to be here for, and I don't think it's gonna be tonight.
Uh-oh.
Ah, damn.
Are you my brother, Rex Racer?
That's what Shulk said
You
right
are
there.
his brother.
You said that? Did he say that?
It was perfectly
Ricky?
timed to the moving.
Alvis, what are you doing here?
I'm here to walk very slowly towards you.
I see. So that is why you are here.
Is Melia okay? We didn't mean to
Melia.
cause her any trouble.
Rest assured, she is fine. The real reason you have been detained is not because you are outsiders.
But because we don't like you.
Yes. The Monado. You see, the High Entia and the Monado go back many years. Millennia, in fact. Leave everything to me. I shall see to it that you are not held for long. We cannot have the saviors of Her Highness treated as criminals now, can we? Free these people. I shall take responsibility for their actions whilst inside the capital. They are now guests of the Imperial family.
Sir.
I am required to report to His Majesty. Otherwise, I would escort you around the capital. Use this room at your leisure. You are free to roam the city or stay here and rest. Farewell.
Hold on, Alvis. I need to ask you...
Be patient. I know what it is you wish to ask. Do not fear. You will learn when the time is right.
Alvis also voices Angelo from Dragon Quest VIII. Ah, that's why his voice always sounded familiar to me.
He's
okay.
also Emmerich from Final Fantasy XIV, which, yeah, it's the same voice.
The life of the rich. So where are we going?
Anywhere but here. I'm bored of this stuffy room.
Okay, then.
Ricky, find Melly for Shulk.
Ricky, wait.
Your Eminence.
Awfully nice of them to play Castlevania music in the background.
Yeah, this music is really epic for a town.
If you're after Alvis, he's gone.
What? Where did he go?
What happened?
What happened?
We received an SOS from a small squadron repairing a transporter at Aerith Sea. But the transmission was interrupted, and we have lost all contact with the squadron.
Sounds like they need our help.
Shulk and Ricky go help. Ricky and friends help people in trouble.
Of course. We're happy to help.
But you're outsiders.
Soldier man, not worry. Hereupon Ricky is here to save the day.
It is most appreciated. We need all the help we can get.
No need to fear, Ricky is on the case. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV and Xenoblade share a lot of voice talent. Adam Howden is Shulk, and he's also Pippin in 14.
Oh, I didn't realize he was in 14.
Yeah, and then Totaro is also Fiora's voice actress.
All right, let's get to our file. I did a bunch of stuff off screen, and someone fucked up last stream we did this. They told me, like, yo, for real, why aren't you messing around with the expert mode? And so I did, and that was the biggest mistake, because now it's basically become Team Min-Max right now for levels and EXP. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's so bad.
I have not tried expert mode in this game. I've tried it in Future Connected, and in 2 there's a thing called Bringer of Chaos, and yeah, the hard modes in this game do not mess around.
All right, so everyone is level 47 except for Dunban's at level 48. It looks like Ricky's about to hit 48 too, though. And Emil has not actually seen the Shirtless Squad before. Let's see, last time we played, we were at level 44, so we've gone up 3 to 4 levels in between.
God, you're always playing as Charlotte.
Yeah, I like playing as Charlotte.
Really? Because a lot of people say that she's the worst character.
She's a good healer, and I've got a couple okay, like, damage moves on her. So now I can actually do some proper chain attacks with her.
She was buffed in this version. I think, like, the way some of her moves work a little bit differently. Her AI in the original release was really bugged and made her, like, really weak, where she was super suboptimal.
Okay. So yeah, we've made some changes to the outfit. So Emil, we've got what's called the Shirtless Squad going now, where basically everyone's shirtless that can be, to a point. Charla's got the captain's outfit on right now. I got the rest of that from the time trial mode. Ricky, I guess, is the exception to the rule, because he's technically shirtless, but he's also got, you know, a nice dragon on the head. However, I do have to ask the opinion of chat on this one. This is not a spoiler thing. This is just, I want opinion. I unlocked the pineapple head. Do we switch
oh my
to
God, he's like...
Do we switch
like
to the pineapple?
He's like Pineapple Dracula. Oh no, he's a fruit bat. He's a fruit bat.
Yeah, a lot of people want the pineapple. A lot of people want the pineapple. This doesn't even need a poll. That is like unanimous. All right, he's a pineapple now. The rest of it, he gets like a Hawaiian shirt with leis and stuff like that. Like, it's kind of nice. But we got a thing going here. So, and the funny thing is, like, it doesn't even change his pants if you go to the other one. It just changes his backpack.
Who lives in a pineapple under the pineapple under the pineapple under the pineapple?
Oh God. We've turned Ryan into a bit of a nerd, a bit of a Kamen Rider nerd. I found the glasses for him. He's doing all right otherwise. Dunban's ready to go swimming. We found him some proper trunks. He's not wearing his long pants anymore. And I found flippers and a snorkel for Shulk. So of course I had to put that on him.
Oh boy.
He's ready to go swimming at any moment.
There's a reason why he has a costume like this in Super Smash Brothers.
Wait, what do I have? Oh, right, because I actually leveled everyone up. Did we get a new art? All right. What did you get, Dunban? Jaws of Death. Aura that recovers HP just before incapacitation. Well, I mean, that sounds decent.
Could be good if you get unlucky.
Yeah, but it only defaults to 12 seconds being active during that? That's not all that helpful.
Yeah,
trying
it's
to...
just...
Yeah.
Just makes a pinch less pinchy, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else I would have gotten that you guys hadn't seen. Charla now has Cure Round, which is the all-party member remove debuff, grant a peer to debuff immunity.
You're definitely onto something there, because Charla's ability to just remove and ignore debuffs, that is one of her best attributes.
Yeah. Ricky didn't get anything new. Someone got something new, and it wasn't Dunban twice. What the fuck was the other one? Or did I not put it on anyone? No, I guess that was it. Like, no one else got anything of note for moves. Skill tree wide. Sorry, didn't expect the pineapple to take up most of the screen there. Trying that again. Skill tree wise.
Nice.
Charla's almost done her devotion tree. Ricky got down to the point where we've got awards the same XP regardless of participation in battle, which I've got on Dunban. Actually, I've spent the last few missions trying to get A, the AP one unlocked for Ricky, and B, everyone getting a leveled up with friendship on Ricky as well. Ryan's middle tree is fully done. Working on diligence now. Dunban's got 4 on one tree and is working on 4 on the other. And Shulk's almost done his middle tree there as well. So that's where everyone's sitting there. Affinity chart-wise, been a little busy here, as you can see. Colony 6 at level 2, Colony 9's at level 4, Central Bionis at level 3, and Upper Bionis is at level 2 currently. Party-wise, Ricky is actually friendly with 2 people, specifically Charla and Dunban. Melia likes nobody. Shulk is besties with Charla and Ryan. And everyone else is kind of like decently high up, so good. Decent progress.
Looking good. Because Ricky can just fill the party gauge and doing a chain attack will get you affinity with characters, he is the easiest character to make people like him.
Yeah. Well, he's been what I call the whipping boy. So I've on purpose left him at low level and had everyone else doing all the work, because then he gets in trouble and then he gets a bunch of prompts to like, hey, let's cheer you up. And every time that happens, you get 3 hearts. So that also has sped up things considerably.
Damn, that's a really good use of the level down system, actually.
Yeah, I didn't look anything up, but like I feel like I unintentionally started min-maxing earlier today. Some of this progress is just from earlier today.
So, to give you an idea of why I was so surprised about you playing a Charla as someone who's only played the original, so in the original, she still had the only talent art that was detrimental, but the AI would never willingly cool off her rifle, so she would only ever overheat and thus have loads of downtime if she was being played by the AI.
Yeah. That's actually why I am playing as Charla, because of that exact same problem. I played as Shulk for like, the first 4 streams, if not 5, and then just started switching it up after that.
Yeah, in the original release, her AI was terrible, where she was just down all the time, she was not able to heal you when you needed it, she was just really inconsistent to the point where I probably would have said that Ricky was the better healer just because he'll actually heal you when you need it, but I think her AI was made better in this version. Her strength lies not really so much in her arts, but a lot of her skills are really good, especially when you put them on other characters. So those are the main things that make Charla worthwhile, is that her skills are really, really strong.
All right, and because I know people are asking, yes, we did the circumference.
Oh my, there is a landmark at the end of this that, like, until you discover that, the map will not fill in, so...
Well, yeah, so, like, I can't, like, I'm assuming it's the prison over here. Because I can see, the other islands in that.
No, I mean that there's the Bionis Occipital, whatever that is. you have to swim for, like, 5 minutes to get to, and people will hate that because the map doesn't fill in until you've discovered all the landmarks, so...
Yeah. And the rest I can't get until we fix the damn bridge, which I really wish we had done last time, because I looked up a couple things. Trying to figure out missions, and almost all of it is tied to me doing this side quest over here, so we've got to go do that right now. Side quest wise, here's what we're at. Save the workers, what we're gonna go do right now.
Juju, senpai.
We have all these other missions left to do. Almost all the Aerith Seas and the Alchemoth missions are basically all like kill monsters, kill unique monsters, and they're all almost all tied to getting on the rest of the floating islands.
Good thing to take care of this passively. I think this game is really, really convenient, where very few side quests require you to even talk to anybody. You can just go out, kill a thing with a mark over its head, and there you go.
Here's what Colony 6 is at right now. 23% completion, 49 population. The ether planters are functioning. Housing's at level 3, commerce at level 2, nature at level 2, special at level 1. I actually couldn't get any dust elements to drop. I got 1 to drop the entire time I was trying, and I got sick of it. So I looked up how to buy them. And I found out how, and I had to finish this damn mission that we didn't end up doing to unlock the ability to do that. So I wish I had played like a half hour more of story mode to do that.
Oh, I'm sure you've heard that buying collectibles wasn't really a thing in the original, at least not to the extent that it is in this one. Also, tracking collection orbs was just not a thing.
Yeah, I am very grateful for the changes that this one has now, yeah.
Yeah. There's a 1 collectible, and you guys don't need to say what it is, but all of us that have beaten this game 100% know it well. And it's nasty that they make you get 3 of those things for 100%. Alright. Charlotte, with you around, I fight 3 times as hard. Now it's Rhine time!
I knew someone would be excited about all this.
I bet you couldn't have guessed who.
No, I couldn't have at all. Anti-air battering. What?
I think that's beating flying enemies is what that achievement is.
No, that makes sense.
Another thing that is decent about Charla is Thunderbolt being an ether-based attack when early game you don't really have a lot of those, and it also does hit Mechon normally without having to be enchanted, so that is kind of nice. Nebula are flying enemies while also having low ether defense, so she is pretty good at dealing with those, whereas physical attacks on other characters really aren't.
Look at your left.
What?
Well, friends, I look forward to meeting you people again.
I'm curious, have you gone back to see any scenes in the original game to see how you feel about the models between the 2 versions? No, I haven't since, no. I'm sure it might be jarring to go back and look at them now. Because, I mean, the main reason I wanted to do the Wii one was because I liked the way the models looked more, because I like the less anime look. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm cool with this now, because we get all these outfits here.
Cool.
Like, these are exclusive to this version, as far as I'm aware of. So
the pineapple was not in the original, so this is
which is a shame because that seems like that was like the natural pick, really.
He has a few. He has a costume in the original that makes him just into a big spike ball, which is really funny, and then there's another one that makes him look like one of the bosses, but like tiny and ball shaped.
You did it, Ryan. I'm proud of you.
Early game, every playthrough, I always look forward to, yay, Shulk, go you. The Bono Nebula. Nice.
My rifle's getting hotter. Venting heat.
Let me see.
Good to go. It's just a matter of time now.
It's kind of funny that you came up with a way to make people like Ricky that's not the typical way that people do, but you still found one regardless.
I mean,
like
here's the
that.
thing. I haven't gotten to know the character well enough to like him or not, because so far I don't like the Nopon, period.
No, I meant getting affinity.
Oh, Infinity. Okay, yeah, sorry. Yes, beating up on Ricky has actually worked out surprisingly well for our party.
I feel like Ricky is at his best in the heart-to-hearts. If you're going for 100%, I think you will like him more than not.
That is fair.
So I think that he's at it.
Like right now, my favorite characters are Dunban and Sharla, and my least favorite are Melia and Ricky. But that's mainly because Melia and Ricky haven't had a chance to do anything yet.
Yeah, they're very new characters. I definitely give them time.
Everyone ready for a chain attack? Chain attack! Game over. Ricky, you can do it.
Game over. Nice one.
Nicely done.
God, I miss the days when chain attacks just ended when you killed something. I know that you can prematurely end chain attacks in 3, but I don't want to not take the extra experience points if they're right there, especially if it's a boss.
Oh, do you get extra experience if you do a chain attack?
Yeah, in 2 and 3, there's an overkill system where the more times you hit a boss after it's dead during a chain attack, your experience gets multiplied.
Wow, so another thing they took from Final Fantasy X. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been poking fun at the fact that basically all the characters are archetypes from Final Fantasy X. So hearing they literally took a mechanic from 10, hilarious.
I think it's more similar to 12. A lot of people say Xenoblade is Final Fantasy 12 just done better.
Well, Xenoblade is Final Fantasy 12's gameplay. There's no questioning that.
Yes. It is. It's very similar to Final Fantasy 12 and thus Knights of the Old Republic.
Which also in it itself is based off of 11 and so on and so on. MMO style.
I've always told people if you want another Knights of the Old Republic, this is very much going to scratch that itch.
Well, I mean, they are remaking Knights of the Old Republic, or they were until it got delayed 2 years. All right,
I
this
remember there was
mission.
a fan. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead.
I remember there was a fan remake of Knights of the Old Republic, and it got a cease and desist order, and people were really upset. And then an official one was announced. They were like, "Oh, I guess I get why they did that."
Yes?
Orca finally came to fix the transporter, but he went to get some ether crystals and never came back. You can get to the crystal deposit from behind the lighthouse. Do you think you could go and take a look for me? Oh, sure. I've been over there a ton.
I need to actually play all the way through Knights of the Old Republic. I've only played a small portion of it, and I get the feeling I would really love it. I've heard a lot of people say it's the best BioWare game.
Took a mechanic from Final Fantasy 11. That's being generous. You can increase the experience multiplier all the way to 999 through hardcore bowling. Oh, I said 10, by the way. 10, not 11. But yeah. But also, I haven't played 3 yet, so again, be careful of spoilers for that, including some mechanics I'm not aware of, as there may be also people here that are not aware of the mechanics too, so be warned on that.
I did play a lot of Xenoblade 3 without knowing incredibly basic things, as I am wont to do for so many
To be
games.
fair, I remember that being exactly how your playthroughs of 1 and 2 went.
Can I talk about those here? The incredibly basic stuff I didn't know.
I mean, if you want.
Okay, I don't know. If
As long as it's not a spoiler.
No. Okay, so I played 105 hours before I knew that you could press L and R to turn off the HUD and take a screenshot. Apparently, this was covered in the direct that I didn't watch because I didn't want spoilers.
All
I
right.
hit L and R by accident during a chain attack, and that just happened. And I was like, "Whoa, was that a glitch?" And so I messaged a friend about it, and he's like, "Yeah, that was in the direct. Didn't you watch it?" I'm like, "No." It's covered in tutorial. Huh. That's weird. I remember that there was a tutorial at the beginning that said you could spend Nopon coins on class levels, and I completely forgot about it until I was about 70 hours into the game and went, oh, right, that's a thing. I was spending Nopon coins on area affinity instead of class levels.
Ooh.
So there was that. There's one... Oh! Shoot, this was the big one. I didn't know until 40 hours into the game that I could use the arts on the left of the screen independently with the D-pad. I thought they were fusion only.
Oh.
Yeah, I was using half of my arts palette for 40 hours of the game unless I had fusion arts.
Someone just said I didn't know that either, so good news.
Oh, thank
you might have
God.
saved someone's playthrough.
Thank God. The thing is, I read the tutorials, it's just that by the time the information's relevant, I often forget because it was explained like 10 hours ago. But yeah, Xenoblade 3 does have good tutorials, I just forgot about stuff.
This won't take long.
My rifle's getting hotter. Okay, chain attack time.
We're gonna knock your block off.
Right, shall
Knock
we?
block tower.
I'm here. No? Anyone?
Everyone do good.
Everyone did great! Ricky says so.
Let's get this done and dusted.
Ricky can win by himself.
This won't take long.
I was really glad that I knew level 10 gems were, like, a bitch to get, so I saved up, like, through so much of the game, and I got my first level 10 this morning by just buying it.
Nice.
Chain attack. Ready to roll.
Got it.
Anyway, I think it's about all I need to say about that game. Those are just, like, my weird experiences that I've had with it that are non-spoilery.
High five.
Nice.
A lot of people are saying that they didn't actually know the things that I said, so I'm kind of glad that I did.
There you go. You saved some people some hassle. Nicely done.
I saved your lives. I don't know if I'd go that far.
I wasn't gonna say don't go that far.
Let's see.
Hey, how's everyone doing over here? Yeah, I'm just gonna go mine some ether crystals. You guys have a great meeting over there.
You're just gonna steal their treasure, sell it on eBay, they won't mind.
Well, I'm gonna go bring it all back to the lighthouse, and I'm gonna do all the work. I'm gonna get all the credit, not you. Hey, how you doing, worker?
Are you that?
I remember that my first playthrough, I genuinely found this fight kind of hard, because I was not doing every side quest.
Hello. Hi. You just gonna chill here?
Like, let me massage you with my club.
Oh, yeah, I got a little bit. I got like a little kink in my back, probably from like actually carrying around this rifle all the time. Can you hit that there, please? Oh, thank you. That's so much better. There we go. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Somebody brought this up. I didn't know that you could select which character you wanted to go next in a chain attack for like the first like few hours that I had chain attacks. I found that out from Manel's video. But it was not like that long that I didn't realize it. It was because you can't select it in other games, so I didn't expect that to be the case in this one. But yeah, it was only for like a couple hours.
All right. Well, let's play
Five.
around. Let's play with our food, shall we? What level were they? 36?
Yeah, they're like nothing.
36? Okay.
I find that level doesn't matter as much as like how big the enemy is and how many of the enemy there are. Oh boy!
All right, 36. So Ricky, 31. Charlotte, you can be 34, and Ryan, you can be 34.
This was not a feature in the original either. There was no expert mode or level down. That was added in 2, and they retroactively put it in this version.
Just in case this goes south.
Mm-hmm. You're really abusing those agility bonuses that enemies get for being higher leveled than you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh wow, Charlotte! Oh boy, your character
they
being
don't.
the default.
Yeah, they don't like me.
Yeah, your player character being the default aggro did not work. Foot trap. Oh, bind.
Yeah, it's just bind.
Yeah, for a ranged attacker, that means nothing to you.
Playtime's over. Try and dodge.
And now my aggro's off, and I don't mind. I don't mind if he gets hit. He'll be fine.
Oh yeah, people are bringing it up. The agility bonuses that enemies get for being higher level than you in this game are especially harsh. I think in 2, in my Let's Play, I killed like a level 90 enemy when I was only level 60, and I don't think in this game that you could realistically do that, especially with the equipment at that level.
Doing great, guys. Proud of you.
Agility is just so overpowered in this game because it's your evasion and your accuracy, so in addition to them evading your attacks, they're just hitting you every time.
I'm turning up the heat.
Ricky, feel hot.
Yeah, I'm turning up the heat.
Don't give him an inch, Ryan.
Monster.
This is our target. attack. Headshot. Ricky, you can do it.
Here, Ricky, go.
I know. All right, we can do
I know.
Shit, wrong one.
My turn.
Oh, whatever. We needed that anyways.
We're not finished yet.
The enemies are the Lizard Man. Nah.
We're counting on you.
That's one thing I don't miss is chain attacks being luck-based if you get another round.
Yeah, that has been annoying, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it gets more likely as the characters like each other more, which I'm sure you know, but
Yeah.
it is still technically luck-based even when you're high up in levels.
Which is why I've been letting people get the shit beat out of them, because it actually helps.
Pretty much, yeah.
Now.
Now we're getting started.
Ryan, don't.
People are bringing up how abusable topple and daze locking is, though the thing is that early game it's not really so easy to do, and you kind of have to have access to more and more arts and level up your arts before it's super viable, so I feel like early game you can't really do it much. You do have to like invest in the right arts, and I feel like on a first playthrough you're not going to know to do that.
Getting hotter. One heal bully coming right up. Don't give him an inch, Ryan.
Yeah. You like that?
Ryan.
Big smash bang attack.
Guess I gotta try.
It is definitely broken later on, but I feel like, you know, during a standard playthrough, especially your first time, you're not going to know that or have access to it.
Eat this. Now it's right time.
It's right time. My preferred voice clip is the chain attack one where they're like, Ryan, you're up, and he goes, yeah! Ryan time! I love that one.
There we go.
Yo.
Look at all the
Nice
experience we
one.
got just for doing that, and despite our actual, like, normal level.
Nice. You just love making things brutal on yourself. I remember in Kid Icarus Uprising, you were playing through the whole game doing level 9.0, your first playthrough of every level, and always resetting if you lost.
I mean, it just made things easier, just doing it all at that point.
Yeah, I remember you said you didn't want to go back and have to do it again, but then I think you said you kind of realized after a while that you weren't having fun, so...
Yeah, I eventually eased off on it.
Yeah. You were the same way with the Mad Skillathon in the Mario and Luigi games, where you had to get 999 at every challenge before you would let yourself move on. And
that was why I never finished them.
Yeah, you were there for days. I remember when you were visiting the week that Dream Team came out, and you just never played the rest. I've never done all of Kid Icarus Uprising on 9.0. I've done, like, maybe half of the game on 9.0 successfully, but that's it.
I still cannot believe it.
And I played it for
How
over
could
100 hours.
Telethia have grown to such power?
And what is your conclusion, Seer?
That the Telethia were able to gain such power due to the high levels of ether in the region. In other words, our ether protection is weakening.
And so it begins. The resurrection of the Bionis. What of the Monado?
I cannot see. My sight is hindered. However...
Speak, Seer.
It is not certain that the Monado will bring about our destruction. While my sight is hindered, I have seen a slither of light. Is your Majesty not aware of this light as well?
Are you referring to Melia?
And the young man, Shulk.
Could it be that the boy is trustworthy after all? Kallian, we are on the cusp of a significant moment. The investiture ceremony must take place as soon as possible.
Your Majesty, since the ministries are already in agreement, we may be able to bypass some of the formalities.
Indeed. But she must still earn the blessing of the people.
Might I suggest the trial of the tomb?
First Consort, such a ritual has not been conducted for generations.
But we're doing it now,
We've
bitch.
simply not had a need for it until now. And I feel she is more than equal to the challenge.
Mother, the tomb is dangerous. Our records show that many potential successors lost their lives performing the ritual.
That child fought and beat the Telethia. It is my belief that she is more than strong enough. Besides, if it was revealed that she avoided such a responsibility, her reputation among the people would be irreparably damaged.
I must protest.
No, the First Consort is right. There is much risk, but the rewards are greater. It would seal the people's love for her. Summon Melia. Her thoughts must be heard.
Get her ready to go tomb raiding. Hand her the dual pistols of Lara Croft.
I never noticed how big Saurian's ears were in the original. I guess everything was just kind of off model back then, so I didn't think about it.
If I am to succeed the throne, then I accept what must be done.
I expect nothing less of my
wearing like patchwork socks.
The path to greatness is fraught with danger. This shall be your statement to Bionis.
Yes, Your Majesty.
You are not fit to be Empress. Not now, not ever.
I can hear you, by the way.
Number 1, Callian is a really good first name, and more people should name their kids that. And number 2, I am Saurian Antiqua with the most epic voice of all time. Oh my god. I love that man's voice. I wish he'd read me a bedtime story.
Shulk, Ricky tired.
That's because you're a pineapple, Ricky.
Ricky sleeping castle now.
Pineapples are known for slumbering.
Good idea. Let's head back
Pineapples
to the
sleep
capital.
18 hours a day, true facts.
The sooner the better.
Hey, you know how they're using their prison as a hotel room? I guess you could say they're under arrest.
Oh my god.
I think I used that joke in my video of this
You
section.
probably did, knowing you. Actually, wait, no,
I think I said that in my video of this of this part.
There might be things to murder over here. Hang on.
I like how there's one of you being side-eyed in the sea of my stupid face.
This'll work.
Oh, the mouse sighing emote is great. I love that one.
Don't do anything stupid now.
She does that a lot.
I can't imagine why.
I mean, the sorts of
Considering who she's married to and considering the people she knows, I can't say I'm shocked that she would have to do that on a regular basis.
Yeah, she is. I don't know, it's weird. She's a weird mixture of, like, the straight man, but also, like, an agent of chaos. Like, I don't know, chaotic neutral, would you say? Like, it's really
Yeah, that would
weird.
be chaotic neutral. I could see that being chaotic neutral.
Yeah, like, she's always, like, bringing Steven back to Earth and being a straight man, though, yet she's always, like, murdering him in games and, like, doing really trolly things. It's really funny.
She's very much someone who does things for shits and giggles, so.
Yeah, her and Steven are great together. Like, I've known Steven longer than she's known Steven. And, like, yeah,
Bad
so,
time to
like,
cool off.
I kind of got to see them, like, get to know each other a bit, and I think I might have visited them once before their wedding, and yeah, it's been really cool seeing their relationship develop over time, over the course of, like, 15 years.
All right, let's do this. Ricky wants to bounce smack this time. Leave it to roll. Start the chain attack. My rifle's getting Ricky.
My rifle's getting Ricky.
You're always way faster than me on that. Usually I wait for the voice clips to play out, but that's just me.
Oh, I don't skip those. Like that's just when they kick in.
Yeah, I know. I just mean like you click the attacks faster than I do because usually I let it play out, but that's just me.
Oh, it's just because I've heard them so much.
Yeah.
I just want to make progress.
No, I'm just a weirdo who doesn't like making progress. Have you seen my videos?
I mean, it's not like I don't do that. Most of the swim I did for the sea, I did on stream.
Oh wow.
Because someone bet I wouldn't do it, and then I'm like, you fucked up. Someone said they were gonna give me $100 if I did it on stream, and I'm like, I was gonna do this for free, my dude. You made a mistake right there.
God, it reminds me of people giving you shit for your Big the Cat playthrough, and it was really funny.
Like I said, the playthrough that is the most like these streams is the Big the Cat Sonic Adventure playthrough. That is 100% what these streams are like on the regular.
Yeah. It was so funny though. I loved that.
Nice.
Wasn't it a mod that made the bet? Yeah, it was Maniacal. Then someone else said if I had done it by next stream, they would also do a Ryu, but I doubt they're gonna do it because I actually don't remember the username. That's their chance. My terrible memory.
God, they keep inflicting you with bind.
Well, that's because they know that they probably should. Oh shit! I lead his rating with the Kyupo sweep.
Hello. You were at the last Throne Controllers that we ever did.
Yep. She's also one of my mods.
Yeah. Wow. Small world.
All right. Well, I'm gonna kill a bunch of things. I'll run countermeasures in the meanwhile. How about that?
Okay.
Wild down. Idolita and the egg pack, apparently. Thank you all for the raid.
I'm done.
Okay. See here.
Thanks.
This is the face I'm giving you right now. This is my face. I disappear in and out of existence all the time too, by the way. That just happens.
Complete with the glasses that make you look perpetually indignant at me.
Yeah, I am actually wearing my new glasses today, so.
Oh, you look good in them.
Thank you. It is that pair. So I went and finally figured out what was going on with them. So back in December or January, I ended up getting a couple pairs of glasses because I had been wearing my current pair for about 9 years.
Oof.
And they had rusted. So I had to figure out what to do about that. And I got 3 pairs I ended up picking out. A pair of sunglasses that were prescription, a pair to wear on the regular, and a pair that I thought would be a good fit to have for Rosa if I ever cosplayed her again. So I started wearing the blue ones in January, but they were hurting my eyes, so I couldn't figure out why. The doc had said I didn't need new glasses based on my vision, but that she gave me a slightly stronger prescription anyways. But the blue ones just hurt my eyes no matter what, or there was like a weird focal point to them. And I ended up putting off getting them checked for a while. I just kind of like forgot for a while. And then I ended up getting reminded this week and went. And they were like, yeah, no, these are the same prescription. Like, I thought at first they weren't, but no, they're the same. And the reason you're having vision issues is that the blue pair actually has a curve to the lenses on them that the other two don't. So they were like, this is the issue you're having. Like, you can keep wearing them to try to get used to it, but if you might just need to have it adjusted because maybe you just can't handle having curved lenses like this. So they were like, yeah, like, do you find the other pair fine? Like, yeah, for the most part. So they're like, okay, yeah, so just wear the other pair. So the pair I had originally got for Rosa that I intended only for Rosa to wear has now become my main pair of glasses. Which was not how I expected things to go and has been a source of comedy for a little bit here now.
She's taking over your body, starting with your eyeballs.
Yeah, there you go. My therapist had a good laugh at that when I told her that. Here, for those who haven't seen me wearing them, let me pop the cam on.
Ooh.
Cam, are you full screen here? Nope, you're in the corner. Okay. Hello.
Ooh, hello.
So you can see they're a bit more involved than my other ones. And they've got black and white pattern on the sides. But they are plastic frames, so they can actually not rust, which is nice. Yeah, so this wasn't my intended pair of glasses to be wearing right now, but they are the ones I'm wearing as a result.
Very classy pattern on the sides. I like that.
Yeah. Watch them rust somehow. I mean, the whole thing was apparently I have a nickel allergy and just didn't realize it. So I was literally rusting through my glasses.
I mean, the true solution is to get platinum glasses.
Just shake my head. All right, so is this
I mean,
warp
platinum
working
is
now?
hypoallergenic.
I mean, it would be cool to have platinum glasses, but I'm sure it was not affordable easily. Is this
I've heard
warp
that if we
on
can,
now?
I've heard that if we could find large sections of large deposits of platinum, that would actually be really good because platinum is a really good construction material. It's just that it's way too rare and expensive to like make anything sizable out of. At least it's what I've heard. I don't know that for sure.
Rusting through your glasses, please explain. Apparently a standard thing is if you have a nickel allergy, you will corrode the sides of your glasses if they're like metal, because they have a X amount of nickel in them. So if you have glasses that you find leave a green tint on like the side of your head, that is your sweat corroding the metal. That means you have a nickel allergy, apparently. So that's why they recommend that you have plastic frames instead.
Nickel also has the issue that if you have a nickel allergy, a lot of gold especially is actually a nickel alloy, where they use that to make the gold stronger so it doesn't just melt from your body heat and stuff. Or just, you know, get melded out of shape if you like hit it on anything. So if you, for instance, have something that's rose gold and you're, you know, having a reaction to it, it's because there's nickel in most gold alloys. I will say, you know, not like throwing shade or anything, though. Like, I think it's great that you found a character that you like playing as, though. But this playthrough is very unique if you're playing a Charla a lot, because I don't think I've ever seen a Xenoblade 1 playthrough where people willingly chose to play her much.
A decent amount of people in the comments and in the chat have said they played Charla or like playing a Charla. But yeah, like, my party is usually Charla, Dunban, and then whoever I want to put in the third slot. I think it had been Melia last time, but she's not in the party currently.
I think probably Dunban, Shulk, and Ryan are the funnest for me to play, then probably followed by Melia. Melia also had the problem in the original where she was really strong if played as, but was just really bad on the AI, because the AI really had no idea what it was doing, and it would just pretty much spam random buttons.
Nothing can withstand our chain attack.
Ricky, gear up on beat enemy grind. I know.
I'm very grateful for how stupidly powerful Sword Drive is, though. Especially when it's the third in the chain.
Oh, Sword Drive is incredible. If you use Sword Drive together with Magnum Charge, it is the highest single art damage that you can do.
Sorry, together with what?
Sword Drive.
Sword Drive together with what?
Sword Drive, Magnum Charge.
Oh, Magnum Charge. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, Magnum Charge. Sorry. Yeah, Magnum Charge, Sword Drive. Yeah, that order. But yeah, if you use Magnum Charge and then follow it up with Sword Drive, it's the strongest single art damage in the game.
You don't need to tell me.
Ricky Sneaky, you don't need to tell me. Stop sneaking around everywhere, Ricky. It's bothering everyone. Damn art seal.
I want to like interview the guy who wrote like the infamous IGN Xenoblade Definitive Edition review and like ask him questions.
Oh no, what was in that bothered people? Although if I find it funny that it's always an IGN review that seems to have this exact issue.
There was a lot. They mispronounced two of the main characters' names. They said lovable meathead Rain and the inscrutable Duncan.
Oh, that's where Duncan came from.
Yeah,
oh.
No, I was genuinely hoping that in Xenoblade 3 they would respond to it by naming a unique monster Inscrutable Duncan, because that really sounds like a unique monster name. Yeah, they said Meathead Rain and Inscrutable Duncan. There was, they said that Melia was one of the weaker characters, and people couldn't really tell if they meant in battle or in terms of writing, but, like, either way, people were pretty upset because Melia is really good in battle, and also a lot of people really like her. So, people weren't really sure what they meant by that, but either way, they were pretty pissed off. And then there was one point where they were like, you make this way through your journey with a highly irritating Napon. So they mispronounced tons of things. I remember that I tweeted about it. I'm like, dude, imagine being so bad at your job that you mispronounce this many names in a fully voice-acted game. And then I had people that were like, well, the guy doing the voiceover is not necessarily the guy doing the review. And I'm like, yeah, that's why most video productions have a guy who generally, like, knows what's going on to, like, make sure stuff doesn't happen. You know, a director.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I'm like, no, a director would cover that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, people were, like, defending it to me, and I'm like, no, this is why video productions have directors, and IGN is a multi-million-dollar company. Oh yeah, they showed late-game spoilers in the footage. That was another thing. Yeah, there's 2 pronunciations for Nopon in the series.
I got myself in trouble.
Oh boy.
Sure did.
And they didn't get either of them right.
I don't have any healing abilities active right now.
This reminds me, there was that one time where I was kind of ranting to you about this guy that I had in the comments on my Xenoblade 1 videos, who was always complaining about, like, how Nopon are, like, the worst, and, like, they should have just been written out of the game, and, like, it's a big mistake that they're including them in X, and, you know, like, they're ruining a great game, and they just need to be gone. And I remember I was just like, dude, like, if everything was completely serious all the time, you'd be bored. And also, you know, they are kind of the serious mascot. It makes sense that they're an X. You know, it'd be like doing another Earthbound game and not including Mr. Saturn. And he goes, well, you know, the Nopon are so over the top by comparison. And when I told you that, you went, Mr. Saturn is not over the top. Was your first reaction to that? And it was so good.
Yeah, that's an interesting stance to have, I feel, is thinking Mr. Saturn's not designed to be over the top. The only character with a different font in the game.
Yeah, he has a goofy font that is based on a child's handwriting. And in the Japanese version, he makes fart noises between all of his words. I'm like... And in the English version, they're saying boing, zoom, ding, and all sorts of onomatopoeia. Yeah, they're just like, Nopon are so over the top by comparison to Mr. Saturn. It's like, excuse me. I think Mr. Saturn was invented to be an absurd character.
Just gonna take the overheat on this. Well, this fight's gonna be over by the time my gun's done cooling off.
Yonos, you only need 1 shot.
There we go. We did it. Is Segata Santro over the top? That's a different kind of Saturn. Yes.
Yeah, my point's not necessarily that, like, anybody's gonna like the Nopon, though, but, you know, most games that are story-driven have something that's very over the top in them, and it's kind of done by design. So
like I said, the Nopon are tough sell for me at the moment. They're definitely, if I had to point at something in this game I disliked, they're currently it. And that's just because I don't like that kind of character. They're definitely the comedic relief character who talks in the silly language and stuff like that. But I think it's mainly because they are voiced that it bothers me. If Mr. Saturn was voiced, I could see that getting fatiguing in a 60-hour game.
Mr. Saturn, you can kind of imagine what he sounds like.
Yeah, but also the Saturns are usually kept in one area, so they're not like you're not always exposed to it, so you don't get fatigued on them. The Nopon are basically in every area and in every game, so it's tough. I watched a little bit of someone, I think it was Tom, playing Xeno 3, and the Nopon that's in your party, when I heard his voice, I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh no, it's hilarious. His voice is great. He's like a tough guy mechanic.
But then again, I had the same reaction when you were playing, or no, when Tim was playing Xeno 2 when I was there, and I heard Zeke's voice actor. I'm like, what the fuck? That's what they went with?
It is pretty fitting of him if you know him.
Now we're getting started. But Ricky already started. In your face. Ricky was cool, yes? Charlotte, with you around, I'd fight 3 times as... Bring it on!
Welcome to Axetown. Population your face. I love that line.
Not long now.
You don't need to
Oh, someone went up in friendship.
The magic of friendship.
Now it's right time. Bring it on!
Man, your chain attack's really fast.
I mean, you said it yourself. Ricky gets them pretty fast, but I've got a good synergy team with this group, actually.
Yeah. It's ironic with how much Ricky and Ryan don't get along in cutscenes. But
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure they're the ones that just leveled up, so...
I think your heat bullet's also helping out a lot because increasing tension means you're getting critical hits more often, and that slightly charges the party gauge. So between Charlotte and Ricky, you're getting a lot.
Yeah, that's, like I said, that's the whole, the good synergy. And then having Sword Drive be, like, chain 3 move.
Yes. For short battles, this party is pretty good.
In your face. Yahoo!
Alright. Skill tree... Yep, they're the ones that became friends. And the AP bonus ones unlocked. Physical defense up at start of battle with higher level enemies. Agility up buff for the big... Higher, oh, they're always just higher level enemies. Well, let's pop that in there.
I mean, if he's the punching bag and he's always level 1, you're gonna get that.
Should I have it so awards the same AP regardless or the same EXP regardless?
I'd probably say AP. I never feel like I'm under-leveled in this game at any point.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Eh. I mean, it only cost 1. Oh, it costs 2. Whatever, that's not bad. Currently, Shulk is around level 7. Yeah, because I made him level 1. And then he's leveled up considerably. He's level 10 now! Look at him! He's a big boy now!
Aww, look at him. An auto grow up with you.
What was I doing? Alright, going down to this, and then going to the next warp. So, Emil, how did the date with Gruntilda go?
So I don't mean to brag, but we already have a second and even a third date planned.
Wow! I did not intend for that. That was actually a reflex. I'm not gonna lie. That was not intended to be the wow it was.
Your jokes are subconsciously taking over your body.
Oh, I believe everything's taking over my body at this point. That's why I'm on medicine.
The medicine is to expel me.
Well, it was so weird doing Banjo-Tooie with Reese and then doing Kazooie with you two at the same time. Because I was just like, man, there's so much banjo going on right now in my life. And then I unintentionally, or I guess intentionally put the wow in during Tooie. But it was at the very end of the playthrough because that was the only time really that it worked.
I'd love to do Tooie at some point. I hope we can.
Are you gonna wait to see if it goes on the Switch Online, or are you gonna do the Xbox version?
Unsure. I mean, we usually wait like a year or two between projects. Like,
I mean, that's
doing
also
the same
true.
Series again. So like we have time to like consider things and wait on it.
Ooh, hello.
It's kind of funny though, because I get the feeling that it probably would have been like my favorite game ever had I not had a bad time playing it as a kid.
Yeah, it's very much up your alley, which is why I find it so funny that you just didn't experience it.
Yeah, it was a thing that a lot of my friends were into. I told you about my cousins who were obsessed with it, and they were the ones who wanted me to try it. And yeah, I don't really like. Yeah, I think I would have liked it a lot had I actually had a good time with it when I was a kid.
Yeah, the one thing I'm curious about if they put it on NSO is, are they gonna fix the slowdown? Because Tooie's got a lot of slowdown. Unless you play the Xbox version, where there is none.
And yet the music goes out of sync because of that, so it's kind of like there's not a perfect solution.
Well, it's only during the cutscenes, and there's only, like, what, like 4 of those?
My rifle's getting hot. Ricky, you can do it. Here, Ricky, go line. Yo, sword drive.
Yeah, when we did the playthrough, we started on the N64 version just to show the opening cutscene synced, and then we switched to the Xbox one, and there was, like, it was like at the very end, there was a cutscene that was out of sync. That was it.
I know that Tui has, like, actual bosses, whereas Kazooie kind of doesn't.
There are a lot of bosses in Tui.
Kazooie only has 2 or 3 boss fights. It's, like, nothing.
Yeah, I can think of, like, 6 or 8 off the top of my head. Like, each world basically has a boss fight.
I know there's a lot of having to do this thing in that world, so you can then go back to a previous world and then unlock this, and there's a lot of interconnectedness in the second one. At least it's what I've heard.
Yeah, there definitely is. Like, I had a lot of people tell me, like, don't consider Tui a collectathon as much as you consider it, like, a Metroidvania-like. Because you basically go get abilities in later worlds and come back to get Jiggies in previous worlds. Like, I don't believe you can even, like, clear a world with... Wait, why did I just get a shit ton of AP? Sorry.
Maybe an achievement.
I think it was an achievement, yeah. But what was I going to say? Basically, there's, like, no world you can finish in your first time through except for, like, the final one. And even then, you have to backtrack to other worlds after going to the final world because they unlocked stuff in that world.
Wow. That's really involved.
That's what exhausts me about the game, but that's also what a lot of people like about the game.
I know that you keep all your abilities from the first game, and they add more on top of the existing moveset, which is one thing a lot of people like.
Yeah, I actually do like that.
Metroidvania, where half the map is just empty space.
There are a lot of open areas, and some of the later worlds are just... There's just nothing. There's, like, big groups of nothing, and then suddenly you're like, here's a condensed area with, like, 2 or 3 Jiggies.
I've never played the Spyro trilogy, save for just a few minutes at a friend's house one time when I was a kid. I didn't really know that many kids that had PS1s.
Yeah, same. I didn't play Spyro until, like, Cookie, like, last year. Or, and I guess the Spyro 3 I played a couple times on stream, but yeah.
If there is a PlayStation game that I played a lot of as a kid at friends' houses, it was Crash Bandicoot, which obviously I never beat because it's literal Dark Souls.
That was Final Fantasy VII and Metal Gear Solid for me.
I had never heard of Final Fantasy VII as a kid. I was 7 years old when it came out.
So the perfect age. Your age matched.
Yeah. So my first time having ever heard of Final Fantasy VII was there was back on GameFAQs they did a character battle every year.
Oh no, this story. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm preparing chat because this is a great story.
Okay. So, they did a character battle every year to decide who the best character in all of video games was. And I think, like, the first time they did it, Link won, the second time Mario won, and then, the third year, the finals were Cloud versus Sephiroth. And I went onto the forums for that poll, and I think, like, 12 or 13-year-old me made a new thread going, who the hell are either of these people? I've never heard of them. Like, how did they get to the finals, these random nobodies? And then people responded like, dude, they're from Final Fantasy VII. And I go, never heard of it. I mean, I wasn't allowed to play T-rated games when I was 7 years old, and I didn't know a single kid who was playing it because we were all like 6 and 7, so I just never heard of it. I think I also asked, like, are there really 7 of them? Because that's a long series.
I mean, that would have been the longest running series at that point that was out, because Dragon Quest VII wasn't out yet at that point, I think.
I think Final Fantasy XI was coming out when I asked this question.
Oh.
Like, either 11 was almost out, or it was, like, coming out. Yeah, it was a few years after 7. I think this was in 2002 that I asked this. And Final Fantasy VII came out when I was 7 years old, so I was, like, 12.
Ricky also try hard. I think start the chain attack. Ow! That's Ricky. Hereupon beat enemy. Slow Rhine. Yo.
Shit, missed the timing again.
Oh.
Sometimes I swear I've got it on there, although that clearly was off.
Be thankful that you're playing the remake, though, because the frame rate in the original is super unstable to the point where you will miss those B timings if you are not used to the game slowing down randomly. It was to the point where I would never even try to get it right on the rim to get bonuses because you straight up would not get it a lot of the time. Lurgy.
One heal bullet coming right up. Now. Steady. Ricky shows secret Nobon special moves. Got it. I only need one shot.
I think another part of this story was that for a while I thought Cloud was just the nope.
That's why, because I gave Ricky the ability to do yoink. I gave him AP yoink.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, those things do not take a lot of damage from physical stuff.
No, that's why I'm glad I have Charlotte here, who has an ether move that hits twice.
I'm wanting to say somewhere in the story, I also believe that like Cloud was just a Kingdom Hearts character at some point, though, but I don't remember exactly like how that.
You probably said that because at that point, Kingdom Hearts 1 would have just been coming out, and he was in that.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 was a huge game that all my friends were playing, and I didn't know anybody who'd play Final Fantasy 7 because we were all too young. Oh, hey!
It is a busy night tonight. Yo, Cake, how's it going, my dude?
Call him Cake.
Hopefully your stream was good as well. I'm gonna go shoot more things, but let me run countermeasures here for you in a second. Oh, actually, hang on. Where? Central Seal Island. Oh, I'm in this spot. Okay, perfect.
Cool.
They call him Cake. Thank you so much for the raid. Were you playing No More Heroes tonight, dude? A little sad I missed that.
No more nipples.
No, there's definitely nipples in that game.
Thanks.
Also,
No
thanks.
More Heroes. No More Heroes is great. I love No More Heroes so much. It's really funny to me that it's so funny to me that it was so violent it had to be censored in Japan because it was going to get an X rating there.
It was gonna get an X rating there? I wasn't aware of that.
No. Yeah, it was going to be rated X in Japan and Australia, and I think also Europe. In Australia, it was heavily censored because their parameters for getting an X rating are way, way lower than they are anywhere else.
That is wild.
Yeah, like all the blood spurting everywhere, that's not in the Japanese version. Instead, they just like turn to ash, like they're being cremated.
Really? Because even in the North American version, the most of the blood spurting is also just confetti money spilling everywhere. So I would have thought that would have been okay.
No, all the red splurting everywhere is just straight up not there. A lot of the execution scenes are censored, where like the guy who dies on the stage with a saw cutting him in half, the curtains close before the saw touches him.
Man, that's like Suda does that in most of his games. Wild stuff like that. How What about Killer 7?
Yeah,
So
I don't
much
know about-
shit happens in Killer 7.
I don't know about that one though, but yeah, I remember I saw comparisons on YouTube and I was like amazed at like how much less violent the other ones were because like that's what makes it great is that it is the most extreme violent game ever for the sake of being hilarious. Like that's why it works. And I just kind of feel like when you take that away, it's not as funny because yeah, it's just it's supposed to be the most ridiculous violent thing ever and like be incredibly like bloody and occasionally gory for the sake of comedy.
Yeah, well played.
If I'd known I was gonna have a full-blown chain like that, I would have saved Sword Drive till we had the 5-chain.
No More Heroes on Wii has the best use of the freaking controller speaker that was ever done, where every time you pick up the phone, the controller vibrates and you hear the ring coming out of the speaker, and then you actually pick it up and put it to your ear to hear the phone call. It's so good, and I'm sad that's not in the re-releases.
Well, I'm just glad that the Wii one still had a way to hear that call on the TV, because sometimes that speaker just was not good.
Sometimes it would cut out just because Bluetooth speakers just, well, I wouldn't say Bluetooth speakers weren't good at the time, but the one that they used was not good at the time.
Yeah.
The Wii Remote really cheaped out on the audio.
But it was a cool idea. The only other game I can think of that used that well was like one of the Raving Rabbids games. Like the ones where you could put a rabbit inside the controller so you shook it around and you heard where it was physically in that speaker.
Oh, that's a cool idea. Kind of, I feel like you could do that for a horror game if it was just, you know, better quality. You'd hear like breathing and you'd get closer to it.
Where's the fall down point? Oh, there. Okay.
I kept wishing that the speaker in the Wii Remote was just done better, like they involved some company like Bose to figure out like a good solution for it, because it was a super cool idea that worked really well with what they were going for the Wii, but it just, the speaker was just the worst done part of the idea. Rabbids Go Home is what people are saying.
Yeah, that's I think they also made like a WiiWare app of just that, too. But yeah, Rabbids Go Home was the first game they put it in.
Somebody brought up Extra Life. I'm so excited for that. It's in only 2 months.
Did they say what system they're doing this year, or are they still doing Wii?
Wii and Wii U, I think is what they said.
Ooh,
but don't quote me on that
okay.
because I am not Steven, so if he contradicted me, then yeah. But I'm pretty sure it was Wii and Wii U. I think they're missing just 1 or 2 Wii games at this point. They're those little nobody games that, you know, barely any of them were produced, and there's also no demand for them, so, you know, nobody besides Wii collectors would even notice that they're rare. And if you do find them, they cost nothing.
Probably still missing. Oh, we got Veggie World finally. I was gonna say, like, I've had one copy came to my local shop, but I picked it up, and this was before I knew Steven needed it.
Oh, we finished Wii. Okay, I'm a couple months behind on vlog, so yeah, that's awesome. Wii U is a real easy system to complete, and a lot of the games on it are cheap now that they've been re-released for the Switch.
I'm turning up the heat.
Don't give him an inch, Ryan.
Oh yeah, baby.
Ryan, that's the spirit.
Leave it to Ryan.
Don't get too excited, Ricky.
Aw, as a moving away present. That's sweet.
Wait, what happened? Roland got it? Oh, Roland got it from his moving away present. Oh, that is nice.
I wish Xenoblade X would get ported already. It's ridiculous that it hasn't. It's by far the most important Wii U game.
Yeah.
At this point. I mean, at this point it is, because everything more important than it's been ported like a long time ago. It's by far the most important reason to own one.
Well, what about Star Fox Zero?
No. I'm sorry,
Just the no. Just the absolute disdain in your voice from that.
My issue is that Star Fox Zero is incredibly awkward to play, and even if you're in the camp that says, well, it's really satisfying when you get the feel for the controls, yeah, that's true, but by the time you get a feel for the controls, there's no game left to play, because it's really short, it's really light on content, and for whatever reason, there's no battle mode. So, like, you could spend time learning the controls, or you could just play any of the other games that are literally Star Fox 64 and not have to do that and have a battle mode. That's my issue. I just feel like it's not that necessary of an entry if it's retreading Star Fox 64, but without a battle mode or without much reason to learn the new control scheme.
We played it for game clearing, I think, like a year or two ago now, and like I liked it a lot, actually.
Really?
But I will admit it took a bit to get used to the control scheme. But I think it was Tom that told me like, there's just a button you can press that just resets like the gyro controls, just like what Splatoon has, and that made it way more tolerable.
Okay, I might try it with that, though, but yeah, I played it and I wasn't really impressed. I thought it was just really light in content, and by the time I could get used to the controls, the game was practically over. And I also don't think we needed another game that was just Star Fox 64 because, you know, we've had that a bunch.
Yeah, that is annoying as a Star Fox fan, the fact that they can't stop just doing that.
It's a shame because I think the Star Fox universe has a lot of potential for storytelling, and the characters are really fun. And like whenever they do actually put them in different situations, I think that there is some pretty fun stuff that comes out of it. Oh, congratulations. But it's so rare that they do anything new with it.
Excuse me, I'm busy stealing!
I will say that besides Xenoblade X, I'm so surprised that Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD have not gotten re-releases because, yeah, like it's so weird that we still have those versions only on Wii U.
Those two I thought would have been ported already, like legit. Even if there's no real need to, since that would be like their third release technically, like I thought those were basically going to happen.
If I may be blunt, Wind Waker has only been released for 2 systems that nobody bought, so like I think it deserves better.
Fair.
Twilight Princess has it better because it was at least on the Wii and everyone owned one of those though, but yeah, I think Wind Waker really deserves better. I thought we were going to get a 2-pack of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD for the 30th anniversary of Zelda, before I ever thought we'd get Skyward Sword HD.
They're focusing on delaying Breath of the Wild 2 again. Well, I think they want to release Breath of the Wild 2. I think they bit off more than they could chew is the actual thing with Breath of the Wild 2.
People always tell me that the GameCube is not that obscure and like, hey, lots of people own it. No, they really didn't. The GameCube was the lowest selling of its generation. Before the Wii U, it was the lowest selling main Nintendo console by a wide margin. I think the 64 was like 35 million and the GameCube was like 18 or 19. It was by far the lowest selling. The PS2, I think, sold like 6 or 7 times
comparing
what it
any
did.
system to the PS2 is not wise.
Well, no, I just mean it was 6 or 7 times as much. Like,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the
absurd.
PS2, still holds the record, I think, for best-selling console.
Yeah, I think it might, but yeah, it was absurd.
No, because I think
it
it lost. Did it lose to Wii? Did PS2 lose to Wii? I forget.
I don't remember. I know it was like at 150.
The Switch is catching up because the Switch is over 100.
Yeah, but yeah, it was not at all a successful platform. A lot of third-party developers abandoned developing for it because sales were low. GameStop stopped accepting trade-ins for it like before the generation was even over. I remember that. It was like wild how unsuccessful it was in its day. And it's like, it was a good system. It's one of my all-time favorites. I think it had a killer library that was underappreciated in its time, and I think that's part of the reason why GameCube games cost so much now, is that now people are catching up with it, and they're seeing how good it was. And a lot of these games have never been re-released, unfortunately. But in its day, like, you know, I was the only GameCube kid that I knew for a very long time.
Yeah, I only knew one dude that had like a GameCube, maybe 2. And the only thing people were playing on it was Smash or Double Dash.
Yeah, the one guy with the GameCube did kind of have some inherent, like, I'll admit I did have some inherent cred because of that, because my friends wanted to play Melee, my friends wanted to play the Mario parties, Double Dash, like, GameCube definitely had really good multiplayer stuff when the PS2 kind of didn't. No, Wii's more than 101 million, like, easily.
We're counting on you.
No, I think they might be right on that.
Is that right?
Hey, I'm looking it up.
I want to look. Okay. I thought for sure the Wii was like at 140 or something.
According to Nintendo's website themselves, hardware 101.63 million. This is from Nintendo themselves saying this.
Okay.
Yeah, the Switch is currently at 111 million, so in fact the Switch has outsold the Wii.
Damn!
The next closest system that has to pass is the Game Boy, which includes the Game Boy Color, which is at 118.69 million.
It'll get that.
Yeah, easily. And then if it beats the DS and DSi, DS Lite, DSi, then it will now then be the best-selling system, period, from Nintendo. But the DS reached 154.02 million.
Wow. Okay, maybe it was the DS I was thinking of when I was thinking 140.
So the DS beat the PS2, apparently.
Yeah.
But not by much.
I'm just saying that from so many different angles, the GameCube was not at all successful in its day. It's appreciated now, but in its day, it was not popular, and it was absurd how dominant the PS2 was by comparison to everything else.
As the Xbox kid in my group, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, the Xbox and GameCube had roughly the same success. I think they were both about 19 million.
Sold... Someone said Xbox sold 10 million more.
10 million more? I thought it was a lot closer than that.
I don't know. I'm going off of what someone said in chat, so...
Okay.
PS2 is above DS? Okay, so what was... Hang on, let me just look it up.
Original Xbox was 24 million and GameCube was about 19.
Okay, so 5 million apart, so half of the number I thought.
I think Dreamcast was like 7 if you want to count it.
Best-selling video game consoles. PS2, according to Wikipedia, over 155 million. DS at 154.02. So yeah, so DS is barely behind PS2. Game Boy and Game Boy Color at 118.69 million. PS4 at 117.2 million. Switch at 111.08 million. PS1 at 102.49 million. The Wii at 101.63 million. And then everything is under 100 at that point. PS3 sold above 87.4 million. 360 sold above 84 million. GBA sold 81.51 million. PSP did 80... Wow, really? 80 to 82 million for PSP. I keep forgetting how much popular that system was outside of North America, because goddamn.
The Vita, like, failed hard by comparison, damn.
I don't even see the Vita on this list. There it is. The Vita had 10 to 15 million as an estimate.
Yeah, it was... I feel kind of bad, though, because could you imagine, like, living in Japan and all your friends had PSPs and PS Vitas, and you loved the system and it's great, though, but then Sony refuses to make another one because a bunch of people 5,000 miles away didn't buy it?
Chat just reminded me why the PSP did so well. Monster Hunter.
I didn't think Monster Hunter was that popular until recently. I guess I was just kind of still stuck 10 years in the past where I thought it was one of those things that sold like 1 million copies in Japan, but 4 copies everywhere else.
Monster Hunter took off on the PSP. That's where it got its ground.
Okay. Yeah, PSP as an emulation machine was why most people I know bought one back in high school.
Oh yeah, and there was a bunch of GTAs as well on there, and that got some people. Right.
Vice City Stories and all that.
Yeah.
I remember that every time they came out with a new model of the PSP, the CEO of Sony would call it unhackable, and then he would get proven wrong in less than a day after it came out.
Yeah, that was just asking for trouble at that point. You don't piss off hackers, man. Like, that's the worst thing you do.
You don't want to provoke them. Like, no matter how confident you are, you don't provoke it. You just want to quietly, like, deal with it. Somebody bringing up Persona reminded me of something. There was one time, a long time ago, where I think I saw a Persona game on the shelf, and I'm like, okay, why the heck are they titling this Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3? Why don't they just call it Persona 3 like everyone calls it? And they're like, Emil, Persona is a spin-off game of a series called Shin Megami Tensei, and I go, never heard of it.
I think I'm the one who said that to you. I seem to remember this discussion.
I think this was in 2010 or 2011.
Probably. I think we're probably like looking at like game shelves or like at like a vendor or something.
Oh, in Japan it's just called Persona. Okay, and I know nowadays I think they just call it Persona 5.
Yeah, the Persona now they dropped the Shin Megami Tensei, but.
Speaking of bad IGN reviews, remember when they called Shin Megami Tensei 5? I think they said it was Persona without the heart.
Yes, the game about stealing hearts is the game that has no heart.
Yep. My friends and I quoted that one for weeks, where every time they said they were playing the new Shin Megami Tensei, I was like, oh, you're playing Persona without the heart, and we all laughed. Why is it always consistently IGN reviews that piss people off? Like, it's never, like...
Trust me, I never forgot the God Hand one.
Yeah, they gave it like a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, they gave God Hand a 3 out of 10. They were the only group that did that, and I was one of the people that was like, dude, what the fuck? That game's way better than that.
I think they were the only ones who gave Donkey Konga a negative review, and they gave it like a 3 out of 10.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Let me see if I can find it. Because you would think that it wouldn't be IGN every time. You'd think that GameSpot would piss off people just as often. And, like, they've had their scandals in the past, but I can't remember the last time a GameSpot review pissed off everyone. But every year there's multiple IGN reviews that become memes.
At this point, I would believe it was on purpose.
I was about to say, maybe they're doing it on purpose. Donkey Konga. Is it Donkey Konga 2? No? Maybe it was Jungle Beat I was thinking of.
Well, Jungle Beat was pretty short, so I could see that being the case.
Donkey Kong Jungle Beat.
Uh-oh, I didn't know you were here. Hello.
I didn't hear that their Kingdom Hearts 3 review was bad, but I could believe that. I think GameSpot probably had the most infamous review of all time, where Alien on PS1 was the game that basically invented dual analog controls for console shooters, and they reviewed it saying it was crap, the controls were impossible to get used to.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God. Sorry, just... People brought up the IGN Pokemon Mystery Dungeon reviews, and as someone who Let's Played that game and made fun of IGN reviews of that series, it was great.
I would, but I can't move! Cool off! Why? Oh, and it still got me. Are you kidding me?
Man!
Ricky is toppled. Oh.
More like Cumulonimbus.
What was the point of showing it shattered if it still got me? Damn it.
Ouch.
I'm still not leveling up. I'm fucking killing this guy. I'm mad now.
The IGN guy who got stuck in Apple Woods. Oh my gosh. Maybe I'll have to make that whole Why is America Dumb thing a running gag if I do more Mystery Dungeon Let's Plays.
Maybe I'm not fighting that guy. Never mind.
God, what didn't they say about Mystery Dungeon? It's ridiculous.
John, please. No, I'm kicking this dude's ass when I'm like 20 levels lower than I actually am.
Oh yeah, I think they gave like Mario Party 5 like a 4 out of 10 or something, and Nintendo sent them an award for their well-written review of Mario Party 5.
Oh my god.
That was a real thing that happened. I remember, the IGN review of Kirby and the Rainbow Curse was also really infamous, where, the lady who was doing the voiceover in the review, she mentions that the controls are, like, really bad and borderline unplayable, and when she says this, where she's like, it's impossible to know, like, if a stroke will send Kirby in a given direction, the clip that they played was her dying to Wispy Woods.
Oh,
it was Game Informer for the Mario Party games. Okay, okay.
I'm not doing.
What are some other ones?
oh crap, did he run in again? No, it's the horse.
Ooh.
And I'm stuck on cool off again. I can't move. Every time this has happened, I've been in cool off.
No. You got.
I got saved by a topple, a very lucky topple.
If you can daze him, it gets rid of his art. Dazing an enemy is one way to change a vision. There you go. Yeah, she does generate a fair amount of aggro. I wonder if that's the reason for her detrimental thing, the fact that they just felt like she built up aggro too fast, but they stood by those arts generating as much aggro as they did, so they needed some way to make it so that you wouldn't just give yourself aggro every fight from art spamming.
Well, I like how aggressive she can be. That's part of the reason I like playing as her, but at the same time, yeah, it can get you in trouble, as you've seen.
Yeah, I think maybe that might be, because a lot of people have questioned that, because I've seen speedrunners of this game argue that Charlotte would still be the worst character even if she didn't have a detrimental talent art, but
Time, any place.
I don't know.
One heal bullet coming right up.
Maybe that is bad.
Healing generates aggro 2.5 times more than damage. Wow,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, healing and support generate a lot of aggro in this series. Kind of MMO-ish in that way. I don't think you can use cool off in chain attacks unless they changed it in this version, or maybe I'm misremembering. Like, I thought it was crossed off in chain attacks, so you couldn't abuse that. Melia's talent art is really good in chain attacks because
Melia's is great, yeah.
Yeah, her standard attacking is a wild card, so like that's really good.
All right, let's do it.
Now, thunder bullet. Fire! Headshot. My rifle's getting hotter.
Yeah, it is blocked off in chain attacks. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's blocked off, so you can't abuse that.
Ready to go. Fire! Line! You no give up. You no give up too. Things are really heating up.
Fire it up.
Everyone's getting toppled.
Oh boy, that force topples mean.
I'm not doing too well. My rifle's getting
Ooh.
hotter. You can stick it out.
Oh, Ricky looks sad. Charlotte looks eager though.
Ultra Paralyzed Blast 3!
That's a talent art. Ooh.
Enemy reinforcement.
Booyah.
Stop. Ricky, don't worry about it.
I mean,
Oh my god, there's other guys here. Come on, we're a little busy. Guys, focus on the big boy. Oh my god, there's so many. Get out of here.
You know, between the boobs and your raid messages, I'm not surprised that you like playing as Charlotte the best now that I've given it just a little bit of thought.
What? Okay, why? What is it? Just because I'm playing as a female character, or
No, because the boobs and your raid messages, she is like the embodiment of both of those.
boobs and guns? That's my brand. Boobs and guns.
Yeah, she is the most on-brand character.
Jesus.
For you.
Ricky.
Ah, shit.
It's like that time that like Britney Spears is in Austin Powers and like her nipples are guns or something.
Oh, that's
very
because she was a
good.
fembot. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a bit from Austin Powers.
Yeah. I didn't actually watch through the Austin Powers movies. I've only ever seen parts of them.
And somehow I'm not surprised by that. God, can we lock on the guy trying to murder me? Thank you, game.
You're welcome, everyone. But yeah, she's very on brand for the sorts of things that you like and make raid messages out of.
John's mascot's based off of Rosalina, not Lara Croft. I mean, that's a touche point.
Not wrong, man.
All right, we can't change. Yeah, we can't. Shit. All right, just clock some damage then.
Luca Jin's me is so funny. I love that thing. Someone had an emote of it, so it just reminded me.
My rifle's getting hotter.
All right, we're gonna have to deal with these guys. They're just making this too annoying.
Houdini!
Yeah, pretty much.
They look just like him. Physical size of an enemy has a lot to do with how much health they have.
Come to me, guys. Come to me.
Thankfully, they go down. Oh boy.
Oh. Okay.
Wow, 1 damage bind was what the vision was. I guess you're down to like 100 HP, so I go.
Yeah.
16 damage to Ricky. That was worth giving a vision for. 1 damage.
Okay, guys, can we deal with the guys trying to murder us now, please?
You are using the battle commands, right? I'm not missing that?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Tail gore!
The problem is these two guys here are like, even when I'm doing focus on attacks and stuff like that, they're not actually focusing on them. They're worried about everyone else. So they're drawing aggro away from what I'm trying to do. Yeah, god damn it. We would have had that if those two hadn't fucking shown up. God damn it.
Yeah, no, that's... In this game, number of enemies, I feel, is a bigger deal than the levels.
Enemies too strong? No.
You
Also,
casual...
game, don't forget I'm literally 20 levels below on purpose. Alright, can I actually aggro you down here now? Will you actually... No? Okay.
You do have a lot of range. You might be able to get him from
No,
far away.
the skills weren't lit up. Alright, let's try clearing this group out and then getting rid of it that time. I swear I can do it on my current level so I can get the bonuses.
It's pretty admirable you're doing stuff under leveled. Like, on a first playthrough, that can be kind of hard. There's a lot to absorb all at one time.
Yeah, as Westford just said, I'm stubborn, so...
I had a couple of uniques and bosses that I got stuck on for so long my first playthrough. Now it's Rhine time.
Rid of the poison.
You're good at staying on top of debuffs, I gotta admit. That, again, that's one of Charlotte's best attributes, is debuff immunity.
I can play a healer. I used to play a healer in Overwatch. But... yeah, sometimes just something comes up. Or my team will not listen to focus attacks! Thank you. Well, if y'all aren't gonna pay attention, then I'm gonna fucking just go ahead and start this up.
Pow! Ricky go! And kaboom!
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, sword drive is super good.
You could have been Mercy. We'll never forget Mercy's phrase is, I'm not a I'm a healer, but, and then loads a gun. So yes.
I like the time when Charlotte's gonna use her rifle to heal melee, and they're like, you're gonna shoot her?
Well, that's what I said too, like, I laughed at her, she's just gonna shoot her. And then Ryan was surprised, like, as if she hadn't been doing that the entire game up to this point.
Well, she shoots into the air, and like a mist comes out of the bullet, like as it travels above.
Good thing I'm here. No? Anyone?
Were you a Mercy main? Oh, I was actually a Lucio main. That bird ain't coming back.
Knuckles the Echidno.
Oh no, it's coming back. Okay.
Oh boy.
Alright, what level am I at?
Go,
versus
folks.
it? 37, 34, and 37, and it's 41. Alright, I might... we'll see.
Okay.
And it stopped?
Just hovering above.
Or maybe it's that moving dot on the left there.
It probably is.
Alright, then the two dots kiss.
I think that thing is walking away, yeah.
Yeah, it's coming.
Oh boy, here he comes, ready for your date.
There we go.
Headshot!
My rifle's getting hotter. That's right, Ricky. You can do it.
You know, another way Charlotte's on brand for you is Superman 64, how shooting yourself heals you.
I guess. I feel like that's a bit of a stretch on that one, but sure.
Yeah, it plays a gun sound effect when you heal yourself.
Alright, let's start the chain attack.
Rhine time! Okay, like a fifth health in one fell swoop. That's not too bad.
John, you can't fight him. His chin is too big. It is a pretty big chin. I'll give you that.
Hero time!
Come on. The one downside to that shield ability is that it's very much adds to the heat of the gun. I think it adds like 35 by itself.
The next one will hurt even more. Get in there. I think we can do it.
There we go. Get rid of those status effects. The only thing I'm getting is that Charlotte's COD enthusiasm only relates to your fascination with guns and maybe trick shots. I mean, I guess.
Even you gotta admit she's pretty on brand for you.
Look, man, not everything in my life revolves around tits. I can see where the confusion comes from.
Okay, fine. 83%.
Oh my god. I guess it'll work. I wasn't sure paralysis would keep him out of the chain attack.
People in the chat are like, "Are you sure?" Like a whole bunch of people at the same time. So many people at the same time.
Judas
like,
is the lot of you. Judas is the lot of you.
People are saying only 83%. I thought it'd be more.
I'm just shaking my head right now.
I'm impressed you didn't say 69%. Yeah, it took a lot of restraint.
Well, I figured that was what you were gonna say.
And I'd say it all creepy-like.
Yeah, your weird demonic 69.
Like 69.
Yeah, like that. There we go. This is going way better.
Don't give him an inch, Ryan. Good to go. You can stick it out.
80.08% is how much of your life is boobs.
Oh my god, you guys. This would be the run that goes the best. The one where I'm just getting roasted about my love of tits. Of course.
Yeah. They're your power source.
The bigger they are, the more power I have? Is that what we're establishing? Are they like batteries?
Yes, that's why she's like your superhero alter ego.
Oh, for fuck's sake. John, name one thing in your life that's not boob-related. Bagel.
Sorry, it's my fault. One heal bullet coming right up.
Really?
They're orbs of power. God, enemies not getting enraged in this game is kind of weird to see. I'm so used to practically having to chain attack to beat things when they're low on health. Don't know if you'll get the kill here. I think
it's not gonna be a kill.
It's going to be a second round for you to get it.
I don't have any. I only have one red on Charlotte, and I can't pick cool off. So.
No. All right, let's see if he can get through this with no revives. A big AoE attack will end it, but not much health left for him to actually pull it off. Doesn't have much more to go. He might do it. Cooling off. God, I'm wanting to say that I think I only played like 2 boss fights as Charlotte in my Let's Play. This is cool to see. Just like good Charlotte gameplay, because I certainly did not showcase her very much in my Let's Play.
See, I fucking knew I could do this. I knew I could do it with my low-level setup. 2,553 experience for Ricky, 2,600 for Ryan.
So, okay. The level down thing didn't exist in the original, and when you're competently leveled through the whole game, whether you like it or not, you don't really need healing, you just win. So this whole way of like doing things, of using dedicated healing to do things under leveled, that didn't really exist much in the original. So I think that was kind of why I didn't really, you know, consider this, because back then you couldn't really do this. You could beat things under level though, but mostly used arts with knockback to knock things off of cliffs. And it was just a matter of getting really, really lucky with hitting them.
Wait, what do you... Oh, you're done your skill branch. Okay.
And it was just, like, very specific ones. Oh, sorry.
Oh! Ooh, okay, yes, please. Please work on that one next, Ryan. Alright, cool. Yeah, so for those who came in late, give me a second here. We're gonna take a break here in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, here's my actual levels.
Yeah, so imagine being this level at this point of the game and, like, not having a say in leveling down. Like, you can kind of see why dedicated healing was kind of useless in most battles, though, because regular enemies were over so quickly. It would be useful, it's useful in boss fights in the original version, though, but against regular enemies, you would just never really need dedicated healing that much.
Yeah, so I was, like, 14 levels low on that, and I was just trying to see if I could do it.
Yeah, it's cool that they let you do that. It's a really thoughtful feature that prevents you from being overpowered if you don't want to be, but you still want to do quests. So I welcome that feature a lot. It lets you decide the difficulty, which, honestly, you know, games should have accessibility features like that if you want to make the game easier for yourself or not.
How you been feeling, by the way? Last Xenoblade stream, you weren't doing super well between a few medication changes. It's balanced out. I'm feeling much better.
You've seemed a lot happier, actually, like, just from talking to you normally.
Well, I mean, it's more so that I was, like, it was, like, medical imbalance, so it was making me feel kind of gross. That was more so what they were commenting on.
I know that. I just mean that, you know, I feel like lately you've just been a lot happier. Which is lovely to see.
All right, let's drop some eggs.
How would you do such a horrible thing?
Carefully.
Oh, okay.
Boss123, Sonic X 1027, LS Gore, RCS 735, and Cutie Pyra. Thank you all for the gift subs and sub bombs.
Pyra.
FX Flare, Iggy Kami, JC Valkyrie, Mecro Sky, and Kyubi Mitsuru. Thank you all for the new subs. Hope you enjoy your time here. And shout outs to the long timers here as well. Switchmo at 80 and ASIP Meme Lord at 83. Everyone else, the list is a little too long to read in full, but thank you all for supporting as long as y'all have. Your eggs tonight are courtesy of the following people. Oh no. Oh no. Right, did you do it in 2 parts, Buttery? You did, okay. Oh boy. Buttery, do you want them both shown this break or next? Because I would otherwise show them between breaks, but that's like an hour-and-a-half gap for each one. I probably should show them both then at that point. All right, let's start with this egg here from No Limit, labeled a normal stream.
Seatbelts, everyone! Please let this be a normal
Stream?
What's on, John? No way!
Cruising on the main street.
I love Duke being the boss.
Didn't expect that. I didn't expect him to actually be voiced. Holy shit. Private Butter and Drops of Moonlight. Massey's words of speedrunning wisdom. Oh no, what the fuck did she say on stream?
Dear Mario, while I'm happy you saved me earlier than Bowser intended, you still left the castle in a complete mess. Just truly yucked up. I lost like 5 toads to that moist dry land or whatever its name was. Please return to the castle to finish the job, or I will not only not make more cake for you, I'll make sure no bakery in town serves you. And I'm the princess. You know I can do that. Also, tell Luigi I like the sweater he knitted for me, but he made it too small, so Toadsworth ended up keeping it. And also that I know he's the one stealing the lemon squares off of my fridge, so he should stop that. My regards.
Off of the fridge? Not like from inside the fridge? They're literally just like on the fridge?
Were they like edible magnets?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I just like putting food on my fridge on the outside. It just saves time. People just walk up and take it. It's perfectly fine.
I reminded of that "You're working hard to put food on your family" quote from George W. Bush. But did you ever see the moment where she beat the 3rd Bowser in a speedrun, was going to get a PB, and ran off of the cliff? I think that clip has like 90,000 views or something. It's like by far her most viewed clip, and it's amazing. If you've never seen it,
I don't think I've seen that, but it sounds incredible. All right,
it's really funny.
Speaking of incredible, from Buttery, Xenoblade Recap 2-1. This is a 2-parter because it was a lot of work. Buckle up. This is what happened last stream.
God damn it, we got lost on the GPS!
This place dusty as fuck.
This shit sucks! I just wanted to get to Denny's!
It's the Grand Slam!
This thing is uglier than my wife!
Well, okay.
I'll rip your legs off!
Got a blast!
I knew it. This shit looks like the battle pass.
My fragile egg balls!
Shulk, stop this crazy thing!
Wow, that was traumatic. Anyway, I've got a restaurant to get to.
Welcome to Chili's!
This fucking GPS! I fucking hate Chili's.
I think I agree with them.
What's a Chili's?
Ligma balls.
Oh my god!
Your kids and your ugly hoes-looking wife fucking ate up the entire stock. You're $4,000 in debt.
What?
I wanna go to McDonald's!
See you later, shithead. I'll try not to plow the mare too hard while you're gone.
Go fuck yourself, you loose plastic bag!
Oh, I got an idea.
Xenoblade Chronicles. I'll be right back after these messages.
Steak beef, onion rings, potato, steak cream, garlic steak toast. You'll like our prices, and you'll love
Buddy,
our
were you
steak.
just really hungry while you were making this? Alright, I'm afraid to see the second half now. I'm gonna jump ahead to the second half. This one's improved.
Oh no.
We're finally here. San Diego.
3 minutes.
No, you dumb broad! We're in Boston!
What about my Boston?
Your Boston sucks!
Finally, too many games.
How many games is too many games?
That's why you wanted those pictures.
We're going to be doing a lot of swimming. How do we make it interesting?
Oh yeah, don't worry, I got a story. I saw this one time, mate. I decided I needed to recruit children because I realized that the electric eels are real hungry, man. You know, I needed to feed them car batteries and like, they need food, and that's what they eat, right? But it turns out that maybe it's not a good idea because the kids are real into it. Mate, and they just kept throwing them. I didn't know they could find.
Sup, home slice.
Damn, bitch. You really dressed like this?
I'll have you know, I bought my threads at JCPenney's.
This is strictly a Tim Hortons household.
Dad, Tim Hortons doesn't sell clothes. I'm sick of wearing the bags.
By the way, I sent some homies with you. Where'd they go? They flake on you?
Dead Lamau.
Lol, you right. Funny as fuck.
Hey Dad, can you release my friends from prison?
It's funnier they're in jail, honestly.
So anyway, mate, now I'm in jail. Are you okay, Ryan? You've been narrating everything we've been doing for the past 3 days. Sometimes I just think aloud, mate, especially my bad thoughts. I wonder what my sword tastes like.
Plus, they're criminals. One of them has the Monado, Sword of Legends, which I don't care about that. One of them surely sent children to throw car batteries into the ocean. And I can't accept that much pollution in the ocean.
What about the children?
Well, I don't give a damn about the kids. I just care about Earthsea.
Hi, I'm totally not evil.
Damn, Shorty, you got badonka honkaroos. What's your pronouns?
Oh, I'm collecting pronouns like infinity stones.
We're gonna sick the sea drink on you. Good luck.
Thou shalt go to the capital, as was planned. We shall meet at the appointed place when the time comes.
I have a question, cause like, I saw Melia in a weird-ass box last night when we got arrested.
What in the fuck? You're telling me you had some kind of funny mind powers that would have let you see where the Denny's is, and you've been letting me run around with this piece of shit for 3 weeks?
I'm sorry, okay? I'd rather go outside. I'm a socially awkward need. I hadn't touched grass, and I'm throwing around a red kitchen knife that gives me magic future powers. I'm a bit paranoid in general that people will think I'm crazy. No hard feelings, Ricky, really. I mean, there's always another place around the corner. I wish I could help you.
Yet we do not remember
My
what
future
happened.
powers,
Slow clap. Slow clap. We're in Boston.
I like the pun San Diego.
We'll do the rest of the eggs later because those were so long. We're gonna get a break when we come back. Art block and more Xenoblade. See you guys in a bit.
Whee! I'm gonna go get a drink and also do the opposite of have a drink.
That could be a couple things.
I'll leave it to your imagination.
Please don't. Please just go.
Going to pee. There you go. You happy? I'm back. The Protonus and the Chagonus. I'm glad I get to be the Mecanus. Watch more speedrun Survivor. I was on it and I want to watch it so much more. I don't want to answer, like, anything about Xenoblade 3, like, you know, like any kind of anything, though, but, I will say that I think my playtime is 116 hours. But, yeah, let's not talk about the game. Hi, Secret Fury. Gosh, I'm kind of dreading that I have physical training tomorrow again, and I almost passed out yesterday for the first time, and I have, like, just the fact that I have to go back tomorrow and I almost passed out yesterday, that's never happened before, I'm just like, I hope that doesn't happen again. I might try to know my limits better and, you know, let them know if I actually need more time. So I've been in physical training for years. Like, I always do warm-ups, I always, you know, make sure to eat before going in. It was just something about this set made me really exhausted and just feel sick, and I don't know why. The trainer did tell me that I was the only one to complete the set all day out of everyone that he gave it to. Everyone else stopped earlier. And, he said that, yeah, it was meant to be brutal because he said that it's something that he himself has trouble with. To the trainer's credit, he did ask me if, he asked me if I needed to stop like 5 times, and it was me that kept going, and I just had never seen what happens if you don't know your exercise limits or listen to them before, because, you know, I've always been able to just push myself a little harder and get through a set. This was the only time it didn't work. Yeah, he gave me something that he himself found challenging, so, I guess that's worth something, because the guy's, like, really buff. I don't think I've ever not finished a set. I think there was one time I had a family emergency and I had to leave training early, but that was the only time. I think other than that, I've always seen the set through to the end, no matter what, even if I needed to take a break. I mean, I kind of feel like having one time like that is important so that you know what happens if you don't listen to your limits, so that you'll be sure to not do that again. And now I know what it feels like when I'm about to go over that limit.
Sorry about the wait.
Okay, I was talking about how I'm dreading having physical training again tomorrow because it was yesterday that I almost passed out at it.
Oh yeah, have you you been on anything other than just kind of snacking on stuff to get your energies back?
Yeah, I haven't really done much. Like, I didn't work out today at all. Yeah, I just really wanted to take it easy today. I honestly, like, I didn't want to, like, cook or do anything, though, so I just kind of ate junk food for the last day and a half since that happened, because I just needed to feel better, and I think it was just too much exercise, because, like, I always eat, I always warm up, I always do everything, but this was just the one time that it just didn't work.
Alright, yeah, I went upstairs and I got greeted by the cat, and Reese got me an Oreo Blizzard, so I'm slowly snacking through that.
Awesome. I think I went to Cold Stone last night, so that was what I did.
I wonder if those Cold Stone special, like, Nintendo ice creams are up here.
I've tried all three of them if you want to know my opinions.
Sure.
So I liked the Mario one the best. Mario was cake batter ice cream, frosting, and yellow cake. I kind of like the theming because it's like blue with spots in it with the cake, though, so it looks like a mushroom. That one was pretty good. Tim loves that one. He's gotten it like 3 times.
Nice.
Second, I'd probably say the Animal Crossing one, where that's chocolate ice cream with bananas and some other fruits in it. That pairs pretty well. And I thought the Kirby one was the worst, where it's strawberry ice cream with strawberries in it, and I just feel like it's too much of the same flavor, and their strawberries taste processed and frozen, probably because they are. So I just did not like the taste of, like, gross strawberries in strawberry ice cream.
That's a little disappointing.
Yeah. They also put marshmallows in it, which I'm not really, like, the biggest marshmallow guy, so that might have had something to do with it. I just don't think it really works in ice cream. I don't like how hard gummy things become in ice cream.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, it was, yeah, somebody said too sweet. Yeah, it's too sweet. It's so much sweetness with nothing to contrast it, whereas, you know, the Animal Crossing is chocolate with fruit, and the Mario one is, you know, tastes like a cake.
Oh, dude. Sorry if you hear me rustling around here. I can't fucking regulate my body heat anymore, apparently. I went upstairs and I turned off the heater because I was too hot, and now I'm freezing cold.
It's always that. You can never win. Like, anybody who can make an air conditioner that just makes the room perfectly comfortable at all times, that would be amazing.
I mean, I'm also eating ice cream, so that's why. Let me read alerts here. Yeah, my core temperature's gone wild. I've had issues with that since I've been on this testosterone and everything else, but man, right now I'm just ice cold.
Sorry, not you.
On my own stream.
I had a bunch of pop-ups on my screen. I'm just like, stop asking me if I want to install this crap. Just let me look at my emails.
Just do it! Alright, let me quickly go through alerts here. We've got a bunch that don't have any message on them. Thank you all for doing all those. Rexor, again, thank you for the review. Queen Nira says, I guess you could say Shulk was really blazing it based on your clear earlier today. Yes, I did a time trial clear and I got the coveted time of 4:20:69. I was very proud of that, especially because I wasn't trying to get that.
Amazing. You should be proud. Well done.
And I got the costume piece for it too for getting that, so that was the important thing. Mighty Invincible says, hey dude, finally getting to watch a stream live for the first time in a while since I usually get up early for work. Hope you're having a good one and wish me luck taking care of a puppy on my own. Good luck, Mighty. Puppies are tricky, but you can do it. Gamester LP says, hey Chugga, have a cow.
Cow.
Sonic X 1027 says, to John and Emil, I've been a massive fan of you guys, and I first got into your content when Emil did Kid Icarus Uprisings LP, and became a big fan. When Emil mentioned Proton John in one of his episodes, my mind went straight to the JonTron show, and it got me confused for a little bit until I discovered TRG. And it made perfect sense after watching Mario Party 4, and soon the rest up to that point, and I love everything ever since. Oh, thank you, Sonic. And don't worry, you're not the only person to have confused me with JonTron. That still happens. So
JonTron Pro.
It's always fun seeing, like, oh, I hate Proton John. He did XY thing, and I'm like, oh no, that's all things JonTron did. Oh, cool. Well, I'm just gonna be confused for that. It's either I get confused for the bad things that some other person did, or they spell my name wrong. They spell Proton wrong, not John. Proton. They spell Proton wrong. They always miss the end, so it's Proto-John. And I'm just like, okay. One is less bad than the other, but I mean, come on now.
I was gonna ask what, like, Porton John, but okay.
Are you the one who sexted a minor or the one who said weird nativist crap? I am neither, thankfully, but I get confused for both of those, which fucking sucks. Sometimes I'm like, man, I should just change my username at this point. But like, it's my own fucking name, so that does complicate things.
I have like a story about this though, but I don't know if I should tell it.
If you think it's bad, maybe don't.
Okay, so not like saying anything about anybody. Like I wasn't there, but the week when people were making a lot of snarky tweets about Pro Jared, I was so tempted to like clip his sticker star review where he gave the game an 8 out of 10 and say I knew the man couldn't be trusted, but I didn't.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, no, I was like, no, that's stupid and not needed. But like, that thought popped into my head, but I didn't do it.
Yeah, no, that would have been a very no thing.
No, like it was stupid, but like it popped into my head, and I was just like, it's a little funny, but like I'm not gonna do
that. Where were we? Sonic X also says, to Emil, did you know in Jokes End that there was a hidden block that you did not get? Remember, there was a candle lit all on its own. If you use Luigi's hammer trick to splash water on it, the block will appear. You're welcome for blowing your mind. I have no idea what that's referring to.
I feel like I might have known that at one point. I don't know. But yeah, that was kind of before I accepted feedback for bonus videos, so.
Sonic X also did a bunch of alerts earlier with no messages. Thanks you, Sonic, for all those. Mutalord says, 1 day late, birthday luck activate. Have to do it after last year. I didn't and got fired. Oh no. Well, happy belated birthday. Here's hoping for better luck this year, Mutalord. Sand Rising says, in the last episode of this squad of shirtlessness, Ryan, I'ma go swim. Charlotte, Ryan, I'll pay you 100 gold if you swim around Era C. Ryan, alright. Charlotte, I do love to see that himbo leave. And that is basically what happened last stream. Yeah, that's actually surprisingly accurate. Sonic, wow, you did a lot. Thank you so much, Sonic. Zan also says, howdy John and Emil, actually asking some Switch hardware advice. So I've been playing a new game lately on my Switch Lite. However, been having a problem where it starts getting pretty hot after an hour of play. Has this been a known issue and advice for it? All Switches kind of have that. So they said they're playing a new game on their Switch Lite, but after an hour, the system gets hot. Yeah, I think that's just a known Switch issue.
It just generates a lot of heat. It's just kind of how it be. As long as it's not shutting down or overheating, then that's not a problem. I don't have a Switch Lite, so.
For those who have a Switch Lite, does it have, like, fans in it, or is it just natural venting? I assume it has actual fans.
I think it has. It definitely has a heat sink, but I think I've heard a fan running in it before. Cause it's like, yeah, it does have fans. Okay.
Yeah, they're confirming it does. Okay, because I thought I know because of the more compact form that the Switch Lite has some heating issues or overheating issues, but yeah, otherwise, I wasn't sure what caused it exactly. If it's not just dependent on like just airflow and actually has a fan, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you other than it just will happen.
Yeah, it just like it runs hot though, but it's like it's doing things it was designed to do. As long as it's not shutting off from overheating, you're good. And if it is, you know, you can probably just call them and they'll replace it. I will say that as much as the Switch has hardware issues, Nintendo's at least really good at repairing stuff out of warranty. Like, if you call them up with any problem, they just fix it. Like, I've never had to pay for, like, any kind of Joy-Con repair. They're just very... They shouldn't have issues in the first place this far in. Like, I'm not defending that, but, you know, at the very least. They're really understanding about it.
Guyman Online says, we all know the tradition of donating on one's birthday, but there also seem to be a lot of people who donate when they get new jobs, so here you go. Well, congrats on the new job, Guy. Hopefully it's a good one.
Yeah.
Gamester LP says... Oh, sorry.
I just love that whenever people accomplish things, you get the money.
Dude, I don't get it. Like, the birthday one was the one that confused me. This is just a new branching out of that, apparently. Gamester LP says, just remember, it's always funny to make a joke about edible Nopon. Sub-07 says, monthly fighting game community fact. Did you know in Guilty Gear Strive, Testament is non-binary? When asked about this, series creator Daisuke Ishiwatari said, they're androgynous. In fact, they've transcended human existence, just like me. Clearly, Daisuke's Jesus. Daisuke's always a laugh riot, dude. I'm always happy to see stuff from them.
It's amazing.
To be fair, Saul Bad Guy is literally Daisuke's like OC. Like that's literally like their insert character here. So I'm always happy to see them just being an absolute goof. It's awesome. Phazon Farmer says, has Emil ever shared his thoughts on the ship of Melia and Dunban with you?
Not really into it. I think I briefly touched in my Let's Play that some people ship them, and I had some comments being like, oh, Emil, like, don't. Like, it's not necessary. And I agree. It doesn't... You don't need, like, everyone to get together for the sake of getting together. It's kind of fine that they didn't. Like, I don't think it's needed. Like, I never got that vibe from those two when they interact.
Damon Katamaru says, since my birthday is on Friday, here's some bits for the birthday luck. I hope someone gets the luck as well, as I know it's a busy, chaotic time. Good to hear you, Emil. Happy early birthday, Damon. Here's hoping for some good luck for you and for whoever else you want to hand it off to. Westerford says, wait, are y'all telling me that IGN is trying to be a serious review site? I legit thought for years that they were a parody review site that isn't supposed to be taken seriously, like The Onion. No, they're supposed to be serious. I hate to break it to you.
One of the biggest review sites on the internet, yeah.
Yeah. Fun fact that I actually still remember, back when I was still in high school, one of their main reviewers was I believe, either the brother or was actually the guy who ended up helping co-create Shantae. I believe it was the brother of the creator of Shantae. But I remember them, I think, leaving to go work at WayForward after they were working at IGN. I distinctly remember this. It was one of the bosons. Phazon Farmer says, speaking of Masay's streams, please pour one out for her, because the other day she was 30 seconds ahead of her PB, only to lose an entire minute trying to backwards long jump up to Sky Bowser. Ugh. Sucks.
The fact that she's good at button mashing and usually doesn't have trouble with that as a result, that's... backwards long jumping is technically luck-based to an extent.
Yeah, it happens, unfortunately. Kix Yordoya says, hey John, glad to see you're doing Xenoblade today, as I didn't sleep the night prior due to Don't Read Out Loud. Oh, yeah, that would do it. That would do it. Well, here's hoping for some good rest for you now after that. Here, Chaos Chow says, since we're not talking about a 3 game, let's talk about another 3 game, Splatoon 3. What'd you guys think of the direct and the stringers on, or Splatanas?
Splatanas. I think the Splatana looks really fun and interesting to play. I don't necessarily think it'll be good, because it's essentially a roller that you have to charge up, but
Goldman,
I think it's a fun idea, and I think it would be really satisfying if you pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone who's like a sneaky player, I think the Splatanas are gonna be great.
The Tentacooler is the one that excites me. 1, because the name is incredible.
What?
And for 2, it gives you increased movement stats, and it also gives you effects of quick respawn if you've drank in the soda. It's really cool. They weren't clear about the instant respawning though, but yeah, you get tons of quick respawn if you die. Oh, Tacticooler, sorry, not Tentacooler.
I'm excited for that card game. That actually looked really fun. It looks like a lot like a mix of Dungeon Dice Monsters and Blockus.
I genuinely hope that you can actually play that card game against other people, but even if you don't, we all know that someone is going to make physical versions of those cards if Nintendo doesn't.
Yep. It always happens. Benonite55 says, have another cow, Emil, and I hope for a rare cow. If it's still the alert, if not, oh well, moo. I think you actually did not do the cow alert. Yeah, because I think that's, yeah, you got a Wario instead.
I can't believe the last time that I was on how long it took for the rare cow to happen.
And then the next stream it happened within like the first 3 alerts. Hilarious. Let me run a cow for them because they actually, I'll rerun Phazon's cow. This is for Benonite. Regular cow. And Hypercole says, sorry, I'll let you say that after. Watching this stream makes me realize how much better you are at Xenoblade than I am. I still haven't read the extended tutorials. By the way, hope you enjoy being an investigator next week. I will. And, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm better at the game. I'm just willing to do dumb shit. That's it.
Yeah. Let's see. I found a top 10 website that has worst IGN reviews of all time.
Oh no, of course that exists. Why would I think anything else?
Yep.
Rosa Mom, good night before I head out to sleep for school. Good night, Fire Kitty. Have a good time at school tomorrow.
Let's see. There was Doom 2016 getting a 7.1 out of 10.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I mean, 7.1 is not a terrible score, but
there was
everyone
Halo
was
4
praising
getting a
that game,
9.8 when a lot of people thought it was pretty disappointing.
What got a 9.8?
Halo 4.
Hmm.
Almost a perfect score. There was Evolve getting a 9 out of 10. Which, again, that was a game a lot of people thought was kind of disappointing. But I guess it was mostly post-launch issues with that game. Alien Isolation getting a 5.9. Undertale getting a 10 out of 10. I don't know. Yes, as I go down the list, they're like, not that. The Pokemon Omega Ruby review is number 10. Yeah, some of these I don't really, like, agree with, though, but, like, yeah, the Doom and, yeah, Evolve, I kind of see that. Yeah, Evolve is a super cool idea. I wish it was good. Actually, I know a lot of people probably wouldn't expect me to play this game, though, but I played Evolve, like, demos before it released, and I also did the beta for it and everything, and it's genuinely a game that I wish was good. I think it's a really cool idea, and it was unlike anything else at the time. And I get that balancing something like Evolve is really difficult to do. But, yeah, no, it's a game that I wish was better than it was. It's just that the paid DLC was nuts, and there were a lot of issues post-launch with it. Yeah, it officially shut down, but there's private servers for it, and it's a game that I wish was really good, though, because I genuinely really love the concept, and I wanted it to be better than it was.
Did you ever play Left 4 Dead? I don't remember ever seeing you play Left 4 Dead.
No, I never did. I know it's by the same developers, and I know that's why people were hyped for it.
Yeah. That's why I was surprised to hear you, like, praising it so much.
Yeah, it was their first game post-Valve.
All right. I'm going to cut Art Block a little short here, but we have to show this because it is tradition at this point. From Dovey. I'm going to read the message here first. All right, so the Booru got super mad at me for trying to upload the full GIF because I found its upper limit, so I'm just going to direct you to the YouTube upload if you don't mind, since we hit Twitter's limit as well. This one is super dumb. I've been laughing for a bit now. Emil, I don't know if you've seen any of these, but welcome to Real American.
Oh boy.
Dovey has been making a GIF of every scene and area we've gone through the game, along with bits about either Fiora or I almost said Dunban, or oh crap, I'm blanking on his name.
So you found the secret area in the Ether Mine, that beautiful cave?
Dixon Mania, baby! Because Dixon looks like Hulk Hogan, and I keep joking about it, so it just became this running gag that whenever Dixon was on screen, I would play an 8-bit version of Hulk Hogan's theme, Real American, and then, like, Dovey's just been making this GIF to go along with it the entire time, and it is now a 3.5-minute long video because of just how excessive all the areas have been. And then every time, I always remember I have these literally mapped on a button I can just press to make them show up on this screen.
Oh, when he first gets a Mac in the forest. Okay, that's pretty funny.
Dancing on Melia's corpse, 'cause she's dead. The Monado guitar. Emil was here for the first one? Okay.
That was.
I wasn't sure if you remembered this, so. Because it's definitely taken on a life of its own since.
Yeah, it wasn't nearly
see.
as ambitious of a cinematic crossover back when I saw it last.
It's definitely gotten a lot more ambitious since. I think 2 minutes was the cutoff that we hit last time, this is roughly where it should be new stuff now. Oh right, I forgot about Ricky.
I like that view.
Ricky Mania, get out of here!
Oh boy.
Play volleyball. Is he okay? I think they were just bouncing him around for a while. Where are you looking, Dixon? Oh, there he goes. He's flying. He's flying away.
I used to say that I wish that like Ricky and Dixon interacted more because I'd love to hear Ricky go, "Oh, Ricky love Dick."
Ah, there's Ricky's little pawn right there, Dixon Mania. Oh no. Oh no! No!
No!
Gentlemen, behold. Are you ready to rock?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm ready to rock. Then I'm gonna blow your hair to the back of this auditorium. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They would totally rock out. There you go, dance up there.
I have to say, like, I like Aqua Teen Hunger Force as much as the next guy though, but man, the cold openings are better than the actual show.
The first few seasons are pretty good, and that's also when they were doing the cold openings, and then like they got too into the body horror stuff.
Yeah, they stopped after a while, and it just like I don't know. They've made all sorts of comments that the show like went through so many changes because they were just trying to do stuff to keep the show popular.
Yeah, I think I'll just do that for this art block now. If that's all right, because we're running late. We've already been like off. We've been on break for a half hour now, so I'm gonna hop back into the game, and then next art block I'll power through. So sorry to the artists that have their pieces in there, but don't worry, they will get shown tonight. All right, let's get back to the game then. All right.
God, how cool is that? A lightsaber that's red and can see through time. Don't tell me that's not the most badass
That never
combination.
happens.
There's a reason I have it hanging on my wall.
Apparently, even The Simpsons don't do a couch gag anymore and just go straight into the episodes. Well, because Simpsons went a little too extreme with their couch gags. Remember, like, the Rick and Morty one? That's like 3 minutes. Oh, my God.
Yeah, they would always do, like, crazy stuff with it where it would be, like, super long and involved. A lot of shows don't even have openings or theme songs anymore just for the sake of precious advertising time. I don't like how credit sequences aren't a thing anymore, where they just have the credits at the bottom of the screen while the episode is still playing, and I'm just like, that's not respectful to the people that made it.
Man, a lot of shows have done that, even back in the day. Like, they used to do, like, outros and stingers.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, like, a lot of shows nowadays is just, like, white text over top of the episode when they originally had credits rolls, but then they removed them. Like, for instance, reruns of SpongeBob don't have the credits rolls anymore, just so they could have more seconds of commercials.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Megatech2431 kills Ryu with kindness and bullets and says, so what was this about not doing the Ryu for the edge of the lake being completed? I would have done this earlier, but I was at work listening to the stream, and when you said that you didn't think I was going to do it, I had the biggest grin on my face.
Ricky smell Oruga.
I had a feeling it was because we had done the stream early today, that was why. But at the same time, I was like, he probably forgot.
What?
I gave you an out. I even said I had forgotten the username.
Well,
I gave you an out.
I look forward to meeting you people again.
Thank you for being a man of your word, Megatech. Appreciate it. And just to reiterate, just to show it again, yes, I swam around the complete outside of Airdate. And a little bit of inside as well, too, as you can see there.
I like how you just have these lines in the middle of it for no reason.
Well, because I was like, I think there was like a mission objective. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll swim there. It's like, oh, hey, there's an island I haven't been to. There's an island I haven't been to. And it just kept, it's like, ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy over and over.
No, Xenoblade as a series is ooh something shiny the game, where
yeah,
you'll be running around going to things just because you haven't been to them for literal hours and not making a lick of progress.
That's kind of why I'm actually keeping my levels up now, because I'm like, okay, maybe I should actually make some progress. But at the same time, I just realized I haven't spent any of my AP I've gotten this stream so far.
Yeah, you got a lot of it. Do you want advice on this?
No.
Okay.
Because what I'm gonna do, for Charla is I'm putting it into healing. Let's be real, because it's cooldown. Well, actually, you know what? Before I get into this, I forgot about Duke.
Ooh, shiny.
Yeah, that tracks. I would again like to reiterate, that's random. I can't control which Duke comes up on this screen. I don't know how it keeps being relevant to the discussion at hand.
Even better, people play the game like that, and then they're just like, I wish these games weren't 100 hours so I could recommend them to people. And I'm like, you're doing it to yourself. Speaking as someone who does it to himself.
I've taken to calling the process of getting distracted by other stuff and not making any progress the ooh shiny principle. I mean, yeah, that tracks. Duke is becoming self-aware. Yeah, he really is. Let's see here. Charla, can I get... what's the cooldown on... I got 1 second off a Thunder Bullet, which is tempting, but that's...
You do rely on it a lot.
Yeah, it's like one of her better attacks because it's 2 hits. It works great against flyers, and it's an ether move. Yeah.
Flyers, Nebulas, and Mechon, it works well against.
Now, do I want to put them into Heat Bullet to get the party's tension high constantly so I can get more chain attacks? Or do I want to put it into the heals? My gut check... Well, what's heal round at? That shaves 1.2 seconds off for healing the entire party. My gut check's actually saying put into Heal Bullet. Or Heat Bullet. Sorry, Heat Bullet.
Should I say anything?
Sure.
Okay.
You know what? Actually, hang on. Let's make this official. Let us make this official.
Now it's tap time.
There you go.
Okay. So, I just didn't want to say too much. Charla has so many healing arts that are effective that I feel like you don't really need to invest that much in them until you're feeling the pinch from it. And her being able to just artificially raise tension and make you immune to debuffs, those are her strongest points.
So yeah,
I think Heat Bullet and Cure Round are like her best attributes.
Well, Cure Round is already at max, so I can't do anything with that. So I'll keep putting in the Heat Bullet for now.
Yeah, those sorts of things, like the fact that you're getting more tension and getting it more often, like that's pretty good.
And I have enough to put into Heal Blast, which is not in my list. Never mind. Yeah, Heal Bullet. There we go. Let's put it into Heal Bullet.
That's a good cooldown.
All right, Ricky! Ricky. I still don't know what the fuck to do with you, if I'm going to be completely honest.
He's a very jack-of-all-trades kind of character. You can kind of outfit him to do anything. You can make him an attacker. I like damage over time on him. Stuff like Bitey Bitey and Lurgy. Roly-Poly is like a fun gimmick because just if you have him on the AI randomly, he'll just topple the enemy for you. And I think that does make the main story a lot easier. The fact that it's a force topple too, it gets around enemy break resistance when enemies tend to have a lot of that, but not a lot of topple resistance, so he can topple bosses when you're not supposed to.
Let's put the last few points into... No, everything that's on him right now is a little too high in points, so let's hang on to what we got. Rhine! Sword Dive!
Yeah, Sword Drive is amazing.
Yeah,
Wild
was
Down
the
is
freebie.
amazing.
Yeah, I agree with you on Wild Down as well, and that's all his points. Dunban!
There is one thing that I want to say. You can only have one aura active at a time.
I know.
But if you know, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I give him 2 because one is literally evasion and one is pure aggression.
Yeah, like it can be useful to have two in there. I just feel like a lot of new players like spam them thinking they're stackable.
No, I know. And since I know some people have asked to, yes, I am aware that Cool Off for Charla also gets rid of any buff she has. I am aware of that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it on Soaring Tempest. But unfortunately, that's capped right now, so I'm a little worried about putting that in on him right now. But that was also the reason I didn't have it in before, was because it was so low level. Worldly Slash, because Gale Slash is already at max. Tempest Kick, because it's his ether move. I'll give that to him. You know
But he can kick Mechon and it hurts them.
Yeah.
Soaring Tempest can be good because Blossom Dance is really strong.
I'm not gonna lie, I look more so at cooldown more than I do about the other things. Because the the bigger the cooldown cut, the faster you get it back, basically. So.
Yeah, it's fair. In short battles, it doesn't really mean anything though, but in long battles, it can make all the difference.
And we'll put it on Gutbuster. There we go. And Shulk, your Monado arts are all maxed. So, Light Heal for you first and foremost, because that's one of your most versatile moves. Battle Soul to get that in a more helpful range. And that's all the points you have. Okay. All right, that's the party.
I feel like I never invest enough in Battle Soul. Battle Soul can be useful, though. I just don't like it because the AI spams it all the time and makes him like low on health constantly.
Yeah, so the comments, or the chat rather, commented on that a lot. They're like, "Yo, Battle Soul is better than you think it is, John." And after having done a bunch of the time trials, I have been won over on it. I see their point on it because it is 50% of current HP and not 50% of your HP period. So the lower health you have, the more benefit you get out of it. And on top of that, if it's boosted enough that it gives me up to 50% talent gauge, even from losing half health, that's still pretty good. And Light Heal gives him back usually half health, so.
You know, if I play this game again, I'd really have to try Battle Soul more because, yeah, I acknowledge that it's good. It's just mainly the AI that made me not like it. And
yeah.
In Xenoblade 2, there are arts that have your current HP to like let you get all of your art recharges back, or like let you extend the duration that an enemy is like toppled and stuff like that. And those abilities are really good, and I spam them a lot. I just haven't really done that in this game. Oh yeah, there's another character that can have their HP to like lock aggro on themselves, and that's the only aggro lock in all of Xenoblade 2. So like that's really good. So there's a lot of Battle Soul-like things in 2 that I use all the time, though, but I just don't use Battle Soul in this game because of the AI.
Okay, cool. So with all that, I think that also means we should have a couple heart-to-hearts we can do. Yeah, 3 heart-to-hearts we can go do whenever we want. 2 in the sea, where we are currently, and 1 back in Colony 9.
Oh, wow, okay.
Because I haven't shown this at all this stream. The Collectopedia, I think everywhere is done. No, obviously can't get Bionis Interior done yet. But yeah, every other completion has been done up to this point.
Oh, I love these book pages and all those pictures of where you've been. Those weren't in the original. It was just like a blank page with descriptions on the right, but they moved the descriptions over to the bottom left.
Yeah, it looks way nicer.
That's a nice touch.
Spinny Pineapple. All right, and I think that's that. Let's, thanks for the help.
Thanks! Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's see, you gotta take out an Orluga.
That'll be easy since we're still back at max level.
I had tacos earlier today.
Were they Orluga tacos?
I mean, they smelled. And they were green.
Just shaking my head.
I hope there's a Japanese-Mexican restaurant, like, somewhere in the world that has tacos.
So would it be Japanese-Mexican food or Mexican-Japanese food?
I guess Mexican-Japanese food. There was a place that was, like, Chinese-Mexican back in Arizona, and it was, like, a married couple, where, like, one of them was from Mexico, one of them was from China, and I thought that was, like, a really cool idea.
We're counting on you.
Oh, there were a lot more guys here than I thought.
Yeah. Lure Command's really good. I use the Lure Command a lot in these games just because fighting one enemy versus fighting 17 enemies is a very big difference.
I mean, yeah, but we're also 12 levels ahead of the guys here.
Oh yeah,
so.
you're You're fine right now. I'm just saying that when I play these games, like
trust me, I have been luring a bunch on stream and off, but if I have a significant level increase, like I ain't worried about it.
Yeah, no, you're fine. These guys also don't have much health because they're tiny.
Ooh, teeny.
Ooh, teeny.
Ryan, it's swoop, not sweep. Did you even try to go to school?
I need to watch Mandalorian season 2. I've only watched 1.
I also haven't seen season 2, but I've heard it's better.
Why do I wait?
Which is interesting because season 1 is already pretty good.
Yeah, I heard somebody say that season 1 was better though, but maybe that's just one person.
I thought the consensus was that, but maybe I'm wrong. All right, let's go up here.
It's been nice, like, actually watching movies and TV and stuff like that. I'm trying to fill in all the holes in my pop culture knowledge because, man, do I have a lot. I have some big ones.
Yeah, I mean, well, with Tim there, you've made some good progress, so.
Yeah, I have. Like, we watch a movie every week, though, but we haven't for the last 3 weeks because Xenoblade 3 has been our movie. There was a cutscene that, not even close to the end of the game, and it was an hour and 51 minutes.
Jesus.
Yeah, I will warn you, like, not giving any spoilers. Don't say I will beat the chapter before I go to bed tonight. You will not win. do not ever say you will finish the chapter before bed tonight. Never promise that to yourself. You will not win. I'm warning you. Like, I wish somebody told me that before playing the game because I said a couple times that I was going to finish the chapter before bed, and it was a horrible idea.
Apparently you are not alone based on what the chat's saying. A bunch of people are saying they did the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's the one thing I wish I knew about the game before playing it, so that's like the one thing I'll say about it.
Oh, so here's the non-unique version of the enemy that we kept fighting over and over. And now that we have our level, like, not, like, uncapped again, like, this is just going much easier.
These things' faces with their severe, like, underbite and no eyeballs is so creepy.
Would you kindly pass my message to Emil? I challenge my fate.
It's so funny though because
what? Why did these two just come up and then not start a fight?
I think you're too high leveled. I think in this game it's 10 levels difference to make them not fight you, which yes, you're 11. So they don't care about you. They're like, you know, we're good.
No. You came up here. You're getting a little bit of fighting going on here.
You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Yeah, it's so funny though because I remember when Metal Gear Solid 4 was harshly criticized for having an ending that was over an hour, and then I also remember that Xenosaga 3 was harshly criticized for having a cutscene that was 40 minutes with a cutscene halfway through it, with a save point halfway through it.
Oh, all I can think of is Metal Gear Solid 4. That's legit it.
I remember like the big joke of that year was Metal Gear Solid 4. That's my favorite movie.
Dude, well, someone apparently was like playing the game and like on Twitch. I forget how long ago this was. This had to be a couple years ago at this point. I think they were. I don't know if it was the ending cutscene, the long ass one, or not. But apparently, like a staff member for Twitch came in and said like you can't watch movies on here, and they didn't realize it was actually a game. They thought they were literally just watching a movie.
Wow, that's amazing that they actually made that mistake. I didn't hear about that.
This, like I said, this was years ago, but apparently that happened, and I think that's absolutely fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I remember that game was like really heavily criticized at the time for having too long of a cutscene, because I think like someone timed it, and they were figuring out that in casual playthroughs, roughly half of the game was cutscenes.
Something like that. Yeah, I think the speed run of Metal Gear Solid 4 is like an hour under, maybe not that, but it's way shorter than an actual playthrough of that.
Dude, I couldn't believe that I physically was there to see this. I was there in the audience watching the guy who cheated at speedrunning at GDQ this year, the guy who did Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Yeah.
I physically was there when that happened, and it feels wild that I saw the first time that a guy was caught cheating at speedrunning at GDQ.
Didn't they say they did that for like a weird reason, like to bring awareness to the category or something like that?
It's strange. Like I watched a video about it and they changed their story like 5 times. Like I'm not sure I even understand what really was going on in that person's head. So like I'm not gonna claim to be an expert on the situation though. But yeah, it was kind of wild because I remember I was watching that and the crowd was going nuts for it. And it looked really cool even as someone who wasn't familiar with the game. And when he got a world record, I was thinking, oh man, like that almost never happens. You don't really watch GDQ for world record times because you're doing safe strats. But this guy was like, yeah, I'm doing risky strats. Like what of it? And then he set a world record, and I was like, wow, that was cool that I got to be there for it. And then like a week later, I saw that he got caught cheating. Yeah, apparently, for those wondering, it was a cut together run. It was a segmented run cut together to look seamless. That's what it was. Yeah, and people caught it because you're supposed to get like a prompt when you discover a new area, and those prompts weren't popping up everywhere that they should.
Yes?
So, yeah, it was a spliced run. He was playing a video file. Or maybe it was like recorded inputs or something like that. I don't know perfectly well what happened though, but yeah, it was just kind of wild that I was there physically when that happened. I love doing GDQ. Like I would happily go back if they wanted me, or if there was like any like segment that I could add to. Defeat Funeral Gozer at the Hode Refuge in Arid Sea. Collect 3 pieces of luxury Hode wood from Hodes at Arid Sea, which I've already done. Luxury wood. That sounds like an Earthbound item. Really does. I think there's luxury jerky in Earthbound, which is a fantastic name.
Yes?
I don't know if Anel wants to run Xenoblade 3 or I don't know. I know that the speedrun of Xenoblade 1 is not at all entertaining to watch, unfortunately, as much as I wish it was. The speedrun of Xenoblade 3 is you do this really specific... Xenoblade 1. The speedrun of Xenoblade 1 is you do this really specific glitch so that a bug knocks you up onto a cliff in Tephra Cave before you're supposed to go there, allowing you to, like, walk to a late-game area, which then levels you up to, like, level 40 from discovering it. Yes. Then you play the game normally for, like, 2 hours, and then once you get your first knockback art, you knock a Gogol off of a cliff for an hour, which then gets you to level 80, and then you just play through the rest of the game. Wait, what? Yeah. There's like a level 70-something Gogol that you can knock off a cliff because it stands too close to one. So you just knock a Gogol off a cliff for an hour, and then you get to level 80, and then you blast through the rest of the game. It's not fun to watch at all, and would not be a good fit for GDQ, so Xenoblade 1 is kind of out as a candidate for that. 2 is a much more entertaining speedrun to watch. See, that reminds me of Elden Ring, where like the secret zone, like the best area to level up in Elden Ring is literally you stand on a cliff, you shoot an arrow at a bird, and that forces the bird to run off a cliff trying to get you. And then it gives you like the equivalent of at the beginning of the game like 30 levels or something like that. That's really funny. And that'd probably be the only way I could even get through a game that hard, if I'm being real. I own it. It came with my Xbox. I've just never played it because you said it was too hard, and I'm just like, if you're saying it's too hard, it definitely tests your patience. And I know you to a point that you are like me, that you get impatient in combat situations, and that game is very much, you cannot get impatient in a combat situation. Dude, I am an old fart. I ain't got time for any boss fight that's gonna kill me more than twice, okay? Oh, trust me, every boss will kill you more than twice. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not really trying it. But yeah, in Xenoblade 2 speedrun, if you're doing no DLC, you pray for Boreas as your first blade, and then you just get all of his skills maxed out and get him to S rank within like the first half hour of the game, and then he can just blast through the game. If you're allowing DLC, you use Crossette, and because Crossette's skill, even at level 1, can still get you to 500% damage, you just have to collect a couple more potions to do so. That skill having such a high cap on it, even at level 1, just makes her such an optimal pick. What was the mission I had to do for here? Trouble the plant? Yeah, there we go. Punish. Defeat Funeral Gozra! Am I jumping down? I am jumping down, aren't I? Yep. Oh yeah, Luxon. I remember when Anel got that blade within like 7 minutes into the run one time, and he was just like, he was really upset because it wasn't Boreas. It's funny though because she's actually not that good early game. Like, you can use any blade early game and it's absolutely fine. Like, the time saved is really inconsequential even if you have a good blade. and a lot of that blade skills require you to be a lot further in the game.
How is Charlotte not screaming? Because it's not her first time making a jump like that. My bad.
This is why I need to get used to the feeling of going on roller coasters.
Dude, I almost wish and know you could not handle the way I kind of both got over and rekindled my fear of heights.
Oh,
like,
yeah?
So I told you about this when I went cliff jumping in Jamaica.
Yes.
Yes, like, so it was like 20, I don't know, I've probably said this before, 25, 30-foot drop, I forget. Something like that. But when you make a running leap to get off of it, and that moment where you've made the leap and you are weightless in midair feels incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like, there's no feeling like it on Earth. The problem is, the feeling that happens right after very much is, and that is the feeling of, oh my god, gravity kicked in, holy shit, I am going to die.
Yeah, I don't know if I could handle that yet. So I got over water slides. Like, we went to the water park, and I had a great time, and we went on almost everything in the park. I even went back a couple weeks later, and I rode even more stuff that was open then. I think that one where you need 4 people is, like, the only thing I haven't gone on at this point.
Oh, the one that I wanted to do, but you like everyone was like, no, that's probably gonna hurt.
Yeah, like I know both Tim and I were like not into that one, and I think you needed 4 people for it. But yeah, I wasn't really into it. But yeah, I think I've ridden everything at that park, and I ended up really enjoying it. So I want to do roller coasters next, where I want to go on family coasters at first, and like find some coasters that aren't really intense, and just get on one, and then getting used to the feeling of being on one, I could then do more intense ones.
Laughing Boy says, dude, that one scares the shit out of me. Oops, good thing I looked over.
Yeah, I really I want to do more rides though, because okay, here's my problem with rides. If I get on a ride, I have always really enjoyed it. I've never gotten on a ride and got off of it being like, oh my god, why did I do that? Like, I can't, I can't, I can't even see straight, like, I'm so scared. I've never done that before. Anytime I've ever gotten on a ride, I ended up loving it. But the problem is, it takes like 2 freaking hours in line to get on a roller coaster, and that's a lot of time to have anxiety build up, and it's a lot of time to talk me out of going on, like, for me to talk myself out of going on it.
Do you mind if I tell the story about when we were at the water park?
I don't know which one though, but I don't.
The specifically related to what you just said. We were in line for a new ride. It was like a 2-person ride where you had to ride a raft, and we were in a super slow line. It took us I think it took 15 minutes to get to the top or something like that. And then when we were like second in line or something like that, Emil was like, I don't think I can do this right now. My stomach's kind of upset, and I don't think this is going to work. Do you mind if I go back down and you do it solo? I'm like, that's fine. It'll probably be okay. It doesn't look like it's that fast. Like, no, I feel like I probably should. So he walked back down through the same line. It took a while. And then I rode down and found him later. He's like, okay, that didn't look nearly as bad. Like, I told him, like, when I got down, I'm like, dude, you could have done that no problem. That was slower than it looks.
Yeah.
But, like, that's the thing. Like, he was in line so long that he psyched himself out, essentially.
Yeah, I went on that ride the next visit, and it was not intense at all. It was tamest ride in the park. And I think it was just that we went on, I think, the most intense ride there, where it was just like a straight slide, and we were going like insanely fast. I flew off of the slide. It was going so fast.
Yeah, this is true. Like, it's like a line-by-line like slide. This is a different ride that we went down. It was just like drops with like little like flat platforms to kind of get you going. And on the second last drop, we both flew off and were like lost connection with the actual slide. It was wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was nuts. Like, I flew off of that slide. It was so fast. And we had just gone on that. We went and had chicken wings, and then we immediately went on that thing, and my stomach didn't feel right after that. And when we were waiting in line for the for this easy ride, I was just like, God, I don't know if I can do this. Like, after sitting in a long line, I'm like, I feel kind of sick. So I think it was enough time that it psyched me out, though. So my issue is the lines, where if I ever have a fast pass and I just in one fell swoop hand my fast pass to the person, get into the ride vehicle, and like pull the bar down on myself, there's no talking me out of that. I haven't had enough time to really contemplate it or regret it. But if the long lines having anxiety build up, that usually just makes me feel sick and like I don't want to do it.
Oh, an instant An instant mission.
Nice.
I just casually dropped these on me. Sure, why not?
They're flying awfully close to those turbines.
Yeah, you'd think that would have killed them at this rate.
Where did they even come in from?
My rifle's getting Ricky.
Who knows at this point?
Yeah, I'm just like, I know that rides are safe, and I always enjoy them when I go on them, though, but it just, like, long lines really, like, hurt my chances of actually getting on the thing.
Oh, it's because you get in your head so much about it. Like, you're like, okay, like, you hear, like, all the people screaming, you're like, oh, God, what if that actually, like, what if people are actually getting sick from it or stuff like that? And we had the same problem, well, I say problem, we had the same thing with Tim, where Tim didn't really want to do anything kind of crazy. I'm still amazed I got you on, what was it, the hurricane or tsunami? What was it called?
Tornado.
The tornado, yeah.
Yeah, I went on that and I loved it. It was a little scary at first, though, but, like, after I got off it, I'm like, man, I was glad I did that. Like, that was one of the more intense rides in the park, and I liked it. We did the Black River Falls, which was that one, like, it's like a Space Mountain water slide where you're, like, completely in the dark, and I loved that, too. And if I had looked at the sign before getting on it and saw that it was rated as extreme, I probably would have instantly said no. But the fact that I didn't look at any information for the ride and I just got on it without thinking, I ended up loving it.
Where did he go? Where is this guy? Did you hide under the bridge? My God.
Yes. I mean, smart idea. How would they even get down here? Dude, people are saying that, like, you know, like, not swimming is, like, really scary when it comes to, like, water slides, and, there was this one slide there where it was a really short slide, but it was, like, a steep drop, so you'd go, like, really, really fast for, like, 2 seconds. It was just, like, one drop, and I remember that for some reason this little tiny slide would drop you into, like, 8-foot deep water, and I saw in the span of one day, like, 3, like, adults that needed to be rescued on this ride where they were, like, going to drown and, like, the lifeguard had to jump in. And I'm just like, I don't get why this small slide dumps you into such deep water. I don't get it. And, yeah, it's a case where people just, they get it in their heads and they get really, like, freaked out because they can't feel the bottom of the pool. And it's like they get dropped in suddenly. And I'm just like, this ride is baffling to me why the water is that deep because, yeah, it was freaking out a lot of people.
Shit, what was the ability I wanted to give to other people that Shulk had? Oh, that one. Ricky, you don't have that box, but Shulk currently. Crap. Alright, what have we not done here other than story progress?
There's one little quest icon out there in an area you haven't been to.
Yep, there we go. I think at that point, then we've done all the teleporters.
Enjoy! Yeah, I like rapid rides. There was like that one, I think it was called the Bahama Bobsled, where we were like in like a raft and it was like sloshing back and forth. That was pretty fun. That was a fun trip. Like, we went to the water park one day. We went used game store hopping another day.
A million used game stores.
Yeah. I was a very bad influence on you that day, but I bought a lot too. I think I spent like a couple $100, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, when we go back, like, one of the shops was like, please come back next time you're here. We're going to have some new stuff for you. Like, and I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. I'll be back in a couple months, hopefully.
I love the store owners that were like, you know, hey, we don't ship internationally, but for you, we would ship to Canada.
A couple of stores like, you know what, you anything for you, my dude, anything for you.
It was so funny, like, just how just like I don't know if submissive is the right word though.
No, that is definitely not the right word.
The store owners were just in love with you for how much you were spending.
They were very happy to see some stuff they didn't think was ever going to sell be sold.
Yes. You moved a lot of inventory that day. Submissive game store. Gosh, yeah, you bought a lot of box NES games. You showed me the weird phenomenon that, like, in Intellivision and Atari, cardboard boxes are exceedingly common, and it's weird because NES cardboard boxes are not.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know why they're so much easier to find everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere. I don't know, maybe just lack of demand. But I don't know. You think there'd be like Atari enthusiasts in the world, but I mean,
There's really not in the collector scene. There's really not that much. Most people I see who collect that, like Atari and a television, that's kind of their bread and butter. That's the thing they collect. Most people who collect like NES and stuff like I do, that's their thing. That's it.
I guess to be fair, I mean, I consider myself a guy who's games, and I don't own any of those systems and don't really have any desire to.
My rifle's getting Ricky. You can do it.
My rifle's getting Ricky.
Rifle's getting Ricky. Trying to think of other stuff we did. I know I went to like a card shop or two that day that we were out, because I know one of the card shops had a lot of used games too.
Okay, perfect.
A couple of them did actually, where there was like used game stores that were also card shops, so you and I could both get a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
There was the mini golf day. I told that story in the Splatoon 2 videos, the freaking parking garage that made me install an app that would use location tracking to see what space I was parking in and charge me more money if it was convenient.
Oh my god! I told the story about Bobbert and the place that we were going mini golfing at that needed an email address for everyone and phone numbers.
It's the problem of fixing things that aren't broken and using technology for the sake of using technology when the solution before worked perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Like, there's no reason a parking garage should use my phone to location track me to see if I'm using a space that's deemed too convenient and needs to have an upcharge on it. I'm like, just let me press a button, give me a ticket, time how long I'm in the garage, and when I put the same ticket in the machine, okay, $4. That's all it should be. And it was killing me because when I went to go install this stupid app, I was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna go install this and it's gonna have overwhelmingly 1-star reviews. And it has 5 stars as the average on the App Store. And all the reviews are like, oh, this thing's amazing, it makes parking so easy. And I'm like, no, you know what easy parking is? You put the car in the square and you leave.
Well, more than likely, those were like probably some bot reviews.
I guess. Or,
but at the same time, I could believe some of those being genuine. Or maybe they're like, if you leave a good review, we'll give you like a discount coupon. That's probably what actually happened.
Maybe. It could also be like just that app is widely used on the West Coast where everything costs $18,000 per second anyway. So like to them, it's perfectly normal. Yeah, I told the story in a Splatoon 2 episode, but yeah, it was so stupid. I was just like, no, this is not... No.
Yeah, the option of using the convenience of an app should be there, but forcing it down in people's throats is ridiculous. Because yeah, what if you don't have a phone? What if your phone's dead, etc.? There's plenty of use cases where it's not a good option.
A lot of people don't have smartphones. Like, I have relatives that choose to not own them. And it's like the fact that if you don't own a phone that costs several $100s, you can't use a parking space. I think that's incredibly stupid.
Why do I waste my time?
Nice. That's one thing Xenoblade 3 needs is more post-battle conversations. That's one of the few problems with it.
My god, you said something negative about a Xenoblade game. Who are you?
Xenoblade 1 has got a lot of good post-battle conversations. Xenoblade 2 has, like, 500. It's ridiculous. You can have, like, a random blade with another random blade, and they will actually talk with each other, but Xenoblade 3, it's just, I'm the girl with the gall after every battle.
Yeah, like, I keep seeing everyone poking fun at that line, so in my mind, I'm like, oh god, how much do they say it if that's become the thing people poke fun at?
It's constant. And the weird thing is, 100 hours into the game, I was hearing new post-battle conversations that I'd never heard before, but the fact that I guess whatever circumstances trigger it only happened once in 100 hours, not enough.
Let's get this done and dusted.
There's also the fact that, okay, I feel like some of those post-battle conversations that get repeated all the time they eventually start to feel out of character, where those characters develop to a point where I don't feel like they would say that anymore. And yet they say it like every 4 seconds. Lands' post-battle conversation is a good example of that. Where I don't think that the Lands, even like halfway through the game, would still say, yeah, the MVP thing.
So I don't like talking shit about my living space, but my apartment had paid parking for covered spaces through a parking app in addition to the one-car garage. But they didn't re-register their apartment for the app, so now I can't get parking through the app, and they haven't given us an update on the situation for over a month. Ew.
Damn.
Imagine if you couldn't even park in your own parking space anymore because your fucking complex was just like, yeah, we didn't want to renew. That's fucked up.
One of the worst tech gating experiences I've ever seen was at the college I went to. So you had to turn in your assignments by uploading them to the website, which your professors had access to, which, you know, fair enough. The problem was, my college's website only functioned on Internet Explorer. And the whole time I was attending this college, they did nothing to fix it. And I remember that on the first day of school, a girl in my first class rose her hand, and she was like, hey, what happens if you own a Mac? And they're like, use a different computer.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, and she bought that Mac for college and spent like $2,000.
Oh.
Yeah, I was really like, upset for her. I'm just like, really? You couldn't make this work on anything but Internet Explorer?
Damn it, so close to 69,420. Just in the wrong order.
Yeah, it's a terrible excuse for not having a better system, I agree. Like, it's putting it on the consumer to fix their problem. Oh, chain attack.
Don't worry, it mostly missed because we're pretty high level.
Yeah, pretty much. Terrkins do chain attacks too, and it's like laughable how bad they are. I get that Macs are a very small part of the overall market share, especially because of corporations that just use Windows computers because they're cheaper, but yeah, it's stupid. I don't like tech.
Hey,
like tech
we filled in the map!
Wow! Congratulations! You can even see Prison Island on the map. I don't think that's in the original.
Prisoner Island. All right.
I didn't realize that was so close to the head. Huh. I thought
go.
it was a little bit away from that.
All right, well, now we can... Oh, there's a mission over here. Apparently it is in the original, someone just said.
In my Let's Play, I didn't know that discovering every landmark filled in the map, so I was manually, like, swimming around and filling it in.
Yeah, the people were telling me that story last time when I was swimming around.
Yeah, I didn't know that until people in the comments told me, because I complained about it in a later area saying, yeah, it's really stupid that I have to, like, swim through this death water and, like, kill myself, like, 8 times to fill in the map completely. I'm like, dude, just discover every landmark. And I'm like, I didn't know that.
Womp womp.
That's one of the hardest things about researching a game is that, figuring out what you don't know, because... You know, let's say that you played a game in your childhood, and you never figured out the strategy for fighting a boss, but you always found your own way of getting through it. You don't think anything of it. You're like, oh, hard boss, but I get through it. So, it's always kind of funny just when you don't realize things you don't know, because it's kind of hard to pinpoint those. Well, a bunch of jokers.
Let's get this done and dusted.
I recommend Definitive Edition for first-timers. That's all that being asked in the chat. I haven't played a lot of Definitive Edition just because I'd played Xenoblade 1 4 times by the time it came out. So I didn't feel it necessary. I mainly just bought it for the new content. But yeah, I would recommend it.
It's swoop, not sweep. Did you even try to go to school? Yeah, let's get this done and dusted.
Yeah, Ryan.
Did she even try to go to school?
What is it with all these lizard people everywhere here?
I don't know. It's because they like swimming.
They're even like getting in the
Honorary
way of that
high
power generator.
Entia! Hooray!
I think that means you have like 2 stars.
That means I'm at 3 stars.
3. You corrected me on something Xenoblade related.
And I was right!
Oh! I want to see some footballs in the chat. Oh my god, playing Xenoblade 1 50 times in total, I don't think it would be my favorite game anymore. Like, if I did that, if I'm being brutally honest. But I salute you. I salute you.
Let's get this done and dusted.
This won't take long.
Ricky can win by himself.
Oh, is that a Senna emote?
My rifle's getting
I think
hotter.
it is. Maybe. No, I don't think it is.
Ready to roll.
Got it. I only need
Definitive Edition is like 20 hours shorter than the original on how long to beat in every category.
You did it.
Oh, where'd the message go? Yeah, this will probably not be reflected in John's time because this is a John playthrough, but for the average first-timer, it's a much smoother experience.
Victory.
Yeah, there's a lot of load times are cut down, and that instantly saves a lot of time.
Yeah, but I very much have bloodlust and will fight everything. Speaking of, I just realized, someone's skill finish? No, we're good. We're golden. Never mind. Never mind. False alarm.
Oh.
Nice.
Thanks.
All right, is that all?
Tim has assimilated me into the cult of the gas.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Oh, cool. It is a Senna. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so the other day we went to Chili's, and every time we go to Chili's, he leaves a review on the freaking touchscreen, and they're always about nothing.
I have witnessed Tim's amazing story reviews.
His latest review, I took a picture of this. When asked if he had, the question is, are there any final comments you would like to make regarding your visit? And he wrote, I am anxiously awaiting the usual thickness of excrement that I always get from your delicious queso burgers. I am of the belief that were the toilet capable of expressing any modicum of gratitude, that it would eagerly do so with as much aplomb as it takes in my 12-inch hogs.
Yep, this sounds like Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
He writes stuff like that every time, and he always signs the review NCS at the end so they know it's him.
Well, don't worry, his business card's probably in every corner of that store at this point.
Probably. I'm sure he leaves them in the bathroom. I'm sure he's the bane of the manager's existence, because I know someone has to read these things. I feel sorry for the low-wage worker that has to read that. Gosh, it's wild, the stuff that he writes in those freaking reviews. Every time we go, he'll be on that tablet for 20 minutes, and I'll just be like, Tim, are you writing a review? And he's like, yeah.
Alright, is it finally time for a cutscene after all that tooling around in RC?
Was it? I think it was on disc only, where we talked about the business card in the bathroom at Con Bravo that was in the women's room.
Yes, the one that we could never figure out how the fuck he got it in there. And I think someone else said yeah, he actually handed me one to put in there in a different convention. Or that they found it in the girls' bathroom of a different convention.
So I asked him about that. I didn't even get through the question. I just went, Tim, someone asked about a business card that you put in that was in the women's room, at Con Bravo. He goes, oh yeah, I was in there. And I was like, what? And he was just like, yeah, it was after hours and no one was around, so I just went in and did that.
Oh, that's no bueno on that. No bueno.
He said, yep, I just went in the chat. Yeah, he said it was long after hours. It was late at night and there was no one there, so he just did it.
That is no bueno, Tim. That can get you in trouble. Even late at hours. Be careful, my dude. Even that time at university, I saw a couch in a women's bathroom. I did not fucking go in the bathroom because that's kind of fucking weird being caught in there at 3 in the morning or something like that.
Is that actually against any laws? I've always wondered. Not that I do it, but I've always wondered if it's actually against any laws.
Being in the bathroom of the opposite gender?
Yeah.
If you don't actually
Looks like some kind of ceremony.
match that
Like,
gender?
I know that-
Yeah,
I know that private property can kick you out, obviously, but I'm is it actually against any rules?
it is. It can be. Yeah. If you are not that gender, either of you were not a trans person, or if you were not actually were born that, you can get in trouble.
Oh, okay.
I have been your emperor for little more than 20 years.
Sorry, distracted by the cutscene. I wasn't sure if I could pause.
I stand before you in celebration.
So that's the High Entia Emperor, Saurian Antiqua.
I will remain your emperor for years to come. But now is the time to announce my successor. May I introduce your crown princess, And there's the lady herself. Melia Antiqua.
It's her. She's a princess.
Took you long enough?
Her silver spoon accent was a clue. But royalty?
I love that Dunban was the only one that kind of pieced it together.
Yeah, he had his feet on the table on this white tablecloth
We'll
too.
depart immediately to face the tomb. She
Why does
will
any shoe
seek
company
the
make shoes
approval
with white
of our
soles?
ancestors and become your crown princess.
Everyone very happy about this, as you can tell. Everyone having a great time.
God, I like how I banned weird
The
costumes in my
people
Let's
are
Play.
fickle.
Just embracing them.
No
This is great.
mask can hide that girl's contaminated blood.
First consort, all the pieces are in place. Say the word and the captive Homs shall be no more.
The savage who discovers fire remains a savage. Disappointed or not, His Highness will turn a blind eye to their fate. And their removal will deprive Melia of some powerful allies.
As you say.
Why are you doing this discussion in a fucking hallway?
Continue to endure the contamination of our bloodline.
It is their
by
palace.
Perpetuating this
It's still a goddamn gigantic hallway. Fucking echoes are happening.
and a Hom's second consort. For how long must
I mean, you say it like racists are smart.
do your duty?
Well, she didn't get discovered up to this point, so I figured she was doing something right.
Yumea is genuinely one of my least favorite Xenoblade characters. Like, yeah.
Meanwhile, by the swimming pool.
I don't doubt that was Melia. But why the mask?
I don't know. But she's different from the other Hyentia.
They do say that,
How do you mean?
Oh.
Melly not like other bird people. Melly like hom friends.
You might be right. But there are things at play here we can't understand.
Wait a minute! You'll give our Homs a heart attack shouting like that. We've got no time to lose.
Oh yeah, I saw my friend die. Sorry, hang on, gotta tell you.
Another vision, didn't you?
What did you see?
Out with it already.
I saw this.
We ordered room service an hour ago.
That's such a good line! I love that line! Excuse me, we ordered room service an hour ago. The only thing that I can think of is that they do, like, kind of touch on how you know, Hyentia look down on Homs a lot of the time. So, like, it is kind of, unfortunately, normal in their society. So, like, I guess I kind of get it, though. But yeah, it is a freaking hallway.
Why are these ninjas called wizards?
Wizards?
The first unit we fought was a wizard Entia, but all the units that walked in had blades on their hands. Unless this was just one unit in the back I didn't notice, and the guards were the ones with the blades.
These enemies have, like, really rare drops where I think it's like 10% of the time you can get their mask as a drop, and their mask, like, every one of them is a different item with its own description that has, like, text engraved on it. They're some of the most remote items in the entire game, and they don't do anything. They're not needed for any quest or anything like that. They're not counted toward completion. They're just useless materials that they drop 10% of the time. I think I made a video about them at one point.
Oh, this one's a scout. What's the other one? No, they're both scouts. Okay.
Yeah. Oh. I missed them being called a wizard. Oh, you can only get them as Ricky Yoink drops, and also only rarely. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really unusual items.
Yeah, they're all just dressed the same.
Who are these guys?
They're gals.
You just killed like 5 of my friends. Are you okay?
These are Inquisitors.
What is this? More of them!
Wait. This is His Highness Callian, brother to Her Highness Melia.
Melia's brother?
Do not concern yourself, Your Highness. The matter appears to have been resolved.
Seer Alvis?
I foresaw the danger. I rushed here, but seem to have missed the fun.
They do not look like mere thieves.
Well, they're also not
I
dead. They're
presume
breathing still.
They are Inquisitors of the Bionite Order. A group of assassins long devoted to the Imperial family.
Ridiculous. The Bionite Order are a mere...
myth. The Order existed before records began. I, like many others, believed they had long since died out. Yet here they are before us.
Is Father aware of this?
What a way to get
suspect he
caught.
knows very little. He may not even be aware of their existence. They live amongst the shadows, never revealing their true faces.
Here's Dunban's room service Entia wings. Oh my god.
Delicious.
Wait. Could that have been... No. There's no way. Callian. Melia is in danger. She'll be killed at an altar if we don't find her soon. Killed? How can you be so sure?
Shulk and I share the same gift.
Another seer? Which would mean that you can see the future? That's why we have to find her. Now.
Someone said they looked it up. Apparently, yes, the wizard also holds the blades.
Oh, okay. I guess they're just magic swords.
Your Highness. As agreed, you will face the ritual alone.
Ah, the definitely not evil lady.
We wish you a safe return.
I have opinions.
Is it paying for your insolence opinions?
All those who stay claim to
Hey,
the
you know
throne
me well.
without
I still haven't forgotten.
Okay.
as fallen spirits.
Yeah, you never forget paying
I
for
must
your first
prove my
insolence.
worth as the next ruler, and I am no less prepared to sacrifice my life than those that have fallen before me.
Most wise, Your Highness. Watch your back, Your Highness.
I need you to catch this kiss. If it's landing on your back, you will not appreciate it. Would you like to know a unique detail up to that ambush fight? Well, once the cutscene's done.
Unacceptable.
Okay, never mind. Then you said not to.
Do so alone.
No, the game said unacceptable, so I guess that was I guess I can't.
Unacceptable. Did you see the pool? They flipped the bitch.
Those not worthy of the throne are exactly that.
You can't seriously think that. This is your sister. This is Melia.
Easy, Rhine.
But Dunban.
This ritual holds a special significance. It is wrong for us to interfere.
But we're going to do it
I
anyways.
don't like it.
But am I right in saying that the rules of this ritual affect only High Entia? And if some strange Homs happen to get involved, it wouldn't cause a problem? Or is there some rule that prohibits Homs from entering the tomb?
No, I suppose not.
Then look at it this way. I don't need to know how big a deal this ritual is to your people. What I do know is that your sister's life is at stake. Cut us a break, and we'll save her.
This is why I like Dunban. He's just so to the point.
My name is Dunban.
I love him.
I'm sort of the protector of this Mechon-bashing band of Homs.
Dunban.
Well done.
I know you. At the Battle of Sword Valley, you held back an entire wave of Mechon with the Monado.
You know a lot about a battle you never showed up to.
My apologies. We do not concern ourselves with the wars of others, be it against the Mechon or otherwise.
I was only joking. You had your reasons. I can see that with all these defense systems, you don't really need to fight.
Then it is decided.
Oh yeah, you're still here. Sorry,
You can
Riku.
reach the tomb by transporter from the center gate. Her Highness has already entered. Shulk, you should hurry.
Oh, he's actually following us. Okay.
Yep, he's a guest. I'm so excited for what we're doing now.
Okay, so, nope, Duke, get out of here! Get out of here.
Ah! Now it's help time!
Sorry, that's the button I wanted. So, what was the thing I needed to know about that fight?
Let's see.
Shulk was useless in that fight. Yeah, I saw a couple people say like he only would have done 1 damage because they're humans.
Yeah, the Monado can't hurt people of Bionis.
But it doesn't count for monsters? That's a little weird.
Yeah, it's well, you know. It's the whole thing that like, you know, like how it didn't cut Fiora at the beginning, like when it was going haywire in Ryan's hands.
Yeah.
So it's that thing, like any people of Bionis it doesn't hurt.
Monsters are not the people of Bionis, but they're beings of you know what? Whatever. Let's just say it's a loophole, because that's
They're
what it sounds
capable
like.
This is the tomb.
Talking and have thumbs.
Defensive
That's the
measures
difference.
prevent intruders from entering.
Thanks!
You will have to circumvent these to move within the tomb.
One thing before we enter. Alvis, you can see the future like me.
I am from a long line of seers dedicated to serving the Imperial family.
Just ignore the
My
mad
visions
music that's playing in the
help to
background.
protect the Empire.
Don't think about it.
Yes. But that is for another time. My ancestry is not easily explained, and my ability to see the future...
Sword's racist? Okay, you know what? That's the better answer.
You might say, I have my own ritual. Is it not the same for you?
No. My visions appear suddenly, without warning. At first, they're obscure. Then, as it gets closer to the event, I start to understand.
It seems you possess a power greater than I still have not seen any danger befall Her Highness.
Not much use as a seer then, are you?
Nothing passes you by, does it? Now you see why...
Not
I
with these
asked
glasses
for
on,
your
that
help.
doesn't.
What a lucky coincidence that I happen to see you in danger.
A coincidence?
But I've seen you use the Monado.
The Monado has been passed down the Imperial line for generations. The Sword of the Bionis. It is compelled to do its master's bidding. Magnified greatly, it has the power to control the very fabric of our world. Ether. Control the ether, and your will is made reality. I willed it, and it happened. That is all. Perhaps due to that power, the High Entia sealed away the Monado for centuries. Eventually, it found its way into the hands of the Homs, and then you, Shulk.
And we never bothered to do anything about it because...
You must discover this yourself.
I mean, if it's been centuries and no one can even remember like what happened in the first place.
I guess, but don't most High Entia live for centuries?
They did also like jail us as soon as we showed up, and it was Alvis that intervened.
I guess. We just thought it'd be funny to see what happened, that's all.
The ancestral altar lies deep beneath the seals. What trials await me, I wonder? I must not lose focus.
And when can I take off this mask? Because God, is it hard to breathe in this.
Yeah, I can't imagine you get much circulation in a mask made of metal.
I mean, you can check ages in the affinity chart if you're curious about high anti-age. Oh, I know that. That's why I know that Melia's 88.
Yeah. I think Saurian's like 326, and he's one of the oldest.
Hey! Hey! Look at that.
You finally got it.
Increased chance of finding rare crystals from deposits. Extends chill duration when dealt to an enemy. Greatly increases ether. It's already progressing through that. Skill links are going to be the same because you haven't been able to do anything with any other party member. What arts have we learned? There's all the books.
Oh,
There's all
boy,
the
okay.
books. Let's see here. We've got Mind Blast. I guess we had just gotten that. Starlight Kick. Is that the only art? That's the only art we got. Was Starlight Kick. After Spear Break forces topple.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a shorter topple, but the fact that Spear Break is not a break art and it's a force topple means that you bypass break resistance to do it.
Oh, Mind Blast was the art you learned for the Telethia fight that you didn't use because you didn't have Melia in your party. Right. Right, forgot about that.
Nice. Nice one, buddy.
I just wanted to stab things.
Oh, you're going all in.
Well, I'm not going all in, but I'm going to get it up to a helpful point.
Yeah, Starlight... Needless to say, Starlight Kick is pretty useful. You can topple bosses when you otherwise couldn't. Oh, it's not... It's all... Okay, so the... Well, then it's Steel Striker also 3 seconds. Okay, never mind. I don't know, I remembered it being shorter, though, but yeah, it is pretty useful because, Oh, the way it's not as good is that you can't topple lock as easily with it is what it is, because it's not... It has to... Spear Break has to be used for it to topple at all. You can't just keep toppling something it's already toppled.
Summon Flare was increasing strength. Bolt was Ether.
Summon Copy is a real good thing.
Yeah, I've realized that.
The unique... I think she's the only character that can just use the same art twice.
Do I want greatly increase? Yeah, I do, probably. And then I'll worry about the rest. Okay.
Trying to... Yeah. Okay, so this... Oh, are we stopping? Or
No, I'm just saving.
Okay. So this is the song that was probably changed the most in Definitive Edition. And I have to say, I'm a big fan of what they did with it. It's a lot more intense rather than just being purely a relaxing song. It kind of builds up over time, and I love what they did with it.
Could you do me a favor and check the mask equipment? Sure.
2,512 cycles since last visitor. State your name and purpose.
Melia Antiqua. I have come to be judged on my legitimacy to the throne by the ancestral spirits.
Can you take off that mask so I can hear you better?
Commencing analysis of genetic data.
Girl, what are you wearing? My God.
You young people and your music. I saw a bumper sticker once. It's "I'm not old, your music just sucks." I thought that was really good.
Whoops, guess I can't check that now.
It's so cool.
Ah!
There are remnants of ancient spirits in here. This is no ordinary chill.
As I explained before, Dunban, the defense systems are designed to prevent uninvited...
Well, what does this do? Don't touch... Huh?
Dumbass detected. Arming guns. Or giant hole, I guess.
I love Ricky flapping his arms and staying up for like 2 extra seconds. Good timing on that.
Wonder what that screaming was. Fighting with Melia alone. Deal damage by firing elementals. Melia is alone in the tomb. It might be best for her to fire elementals after summoning them to deal damage rather than using them to grant herself buffs. However, when taking on multiple enemies at once, try inflicting sleep on some to make it easier to fight the others. Take care not to awaken sleeping monsters with arts like Summon Flare. Okay, fair enough. They want me to check the mask.
Empress mask.
Mask worn by the High Antia Queen during ceremonies. Is that all you wanted to check on it, or was there something else?
I don't think there's anything else. You can't swap it out.
No, I can't. The same reason I couldn't take off her hat, because they're hiding her wings.
Yeah. What I think is kind of cool is that the mask actually explains like why she can just walk around town and no one knows who she is, because she always has the mask on during public appearances as the princess.
Oh, I see what people are pointing out. The mask weight is 5.
Oh gosh, yeah. So she's wearing several pounds of heavy armor on her face.
Look at Ricky's face in that previous scene, like when he's falling, or
I can probably find that.
I'm looking at it. Like someone sent me a clip of it. I'm looking at it. Okay, hang on. Here's a still frame. Perfect.
I don't think that texture appears anywhere else. His right eye is really tiny, where it's just like a little dot, but you can't really see it because the bat wings.
Yeah, it's hard to freeze on that. All right. I don't have any resort outfits because like her mission's not unlocked yet. So there's no resort outfit for her. I can put her in beach outfit, but like I actually kind of dig this look a bit more, the more skirty look. Yeah, I think the only thing I changed was like the Machna type I went with, and I think it's because I went through all of these. I don't think there was any other one that really I thought looked good on her per se. And since we don't have a resort outfit yet, yeah, I'll just leave her as is. But I do have to change her armor because she has not been in the party for a while. And as you can see, we've got some better gear since. Yeah, everything's going to be better with that, even though it's going to be missing slots. Yes.
The Chronos gloves, you can grab time with them.
Here, I have HP up 3. Chronos gloves is probably the best gloves I got for her at the moment.
Your videos taught me about Superboy punching a hole through time. I didn't know that until I watched you.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had to learn that for as nonsense as it is, but it's
I
very
mean,
silly.
I don't really care about superhero things, so
That's fair. But apparently the whole thing is absolutely nonsensical from what the bit I had read up on it for the videos. And what was she had on originally? That was Chronos. No, not Chronos shoes. Yeah, there we go. Oh shit.
Comics always felt so overwhelming to me, where I'm just like, these things have been running for like 70 years, and they've been rebooted like 87 times, and like, I don't know, it feels so overwhelming, where it's like, where do you start?
That's the problem with a lot of comics, and that's why there's so many, like people will literally like, okay, if you want to get into a comic, just focus on this character or this story. Because that's like the best way to kind of process it. That's why they make so many compendiums and stuff now and like hardcovers.
Yeah, I genuinely would not know where to start. If I wanted to get into Batman, I have no clue where I would even start there. Like there's like so many comics, and it's been rebooted a bunch of times. There's animated series, there's movies that have their own continuities, and like it just, so many things have just been like, you know, rebooted and repackaged and retold, and like there's different, like, I don't know.
Oh, did I level up that move and then not actually put it on her? God damn it. Of course I didn't.
Almost there. Return to chaos.
Ooh, yeah.
Manifest yourself. Take me like
Nice and easy.
Well, I'm only 14 levels higher than that guy, so... Hang on, let me go ahead and actually put that on her arts list. What am I going to remove, though, for that? They just told me that sleep is going to be very helpful.
Yeah.
That's only available in Elemental Burst. That's why I'm worried about it.
I would say Mind Blast or Burst End, whichever one you like better, because you can only use those when the talent gauge is full.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Just pick which one you like better, I guess.
This does a lot of damage, though. Even if this does lower both defenses. Yeah, I'm gonna leave Mind Blast.
Okay, that's what I would have done.
And then we'll move these two around and put them in the right order. No. There we go.
Nice.
All these doors are disappearing.
God, I can't believe they invented automatic sliding doors in the year, like, 80.
Wait, really?
No, I mean in this game.
Oh. So when I first played this game, I was an idiot. So you know how Melia's talent art lets you shoot elemental blasts? Guess what I didn't think to try? Yup, I fought these Melia-only fights by only slapping enemies with her stick, and I won. But yeah, not a proud gamer moment. I had a feeling, so like the reason we even have the Help Nado right now is because people were so adamant about making sure I knew how to play as Melia. They were so adamant they wouldn't stop helping when I asked them not to, or like they were oversharing. So I am not shocked to be like, okay, if fans of the game are being like, you need to understand how Melia works, there must be a core problem with understanding how Melia works.
She does fight very differently, and I agree that it can be kind of hard to grasp, though. Yeah, if you're asking not for help, then that should just be respected. It's really funny what they were just saying about how they just bopped enemies with the staff and didn't do anything. It's so funny to me because they make the High Entia tomb out like, oh, it's too dangerous, and like so many have like, you know, fallen in like, you know, their attempts of it, and I'm just like, this place is laughably easy. Like, your staff bop right there did like 1/6 of its health. It was really funny.
I mean, I'm also pretty powered up right now, let's be real.
No, it's not even that. The Chromars that you had to fight for a required story boss, those were level 36. The enemies in here are like 33.
Oh, okay.
And you were fighting like 5 of those guys at a time versus fighting 1 or 2 at a time here. It's really funny just how laughably easy it is, and the enemies have like no defense. I know they had to make it simple because you're fighting by yourself, but yeah, I genuinely think Colony 9 is a more challenging area than this.
Well, time to die.
You have done well, my descendant.
No, you would die.
Descendant? Are you the progenitor of Antiqua?
Think of me as a recreation of said ancestor, possessing his thoughts and speech.
But he passed away thousands of years ago.
Do not mistake me for a living being.
Just ignore the fact that I can respond to any of your questions.
I am merely a projection of what he would be if you were to meet him now.
I do not understand. But I do not suspect any falsehood in your words.
It is beyond doubt. If I could feel, I would feel joy. I am not real, but I do not lie.
Joy? What do you mean?
The results of the gene analysis show Holmes gene integration of 80%. Estimates suggest evolution within 8 generations. Our wishes are almost fulfilled.
Wishes?
Our purpose, as decreed by the Bionis, is linked to our genetic sequence. We have spent millennia analyzing sequences to free ourselves from the curse. Only a certain gene set will unlock the mechanism and set us free.
I still do not understand.
It is of no consequence. I grant you this seal.
Talk about DNA genetics, now we're playing a Xeno game.
It's all science fiction, always has been.
It is you who will rule the High Entia, and likely be their last.
Reveal favorite ancestor.
Why are you carrying a lacrosse racket, ancestor?
My descendant.
Or descendant.
So the spirits look favorably upon you.
Explain yourself. Only Imperials are permitted to enter this place.
I am the subject of Her Highness the First Consort. I need no permission.
Mother's subject?
No impure child of the second consort has the right to refer to the first consort as mother.
That's not how parenting works, Tyria.
Breed has no right to the throne.
Tyria, your mic quality. Go to a Radio Shack, Jesus.
Who puts a great big hole somewhere like that?
But yeah, it's their fault.
As I explained, it's a defense mechanism.
What a
Well, at least Shulk was dressed for it.
Friend, not clever touching.
Well, he really can see the future.
I'm with these guys, Ryan.
How was I supposed to know that was gonna happen? What about your visions, eh? You think the two of you could come up with something?
You know it doesn't work like that.
It would have been useful, yes.
Pair of fortune-telling frauds.
You got us into this mess. And it's not the first time either.
Yeah.
Ricky, agree with Shulk.
Why is it my fault all of a sudden?
This time it is your fault.
Precisely.
Well...
Be thankful that we are all alive. I suggest greater care next time. Our journey will be longer, but we can still make our way deeper into the tomb.
Okay. We can't waste another second. Melia needs us.
Which is why we're keeping the camera panned on me for like a 5-second fade out. Oh, they completely changed my party makeup. Okay, no, get the fuck out. Oh, nice. Okay. No, I don't want that currently. That's neat, but I don't want that. So let's go in the bravery tree for now.
If you're higher leveled than everything, you don't really need agility bonuses.
That's also kind of nice. Yeah, let's focus on critical drain for now.
More self-sufficient.
This is a good party, though, is the only thing.
It's a damage dealing party, absolutely. You can combo a lot of stuff.
Let's see here. AP up 1, experience up 1. You've got experience up 3. You
Bloody driver, mate.
Oh, you lost yours because that was taken. Let's give you Ricky's for now. Yeah, that'll work. Or do I want to give you the other experience up 1, or your experience up 3 because no one's using it right now? Oh no, I only have 1. Okay, never mind. Everyone's equipment good. Looks like... Yeah, no, yours should be good because I'm sure you've been in the party for a bit. Yours should be... well... No, those are both in use.
Someone brought up the incredibly cursed knowledge that in Xenoblade 2, Zeke has nipples canonically, but Rex doesn't.
Do I want to know why you guys know this and remember this?
You can see them shirtless in the game, and I was just like, whichever way is normal, it's equally as cursed. Like, if Rex is the only person in the world without nipples, that's incredibly cursed. But if Zeke is the only person in the world with nipples, that's just as cursed. It's like, which way is normal?
Alright, let's stick with this party. That's a lot of exclamation points.
Oh, yeah. It's like some kind of... like, it looks like they're playing tic-tac-toe or something.
Don't underestimate the Xenoblade Phantom! Hello. How are you?
Yeah, the enemies in here are laughably weak. I've never, like, not been super over-leveled for this. Even if I'm not trying to do every quest, I'm always, like, so high-level the enemies here don't care about me. They clearly did not want you getting stuck here in the part where you have to play as Melia by herself. So, like, I get it, but it's so funny after they're like, oh, this is too dangerous, we can't send her there, and it's the easiest area in the game.
Hi. Yeah, fuck it.
The enemy's weak. They do have ... dots. Yeah, there they go.
I mean, I don't care. Like, I was just debating if I wanted to, like, level down to get more out of this.
Yeah, these enemies aren't worth much. I probably wouldn't worry about it much. This is just a nice, simple area for you.
Shulk. Hammer chain attack.
Why not? It's gonna die here. Oh, whoa, it actually lived. It blocked that attack.
Well, don't worry, because I had sword drive ready to go.
Nice.
You know, actually, based on that,
I was wondering if you were gonna do it.
Yeah, because now sword drive's my third move.
Yep. Wheelshare's cursed content.
Hello. Oh, you got an exclamation point. We're fighting you.
The enemy's weak, but don't drop your guard. But don't drop your guard. Time for small fry. Yeah, just art spam. Who cares?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm like. I'm like,
Yeah,
again, I'm debating if I should just lower my... Oh, hello.
I don't think the enemies in here really aren't worth much, and honestly, I think just take the easy area this once, because, like, yeah, there's not really... I don't even think there's any uniques in here. Like, it's just laughably weak regular enemies.
Well, I want to check something here. So what level is this guy? This guy is 36. Just for curiosity's sake.
Alright. Cool.
Oh, you know what? Hang on. There's something else I meant to do, too. Hang on. Wait, are you guys still not max level? What the fuck? Because this gets them more experience when they're sitting in the waiting in the wings.
Ricky's official artwork in this game is so much better than the original. The original, he looks like a fruit, like growing on a vine or something. That is.
Ah, crap. Well, there goes my Monado. Never mind.
Oof.
Yeah, I did actually lose my Buster. Fuck.
Damn.
How much?
I mean, I guess it was.
And yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, just this area is not really like nothing here is really worth much. It's just kind of a really like easy area just in general. I guess you could do things like 10 levels under if you really want to and probably be fine, but
I don't know if I want to get that risky.
Yeah, I don't know. I get what you're going for, and like if there were uniques and stuff, it would definitely be worth it. Or if there were like large fights, though. But this area is just a joke.
Like I'm still like I'm 2 levels underneath, and I'm still like ability spamming, and it's getting through.
You're winning fights in roughly the same amount of time, regardless of your level. That's just a testament to like how weak this stuff is.
Here we go. Take this, Dumban. We're counting on you. Here I come. Right now. I know.
Oh, he's already toppled, so I can just go ahead and. That did surprisingly little damage, even though it was a one-time. I thought it would have done more.
Nah, it wasn't multiplied. So.
Well, no, it wasn't multiplied, but I thought even with toppled, it was going to do more.
Nah.
Oh well, they're still fucking dead.
Yeah. I guess this guy aggro's on you now. That's a little different.
Well, now they're actually trying to kill me, so.
Oh, wow. That's less than I thought. I guess they are machines, but they aren't Mechon.
Stay sharp. Yes, sir.
Lattice boots and firing hammer.
I want a hammer made of fire.
Hey! Well,
Topple up.
But I lose double attack 4 and muscle up 2 for it. That's only for 60 more max, and my critical rate goes down.
Double attack and haste on Dunban I kind of like because it takes a lot to build up Blossom Dance, and that's a really good art.
Yeah. And what was
Blossom
it? We got
Dance is
boots
really
just then? Lattice boots. Oh, we've got tons of those already. It's technically better than what he's wearing. Yeah. Have some lattice boots.
He's got electric boots.
I'm actually surprised that you would, quote of all things, Elton John.
He's not actually saying electric boobs, is he? Like, I'm pretty sure he's not.
I'm pretty sure it actually is electric boots.
Okay.
Not boobs, boots.
It sounds like it, and everyone says it sounds like it, and it does.
I want to see Elton back in April as a Magic experience. Nice. That's an artist I would love to see live.
We got through that pretty good. Man, what a bunch of jokers. I can see
What did someone ask earlier? What was that question? Kind of curious. Why do you like getting experience so much? I just feel like I don't get it because I don't care about all that and that stuff in games. Number go up. It good. Damage good up now.
I was kind of wondering myself because I never feel like I'm underleveled in this game.
Oh yeah, well, like I'm definitely overleveled, but I could be more overleveled. Yeah, let's just go for the topple.
We're counting on you. Leave Rhine. Yeah. Rhine time.
Rhine time.
Leave it to me.
He's gonna be out for days. Are you regretting me yet?
You seem to think my patience is a lot lower than it actually is.
I mean, the fact that you haven't, like, quit the group in, 11 years. That is worth a lot of patience points.
That's where all my patience went, is that what you're saying?
You invested all your patience into a meal.
In a meal and a meal stocks and bonds.
I mean, there's less successful companies in the world.
You can just mute Chugga if you need to. No, it's okay. I know you hate hearing puns, but you hate making puns. Oh, there's the break signal. It's not that I hate puns as much as it is, like, and Emil knows this, it's his delivery that I always give him shit about.
Yeah, it's the fact that I'm always like, I guess you could say it's a rock, and all that,
Yeah, exactly. Like, if he was more subtle about it, I wouldn't give a shit. Every now and then, I'd still call him out on it, but I think usually when he's subtle, I more comment on the fact he was actually being subtle.
Yeah, I mean, Diabetes makes puns all the time, but he's subtle about it, and you love him.
Well, I still groan a bit. There's still gonna be some groaning. There's no way around that, but...
Yeah,
there is something to be said about a level of subtlety.
Low-hanging fruit is tastiest fruit.
There we go.
You just shot it dead.
Bang, bang! That's why I leveled up Sword Drive as much as I did.
Sword Drive is incredible. Ryan's damage is really good.
Shulk. I don't know why Dunban says Shulk the way he does, but it always sounds like the Smash Brothers announcer. Shulk.
That'd be an accent thing. I really like wanted to have like one of the voice actors on for a video at one point. It's just that any of them that I contacted said that they weren't really free to do it. Like Dunban's voice actor was like one that I was talking to like a long time ago. Like, don't bother him about that or anything like that. He's very busy. Like, he's in stage plays and stuff, so like I don't blame him at all. But yeah, I was trying to get Dunban's voice actor at one point for a video, but yeah, he just wasn't free to do it.
Yeah, like you never know like what voice actors are up to or like what they've done. I remember when I was working on Jet Set Radio Future, I wanted to talk to the voice actor for DJ Professor K. And it turned out in like the years or so I was working on that LP, he got into like a very well-known and like highly watched TV show. So like he was insanely busy and like impossible to get in contact with.
Yeah, you never know like when an actor is like really hitting it big behind the scenes or, you know, got into like a show that's going to be touring for years or something like that, because you know, that stuff is stable employment, and they're gonna go for it. It's like, if they don't have time to be in, like, a little YouTube video, like, who am I to tell them that they're wrong, you know?
Yeah, it's like how Melia's VA was on Doctor Who, so, like, she's basically got, like, a ticket for quite a while.
A lot of people were worried that they weren't gonna get her back for Future Connected, but they did. People thought she'd be too busy to do it, or they just wouldn't be able to afford her now that she's an A-lister. Because she hit it big, like, right after recording Melia.
Hello! Oh yeah, we were gonna go to break. Oops.
This game's too good, huh?
I just like standing.
Oh, wow, I didn't know Dunban said that. He said that he voiced this like 10 years ago, and he's like, yeah, I still get messages about this the most. Apparently people enjoy it. He did a good job. Like, he's a great Dunban.
He does have a really good voice.
Yeah. This is one of the few times where genuinely, like, in the fan base, I see people say that English is the way to play this game, that the English voice cast is generally considered superior.
Remember that. Teamwork at its finest.
Alright, well, let's look. Oh, I just want orb! Oh, well, I got 2 of these done.
Only one more item to go, and then you're golden.
Electric +3. Macro Passion! Charlotte named this on impulse, a passionate ball of red thread. Where's the macro come into that, though? I get the passion part. I like how I'm not even using, like, the physical arts boost. I'm just like, ah, fuck it, just stab.
Strategy's not necessary in this place.
I literally lowered my level below the enemy.
Yeah, they clearly did not want you getting stuck in here.
I literally was like, yeah, you know what? I'll lower my level 14 levels. Why not? You know what? This is just gonna keep happening. Let's save here and let's go to break.
Okay.
We gotta try to get an actual art block in on this break.
Nice.
Macros in big ball of thread. I assume that's why. Yeah, it's just funny because there's no mention of it other than it being in the name. All right.
Hey,
Oh, no, what's up?
I was gonna say, on this break, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for bringing up bathroom laws. That was insensitive, and I didn't think before speaking there. Like, I was just talking about Tim, and it didn't cross my mind, though, so I'm sorry for bringing up something like that.
That's fine. Like, I mean, I was in the middle of a cutscene, so I couldn't really, like, dissect it, and by the time the cutscene was done, we had moved on, but yeah.
Yeah. It stayed in my mind.
Yeah, no, it's very not a fun topic at the moment, to put bluntly.
It hit me like a little bit later after I said it, and I'm like, oh god, like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so don't worry about it, but appreciate the self-awareness.
Yeah.
Alright, let's drop some eggs.
Yeah!
That is the same list. Oops, hang on.
I want to see the golden eggs. You all are a bunch of geese. I love it.
Oh, there we go. There's the right list. Perfect. All right, for real. Captain Joe and Joking Mass, thank you for the gift subs and sub bombs. Joking Mass gifted a sub to Tim.
The people who make eggs for you, are they officially known as the geese? Because they should be.
More than
you're
geese
Canadian,
lay eggs.
You're Canadian. It's like on theme.
More birds than geese lay eggs, though.
Yeah, but like the geese that laid the golden egg, you know? And like Canadian geese, like, it works on multiple levels. I'm just saying.
Black Ninja 261, thank you for the new sub. Hope you enjoy your time here. Garthon 6 for 20, Jolteron for 40, Frostbite for 52, TH 1996 for 3, Alan Starflight for 16, Terensu for 104, Pseudobite for 66, Jacob Weedle 171 for 3, Pyroman 2 for 7, and is this Roan 1 Flu or Ronal Flu for 2?
Caribro says no, only geese.
Jesus. We do have 2 Goose Johns. All right, that's a good point. Does that make John Willy Wonka? That is dangerous. No, stop.
Dude, Willy Wonka's an asshole.
He really is.
Yeah.
But I do kind of have that Gene Wilder look, so.
Kind of do, actually. And you have the humor.
No, stop. All right, let's go. Let's drop eggs. What we got in the carton? We already did No Limits. We did Private Butter and Moonlights. Butteries we did from Private Butter. Words of Wisdom from Gears. Oh no. No! No, Maniacal! You son of a bitch!
What happened?
Mission complete with. That happened Monday on stream. That was a very sad and heartwarming moment in Gears of War 2, immediately ruined by a mission complete alert activated by Maniacal. Nothing quite like seeing a main character pull a gun up to someone's head to pat, like, peacefully, like, let them free of their torture, to just be told mission complete in the happiest way possible.
Was there a visual for that egg?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Hey, hi Wang. I'll run countermeasures for you in a bit. We're doing eggs right now.
Ooh,
speaking of...
Very high.
Why did you word that like that? Old man bum fights raid. Wow. From Winter, Agent Washington can't handle the truth.
Shit. Just play your fucking music. The fuck?
I was listening to that.
You fucking think because you scored us this fucking popsicle ride, you can play that shit?
I don't get the reference, but I'm sure it's great. Thanks, Winter. We already got that one from Buttery. Buttery, Xenoblade Recap 2, bonus, this is bonus.
Hey there, everyone. It's me, Riki, from Xenoblade Chronicles, voice of Riki. I know I've been a bit vulgar these past few days, a little brash, perhaps a little insensitive. And to that I say, suck my fat egg ball!
And on that note, we're gonna go to break.
Oh boy, alright.
When we come back from break, Art Block and more Xenoblade. See you guys in a bit.
We ain't topping that, we've hit the peak of the universe.
The peak of the universe is big fat egg balls.
No, big fat egg ball. Get it right.
See you guys in a bit. Oh wait, actually, before we go, hey, Pizza Lovin' Wolf. Yeah, I did not get an alert for your raid. So I'll give you one of these, and I also have to do a Wisdom of Duke before we go to break as well. So let's do this first. Upon murdering the one-man raid, Robocop turned himself into the authorities. He's currently serving a life sentence inside John's computer. Thanks for the raid. I don't know if it was a one-man. I'm going to assume because it didn't set off the alert, it was under the cutoff, but... And before we go to break, Oracle of Bacon wants the Wisdom of Duke Nukem.
Yay!
Sorry, you got Gabby J instead.
I can't believe new cheat codes for Super Punch-Out were discovered like last week that let you play as the opponents.
Dude, that's fucking crazy, right? Like 28 years later? Fucking bonkers.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe it took that long to find those codes. Yeah, there's cheat codes you can put in on the title screen. Like, it doesn't require a game gene or anything. You just do a button combination on the title screen. It lets you freely select any opponent you want, even the special circuit ones for an exhibition match. And you can plug in a second controller and have a human playing the opponents. It's so cool.
You actually need the second controller to activate the codes, and this is otherwise a single-player game, so it's probably why it never got noticed for as long as it did. But yeah, no, there's a hidden 2-player mode in Super Punch-Out.
Yeah, it's great. Like, just the idea of, like, having an actual human to, like, fake you out and stuff.
But apparently it's, like, super one-sided for the AI characters, or, like, the second player, because, like, the moves that the other character have are so broken. And with no proper, like, signaling, because you can just spam them, it's just really hard to get a win in.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, they can spam self-healing if they have it?
No, apparently Gabby J's little yay actually heals him.
Oh gosh,
Like,
Aaron Ryan would be really hard to win because of timeout.
Yeah. All right, let's go to break. See you guys in a bit.
Bye.
There's a hidden land mode in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Apparently that was just written in the manual. It's just people forgot. So it's not. It's Nintendo hidden, not actually hidden. Damn it, Gabby J's got that music stuck in my head now. Alright. I got reminded while I was gone just then that the Gabby J was the first time it actually came up here properly. And Draco put that together. So thank you, Draco, for giving me Gabby J to put on the Duke rotation. Alright, let me quickly do alerts, then let me get art block ready, because we didn't really do much in art block last time. It's a little backed up. We'll jam through as much as we can. I'd say a little backed up. It's only a page and a half. That's not terrible. Alright, alerts-wise. Mighty Invincible says, well, I've got some more bits. Let's spin another cow. Also, might as well say I've been loving Banjo-Kazooie, and I'm gonna miss it since it's almost done. Yeah, we've got, like... I don't know how many episodes they cut the fight into, but I know the first Grunty fight video went up Saturday? Or was that yesterday? That was indeed yesterday, okay. Not the actual Grunty fight, it just ended before the fight. Oh, okay. I see. So, oh yeah, because I'm skimming it now and I see the, okay. That makes sense. That's dirty. I didn't realize that they'd cut it like that. Oh, man. Yeah, but sure enough. Sure enough. Westerford says, back when I was in high school and college, I had a summer tradition of 100%ing Xenoblade every year. I don't know why I felt the need to, but as a result, I ended up memorizing how to 100% this game. I suppose there are worse games to memorize, right? Right? Yeah, Xenoblade X and 2.
I think when the 3DS version it came out, I was doing like every side quest in the optimal order that I practiced for my Let's Play, and it from memory, and it was weird that I remembered all that. Let me see.
Legend of Daniel says, look at these high Antia thinking they're so cool with wings on their heads. I got wings on my feet and I can even fly with them upside down, mind you. Then Daniel also says, you know, there is something about people maybe being horny on main for character designs in Xenoblade 2, but there are some pretty enticing designs in Xenoblade 1, like Lorithia, Sharla, Dunban, Ricky. It's a game that's got something for everyone.
I think one time I tweeted an image that was, it was one of those things where I searched for an image of Tora for a video, and it had the whole, like, refine your search thing, and it's like, did you mean Xenoblade Tora funny, Xenoblade Tora sad, Xenoblade Tora thick?
Never change, internet. For 1001 says, welcome to another thrilling episode of The Button. Today's contestant is Rhine. Oh, and Rhine has immediately pressed the button. Well, crap. Sorry, folks, but apparently going into liquidation thanks to Rhine and the button. Oops. Westerford says, so when I first played this game, I was... Oh, I already read this one out. Yeah. Melia's talent art, not using it in there. Phazon Farmer says, curse? Jeans? What are you talking about, magic wall ancestor? Legend Daniel says, DM, okay, Emil, make a lame pun. John, do a patience check. Oh, Emil made a lame pun. John, do a patience check. What stat would I be using for this role?
Conviction.
Conviction? Isn't that religious-based?
Yes.
Jeez. I see Constitution. A lot of people saying Constitution.
Whenever people ask what my faith is, I always send them that Subway commercial.
Oh no, really? Did I miss Prison Island? No, we're in the tomb right now. You have not missed Prisoner Island yet. All right, let's go to our block. We're gonna do a full proper one this time. And our block starts right here with this one from Kitty Rocco. Hello again, Booru. It's been a bit. This is August's alt of the month, Rosace. I've been in a bit of an art rudder block and just couldn't get anything looking the way I wanted it to. But I saw the very 70s and 80s hair that Rosace had and I wanted to try it out. Ironically, I feel it's the best part of it when I usually struggle with big puffy hair. Have a good one, gonna sleep. Honestly, you got like a nice like 70s, 80s, like James Bond, Austin Powers, like spy, female spy look going here. So nice solid look for this kitty. Nicely done. Thank you. Next up, well, perfect that Emil's here. Look, someone's got to do the meme. Also, I posted it here instead of Twitter because I deactivated my Twitter, so I stopped doom scrolling through their news.
Daisy's insulted look is great. You know, if you're happier without social media, you're happier without social media. That's not a hard concept to grasp at all.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, it's just like, it's so depressing. Like, I miss when Twitter was the good Facebook, where it was like where nice people hung out.
Was that was like the first year of it, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Like, that was like when I made a Twitter. I remember I was like, oh yeah, if you hate Facebook because it's too negative and it's just your grandparents talking about politics and nothing else, like, go to Twitter. But
don't worry, every social media is negative now. Hooray!
Yeah.
My condolences to Princess Daisy, who's been cheated on because of a totally not ugly witch. There's always Luigi, at least. Thanks, Princess Pixel.
I love that where I'm just like, I love that one part where I was just all like, I mean, Gruntilda, like, yeah, she kidnapped and threatened to mutilate a child, but you know, I could go either way on. But, like, besides that, she's fine.
We know the line. It's children, apparently.
Oh, gosh.
Next up, from Mutilord. Hi, second post after a year. This is a drawing of Evil Pon traced over the artwork of Corvus Bloodthorn from Hearthstone. It has a few changes, but I want to ask if it's okay to do tracing if I mention the original artists. In this case, this is Arthur Bosonet, and here is the card. If you're okay with this, I was going to do something similar with all your alts. As long as you are willing to, like, here's the thing. So tracing art is perfectly fine, but yes, you have to credit the original artist for that you traced. That was a big issue that I think a lot of people missed with their posts. Because that was usually the thing. Like, we don't mind if people trace, but you've got to point out the original source. So because you've done this, yes, Mutilord, this is perfectly fine.
There's nothing wrong with referencing something. You just, you know, if it's a trace, you got to be honest about it.
Yeah. Also, getting their permission. Well, I assume this is a case of where like the artist is cool with like doing that, and if not, yeah, maybe make sure there's permission for that too. That's an important part. Can I geek out a little? I want to pair this drawing with screenshots from my alts in World of Warcraft. I mean, sure, go for it. I also find it funny. This is Evil Pon when Pon's already a succubus. So is this Angel Pon? Thank you either way, Mutilord. Next up, from Gamer Mason 94. Hi there, John. It's Mason from Twitter. We've DM'd a few times, making my first ever post for the Booru. This is a commission of me and my new best pal, Yagami, from the Judgment series. I saw your Lost Judgment sponsored stream, instantly got hooked, fell in love with the series and with the rest of the Yakuza franchise, courtesy of your Yakuza 0 sponsored stream. I have spent close to 500 hours just this year obsessively playing them. Judgment and Lost Judgment in particular are quite possibly my favorite games of all time, and I commissioned this after seeing you were going to do some streams with Greg Chun to say thank you so much for introducing me to this incredible franchise, and to Greg for his incredible work on these games. You guys are both awesome, and I can't say thank you enough. P.S. This commission is courtesy of the one and only incredibly talented, wonderfully and hilarious Ailita1234. She's currently taking commissions and is an easy recommendation from me to anyone looking for a quality custom art piece. Thank you so much again, Ailita. Thank you, Mason. Appreciate it. And thank you, Ailita, for the art. Eviler Pon. Fair enough.
I'm looking at in development stuff for a Let's Play you'll be watching at the end of the year.
Nice. From Ditto, mini intermission in Amelius' story to show off the fully colored picture of the Bandwagoners. Fun fact, Melody was one of the first playable characters that I made for myself that I turned into an NPC. That isn't the first time I did the same thing for my main NPC of Vladimir in my Thieves Quest campaign. Vladimir was the first character I ever made and the first character I played as in a one-off Halloween campaign about 2 years ago. So, Emil, for reference for you, Ditto's been working on, they basically DM a bunch of D&D stories, and they've made NPCs out of a number of us. You've got your own story going on here as well, called for Emilius. That's your D&D equivalent.
Emilius! I sound so strong.
Yeah, here's a good picture of the 5 of us in their D&D form. So we've got Reese, myself, you, Tim, and I believe that is their self-insert OC. Yes, self-insert in NPC. There we go.
I love this reminds me of a D&D character that Reese had a few years ago called Lady Fancy Bottom.
Yeah, her centaur character, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to read up on yourself, Emil, go to the Booru and look for Ditto's posts and click on their name and you'll see all these here. It's like this is you. So just all those posts with you'll see the polo shirt, you know it's you.
Yeah. I'm a spoony bard.
Next up.
Oh no.
From Maniacal, time for more entries to the Xenoblade collage. In this entry, we are joined by the master of swimming the Air Sea, aka the David Hasselhoff mech from the SpongeBob movie. And we have also the Dino Beast we slayed back in the forest. Looking forward to seeing what ideas I can add in from this stream. Jesus. I was like, why David Hasselhoff? And now it makes perfect sense. Thanks, Maniacal.
I love Tack for Juju.
So good.
Is Tack and the Power of Juju actually good? I saw it advertised a lot back in the day, but I didn't know anyone who actually played it.
I don't know about the show, but the games I heard were okay. There's like a bunch of them. There's like 5 or 6.
Oh, I'm talking about the games.
Yeah, there's like 5 or 6 Tack games, I think, between like the GBA ones and the console ones.
Seeing a yes. I liked it. I love the style. Oh, that's the art.
To be fair, David Hasselhoff mech is completely on brand for Xenoblade. Yeah, fair.
Yeah. There's a lot of American movie references. I mean, heck, the name of the studio is one.
True. Jenna from Winter. I've returned to introduce a new alt, John. Jenna. All right, real talk. My friend Reese got me into the ENA web series, and I couldn't help but make basically Rosa John into ENA. I figured the nonsensical chaos of ENA and her world fit perfectly with your brand of chaos. And she's kind of a computer program. I say kind of because I'm not sure myself. Apparently I need to read up on this because I'm not familiar with this. I have seen these character designs around, but I think I've mainly seen it off of your Twitter feed, Winter, so I'll have to look into this. Thank you for the new alt. I think Monolith likes giant robots. I don't know what would give you that idea. Next, oh no! Next up from Jax. The Return of Shirtless Squad, Tropical Edition, now with bonus pineapple. Going in for the perfect spike. Thanks, Jax. Next up from No Account Gamer, there's a pineapple. It's Pineapple Ricky. Decided to make this for shits and giggles. Sorry for possible laziness on this, but I'm no professional editor. Just glad to get this on here.
Don't you mean a pawn-apple?
No.
Pawn.
Okay, clip is from, also ENA is just a name like Ina. Oh, okay, gotcha. So it's not an abbreviation, gotcha. Thank you, No Account. Next up, oh yeah, this was tonight. I forgot this happened. First time poster here, heard you guys say Melia was going tomb raiding, and this is what popped into my head. Hope I put this in the right space for a comment. You did not, but it works. You just gotta add a comment after your post. You got it either way. Thanks, Gamester. Welcome to the Booru. Next up from Ditto. Not much of a recap here. All that happened was that you met the other members of the Bandwagoners, and the band got a letter to perform for the God of Entertainment. Now, story. The band took a horse-drawn wagon to their destination, which is a tavern that is owned and hosted by the entertainment god. The travel is long and boring, and all the band can do is sing songs during their travels, which can get old fast. As time went on, Jesse and Amelia started a conversation. How do you know there's a god of entertainment? Amelia's first asked, which Jesse answered, my family's a religious bunch and know all 20 of the gods that live in the celestial plane above. But that family no longer matters to me. This band's my new family. Oh, I see. There was an awkward silence between them before Jesse spoke up again. Hey, you want a solo part in the newest song we've been practicing when we get there? Me? You mean it? Of course, you did an amazing job so far. Why not give you a chance to sing more? All right, I'll take it. Amelia gives a light smile and Jesse gives one back. After more waiting and getting extra practice for their newest song, the cart comes to a stop. Thank you for continuing the story, Ditto. Next up, ooh, I'm excited to show this one because I saw this on Twitter the other day. From Puppy Lover. Last time I shared something here was an old comic based on random voice lines that played in a really funny order in my own Xenoblade playthrough. A few weeks ago, I decided to redraw it just to see how far I've come in the 6 years since then, and I'm pretty proud of the skill improvement. Better posting, better panel composition, better facial expressions, the choice to go with my regular coloring style rather than my comic shading, actually drawing the background this time rather than just pasting in a screenshot. I tried submitting this twice, not realizing I never actually added the file itself. Brain's not working tonight. Thank you, Puppy Lover. Whew, I could really do with a shower right now. Good thing I'm here. No? Anyone? Ryan, what the hell? Oh my god. Thank you, puppy lover.
What is the name of that ship? It'd be Rarla? Or Shine?
Shine?
I like Shine.
Oh my, you know what? That's actually pretty solid.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody like give that ship a name. Oh, hello, Aelita, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. From Aelita,
I remember that moment.
Upon coming in from the Egg Pack raid, Emil had mentioned that I was the last Throne Controller at the last Throne Controllers, PECU COVID. That is very true, and then there was earlier this year at MagFest that I ran into him, both in normal attire as seen here, and in my Rosajon cosplay, which he thought the hoodie was a Steven Universe hoodie at first. His reaction when I told him who I actually was cosplaying was gold. We shall meet again, Mr. Conroy. Oh my god. Yeah, there was like 4 or 5 cosplayers of Rosajon at MagFest, apparently. I'm everywhere.
Yeah, I think I was walking back to my hotel room and I ran into you on the way. It was before the first day actually began.
Nice. Thanks, Aelita, for sharing that. And we'll end on this last piece here, because I definitely wanted to see this one for a while. From Enbu Steel, the Shirtless Squad. The Chronicles of Xeno Shirts, the boy, the beef, and the beast. I don't draw many dudes, so this was a fun change. Dunban's supposed to be doing the Bruce Lee nose flick thing. I wasn't sure if it read properly. It's close enough. I kind of got that's what you were going for. I think the motion line there you might need a little bit more of a motion line to show it, but I think you got it enough. I may have also drawn / will draw the other party members in the same manner of dress, which is to say that they are not / will not be Booru stream safe and will not appear here. Sorry. That is entirely fair. That is why that half of the Shirtless Squad are wearing shirts. Thanks, Enfu. Well, shirts, bras. They're wearing tops. Thanks, Enfu. All right, and this, just because we showed this earlier, this was would have been the GIF version, but it was so big, it couldn't upload it. So that was the link to Dixon Mania from earlier. Thank you, Dovey. There's plenty more art to go, but we'll get there next break. Let's get back to the game. Although, actually, I got sent something. I sent here something first. Is Chugga usually present for Xenoblade streams? This is the first one I've been here for. Meal was at the first one, and this is the second one he's been for. So like, it's every now and then. It's mainly because he was so busy for a while. I've just been doing it.
Yeah, Splatoon 2 was not kind to my life.
Montaru, what did you send me? Yes, okay, I was right. Alright, so here's this quickly, just to show this. This was the tweet from MagFest of the army of roses just kind of hanging out.
Ooh.
So many roses. Thanks for finding that again, Montaru. Appreciate it.
Thanks!
Yeah, what he said.
Thanks.
Thanks.
He's so polite.
Alright.
Isn't it refurbishing to hear politeness?
Refurbishing.
It's from Ed, and Eddie.
I should have known.
Yeah, there's this one episode where they all pretend to be each other, and oh my god, it's amazing though, because Eddie like pretends to be Double D, and he Double D uses like big words all the time, and he gets all of like the words wrong, where he's like, Rolf said thank you, isn't it refurbishing to hear politeness? He says like intriguing at the end of every sentence, even though he never says that. There was like another moment that I really liked. God, that whole episode's great.
We choose to just like that.
I love the, oh come on Double D, I don't say gravy all the time. That's a good one. I've been considering showing Tim that show, because we showed him SpongeBob earlier in the year, which he'd never seen, and he fell in love with it.
Is there a way to stream that currently?
HBO Max, I think, is what you need for Cartoon Network.
Ah, okay. I know I had a viewer actually sent me like DVD set of Ed, and Eddie, so I actually have access to it now because of that.
It's a good show. I decided as an adult a few years to go back and watch every episode that I'd never seen as a kid, because there was like a whole season of it that I'd never really watched and a couple of specials that I'd never seen, so I kind of got to go and see new episodes of my favorite show as a kid. I always joke saying,
good feeling.
Yeah, it was really satisfying. HBO Max, oh, getting rid of animated shows. Okay, I guess it'll move to some other streaming service eventually.
More damage to backslash. More damage to backslash.
I've made the joke that the reason why they call it HBO Max is because you got to HBO Max out your credit card to use it.
Jesus, is it that expensive, or do you just really want to make that pun?
I think it's like $20-something a month. Like it's a lot.
Ew, that's actually really bad.
Let me see. I remember it was a lot when I looked it up. Oh, it's $9.99 a month. That's still $15 a month for ad free, $10 a month for ads. That's a lot.
Okay, that's a lot more reasonable.
That's still a lot for $10 a month for ads. Like, that's not good.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Let me see. Just watch. Yeah, Tim and I are working through a lot of movies and TV shows and all that in our spare time, like whenever we're eating and stuff. Oh, Home Movies would be a good show to show him. That show was awesome.
Oh man, he hasn't seen Home Movies? That's one that I can definitely recommend. That's so good.
I don't think he has. I don't think I've ever asked him if he has. Home Movies is like really surreal, and I'm like amazed it exists. Yeah, HBO Max, 5 seasons. Or you can just buy it on Apple TV, which I think I do own it there. Let me see if Home Movies is on there. That was a show that changed network, so I could believe the rights to it are weird. It is only on HBO Max. Okay. And then there's 1 season on the Adult Swim website.
God.
Yeah, Home Movies is...
Reese loves Home Movies. It comes up so often in conversation.
Well, it's a really weird show. Like, I can't believe it really exists, but I'm glad it does, because it's... I've always described it as, imagine if someone took the banter of a podcast and animated it. That's what it feels like.
Well, yeah, it predates podcasts, so it makes sense.
It does.
But that is a good description of it. Like, it's all improv, essentially. Right?
Yeah, it's...
majority of it is.
Yeah, most of it's improv. Most of it's improv. It's just the actors being whatever they want to be and just kind of shooting the shit inside of the studio and everything. And, like, there is, like, a plot to it. Like, I wouldn't say that it's storyless, but, yeah, it feels very authentic because the weirdness that comes with improv and just kind of talking off the cuff, all of that is worked into the animation. If someone animated disc only, yes, actually.
Yeah, honestly.
It really is about nothing at times. There's scenes that there's not really much point to, but it just kind of works. It's super bizarre.
Oh my god, everyone's getting art seal now. Damn it.
Got your talent art at least.
Oh, I didn't realize that was still available though. Then let's line up a buster.
Bank shot!
God, it's so satisfying that that can hit multiple.
Yeah, it is. The fact that it's... There are some attacks that, you know, are technically just AoE because of the large area. I'm gonna punch his butt. I remember that.
I mean, that could be from a million things, the punch your butt line.
That's from the episode where he gets in the fight with Shannon, I think, and he's like acting like he's gonna win the whole episode. Yeah, it's like, let's get away from the butt. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna punch him in the genitals. Like,
I think I'll stick to Whose Line is my favorite improv show. No, it's not that. You can't compare Whose Line and Home Movies. They're not the same thing.
No.
Whose Line is improv games. It's meant to just be like purely comedic light audience stuff. Like, Home Movies is still telling a story, but it's telling it in a very nonsensical, very improvised way.
Yeah.
They're not the same thing, but if you like one, you may end up liking the other, but it's not an actual, like, same product kind of deal.
It's kind of weird though, because the actors are playing characters though, but most of them like use their real first names, like in the show. Like Brendan's voice actor is actually named Brendan, and he's also the director of the show.
Well, Brendan, I can't remember what his last name was. Not the character, the actor. Oh, actually, it is Brendan Small, right? The actual like person. Like he went to make a bunch of things for Adult Swim. He made Metalocalypse or whatever it's called, which is so completely different from Home Movies, yet somehow still kind of the same.
Yeah, I think the character is Brendan spelled with an A, but the real guy is spelled with an O, I'm wanting to say. I think that's like the one difference.
Something like that. It's just different enough.
Leave it to me. It's not over yet. Here I come. Good job, everyone.
Yeah, Metalocalypse is so stupid. I fucking love it. I love that clip that was going around on Father's Day of like one of the main guys like, what, you expect me to say I fucking hate my father? No. And it shows like a flashback of this like this super metal dude like going fishing, riding in go-karts. It's like, my father fucking rules. It's like little shit like that is great. Tasty sausage. I don't know if it's very tasty. It's just sitting in the water there, but all right.
I remember my first tasty sausage. You have been assimilated.
I don't know how to feel about that sentence you just uttered out of your mouth, Emil.
You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into finding your first tasty sausage, believe me.
Is it a tasty sausage? Is that what I have found?
You are in a tasty sausage. Alley-oop.
Is the alley-oop to get away from the tasty sausage? Should I be concerned about this tasty sausage?
I think I even like freaked out at that in my Let's Play, like before it was really like a thing, but tasty sausages come up a lot. That's a bad word choice.
Yes! Yes it is, Emil! Congratulations!
I did a bad word.
That is a big ball of something.
God, I thought Emil said that.
What?
Tell me you wouldn't say that exact same way.
Oh, what? Just because I'm like Ryan?
Us at least.
It's just the delivery was the exact same.
Would you say I'm most like Ryan out of the cast?
What's happening?
Yes, you have big himbo energy.
I do?
Yeah, dude, you're the buffest of the three of us by far.
I guess that's true, but like
defense mechanism.
I don't know. I always feel like such a wimp and so weird.
You are definitely.
Everyone.
Yeah, if I had to pick anyone in the cast that you resemble, it is Ryan.
But I mean, like even like personality-wise and all, because I always felt like Ryan is like way tougher than I am.
Ryan is literally a jock. He like I said, himbo energy. He literally is a giant himbo. But like,
I mean, sorry.
You are on your way to that. You are currently going from being Ricky to being Ryan. That is what I am saying. You are going from being Ricky to being Ryan. I mean that in a complimentary way, I will state as well.
I appreciate that. I
think him being a himbo is not bad though.
I know, but like I don't know. I always thought that was more of a Tyler thing.
Oh, Tyler's very much a himbo. Even he will say that. Even he will say that in a minute.
I guess just because I hang out with Tyler like fairly often, I just kind of thought like I guess like I couldn't see myself by comparison.
See, that's how the himbo stuff gets you. That's how it sneaks up on you. I couldn't be a himbo doing the most himbo thing possible.
I didn't think of that. I don't know what to say. I mean, I guess like I've been in physical training for like 3 years. I'm really trying to make it a goal that this year I burn off the last of my belly fat once and for all, but I've had 2 visible abs for like 3 years at this point, and I'm like, I want to have more than 2 visible abs.
Oh, I forgot I was still low level. I thought I was just not doing a good job.
You were doing fine.
Anyone would think we're not wanted. Are we ever gonna find her?
I think you'll find we had to take the long way because somebody pushed a certain button.
Somebody mean Ryan.
Shut it, hairball. It was just a button.
Relax. She will be fine. This route will lead
I know someone else who presses a lot of buttons when he shouldn't.
Time is of the essence.
We've got to hurry.
Who?
That laugh makes me think that I am still not wrong about my assessment.
I asked you who.
Gee, I wonder who I could be referring to.
I remember the time when you gave me a Kinder Egg and I stuffed the whole thing in my mouth, and you're like, no!
Yeah, Emil, you're really digging this. You're really digging this tunnel here. You're really digging this hole as deep as you can.
Dig in a hole.
Alright, well. There's a heart-to-heart over there? What the fuck?
Oh god, the freaking Dokapon thing. I think it might be over there. I know there is a heart-to-heart in this room.
Well, I'm mainly going over here for the item, but I believe this is also where the heart-to-heart icon is.
Well, I mean, like, nothing in the U.S. is like a Kinder Egg. It was my first time ever actually eating one.
Emil, you know, like, Kinder Eggs are literally banned in the States because people do, children, they were worried children would do exactly what you did. Put the whole thing in their mouth. You literally showed the reason that why Kinder Eggs are banned in the States.
At the age of 21.
At the age of 21.
So... There was one time where I'm wanting to say that when I did that, I know you've said this to me at least once, but I think it was when I did that. When I stuffed the whole Kinder Egg in my mouth and like had to like spit out the thing because I was gonna choke on it if I didn't. I remember that your immediate reaction was, Emil, you're the reason they put instructions on shampoo.
That sounds like something I'd say.
It does. I know you've said that to me at least once, and I think it was then.
Is that the same as Kinder Joy? So Kinder Joy is the American equivalent of a Kinder Surprise. Because, but they put the toy in separately in a different spot.
Yeah, it's that you have an egg where half of it is pure chocolate, and then the other half of the egg is a plastic container with a toy in it, and you split them apart.
Yeah, but the worldwide equivalent is it's an egg and it's a hollow egg, and in the middle is a little capsule that has the toy in it. That's what a Kinder Surprise is.
I want to go up to Canada and have those again.
I mean, you're welcome to come up here anytime. It's just your schedule's really fucking busy.
Yeah, it is. I'm seeing my grandparents in about a week. I actually need to tell them for sure I am going. I asked them if those dates were clear, and I don't think I actually told them that I booked it a few days ago.
Oop, that might be important.
Yeah, seeing my grandparents in a few days, first time in 2 years. I last saw them in really sad circumstances. So I'm kind of glad that it can be, you know, just for fun. After that, I'm going to go see Jules and Adriana for a couple days, and then after that, I'm going to PAX West.
Nice.
So, got a lot going on. I've kind of decided that I'm not going to sweat coming back to making videos, like, super soon, because, just had two really big projects, one after another, and I'm kind of thinking that rest is important, even if the next one's not as stressful as those two were.
And you were thinking of having me up later this month, man. Like, it's a really good thing that you didn't do that. Good God.
No, I'm sure I would have, like, been like, oh my god, how am I going to give this the time it deserves, though? Because, like, obviously I want to be on my A game for our first TRG recording and, you know, in person in a long time. So, yeah, trying to take some more rest. I have this list of things of, like, everything that I've always, like, meant to do, or, like, things that I could improve about, you know, my house or my life, things like that. And I want to knock out as many things on that list as I can, and then, like, when I hit a day where I can't really make any more progress on that list, that'll be, like, when I'm like, okay, if I feel like making videos again, I can.
This is not going to be a situation where I come visit and I have to ruin my manicure again by installing a railing, a towel rack in the bathroom, am I? I don't even know if I told chat this. So,
oh, you didn't?
I don't know if I did. So, on the trip where we went in June, I had gotten Reese to paint my nails before I went there, so I had my nails all manicured and everything. I got there, and I was in Tim's old room, because Tim now sleeps in the room I'm usually in. So it was like, okay, cool, I'll sleep down here. So that means I'm going to be using this bathroom down here too, because usually there's one next to the bedroom, so I would usually just use that. So I go in there, and I see these empty rack mounts on the wall, and then I remember the last time I was here, but pre-pandemic, Tim had pressed down on the actual, like, towel rack that was there, like the little rod you hang your towels on, and it ripped out of the wall. And I'm like, oh shit, I remember that happening. I thought Emil was gonna get that fixed. And Emil tells me, yeah, I tried to, but I couldn't actually get a handyman to come in. And then the pandemic happened, and no one was using that bathroom anymore, so it became low priority. So I'm like, okay, fair enough. do you want me to install this? And like, didn't you just get off a flight? Like, yeah, but I also want somewhere to hang my towel. So he's like, okay, I bought the towel rack. It's just sitting there on the ground. I was waiting for the guy to show up. I'm like, okay, I've done this at home. I'll just install it. So with my nice painted nails, I'm just like, yeah, fuck it. I need power tools. I need a power drill. I need a hammer. Can you get me a level? And like, I need a screwdriver as well, or at least the proper bits for like. So Emil's just like getting me all these tools, which he apparently has all of them, which I was impressed by. I don't even think we have a level. We might have an auto leveler, but not a proper one. And I'm just there like, oh, hang on, cracked a nail. All right, well, yeah, fuck it. Just get the power drill. Let's just fix this. So I installed my own towel rack when I went there. And then I was like, is there anything else you want me to fix? And I went upstairs as I said that, and he was like, well, like the towel door, like the little side closet here, like that's been loose. Like, oh, why is that loose? Like, that's weird. I don't remember that being the case. It's like, yeah, I can't figure out why, and because the guy didn't show up to do this, I couldn't do that. So I just sat down and fixed that too.
Yeah, it was just that COVID happened when I was going to call a guy to come in and fix a few things, so it just kind of stayed undone. And yeah, it was super kind of you, but yeah, you were using power tools with your manicured nails, and it like wrecked them. But yeah, it was very kind of you. I'm very happy you found this, by the way. I did not on my first playthrough.
The door?
The fact that there's like an enemy in there. Remember that I was so high level, the enemies were ignoring me, so I had no reason to like look to the side there.
Alright, and you're already...
Common zombie.
Shake a edge!
Leave it to me. Steel strike. Right. Yeah. Rhine time.
Rhine time.
Shit, I don't have anything green. Let's hope we can get lucky and get a red chain going.
Nice.
Give me. Ah, damn it! I needed one more. I needed one more. Damn it.
That would have done a lot of it. Days up. You're just extending that timer. That's how you play this game.
I probably should have put the defense down on this thing. Slow it down too.
And okay, back up. That was a long time to get. You took out a quarter of its health before I got to do anything.
I can't even tell what is the side of this thing.
Use the exclamation marks on the arts palette.
That's what I've been trying to do, but that's just my statement of like, I can't tell. Is this the right time?
The original did not tell you what side of an enemy you were on, so these guys sucked in the original.
Alright, we're going for red damage this time.
Any kind of like small enemy, especially with the game being 480p, it was just not good. Starting with X, they tell you what side you're on.
In your face. Just like old times. Yeah. I've been getting careless. Sorry, I can't.
Luxon, use Ogre. Ogre is really, really good at inflicting break on uniques and bosses.
Uh-oh, and I just used my Monado ability.
No, X is not the only one that does that. 3 does it too. And then, shoot.
Oh, shit. Stand it!
Ogre has a skill that lowers enemy combo resistance. So, you know, I guess technically it makes topple and everything else more likely to occur, though, but break is the important one.
How's it still? Oh, it's probably got spike equivalent. God damn it.
Two does not, okay.
Oh no, he's confused!
Your favorite character is bad again, that's funny. I think I know who you're talking about, and I'm guessing that they are also green and fluffy.
Ryan, do something that won't get your ass handed to you. Sorry, you got your ass handed to you. Okay.
God, I've been off social media for weeks, and like seeing people quoting all the stuff that I've been quoting completely independent of me knowing that they were quoting it is really good.
Shit, too slow.
Everyone's talking about the girl with the gall. Nice, good one.
Well, good, because I definitely thought I had fucked up because I didn't save Ryan in time, but apparently I did. Mithril gear, surfing gauntlets, surfing gear. I think it's all stuff I've kind of already got. So what was the actual? We got a book for Melia, it looked like. And we got some glasses, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Ruby glasses. Mysterious glasses whose lenses are made from polished jewels. Light armor. That's really good. Wow.
Yeah, lightweight and ether up 5. That is far better than anything you can make.
Wow, wow, wow. Who the hell should get that?
Yeah, that's really solid.
Somehow that is heavier than whatever Dunban's currently wearing. Oh, because it's cool gel, that's why.
I guess it's, yeah, okay.
But that's a bigger increase for him, so it might actually be worth it.
I think Dunban, it would only like Tempest Kick would be affected, I'm wanting to say. Some of Shulk's Monado arts are ether based. Ricky's got some ether attacks. Melia would be good.
I mean, I guess I'll just wait for Melia at this point, yeah.
Yeah. You had to use the art books in the original. In this one, when you get them, they're just instantly consumed, which is nice. That's a whole extra step that really does not need to be in the game, because why would you not want to level your arts up further or have the option to?
With this, you now have glasses you can equip to everyone in the appearance menu. Nice. Let's see how Dunban looks with glasses. What? That's probably going to be late. All right, I forgot about the pirate look.
Yeah, it's totally Jack Sparrow.
Ooh, I like the half mask look. Glasses type 2. Okay, that's not bad.
The hair, it's kind of like you.
Yeah, a little bit. Who could really benefit from glasses? Well, let's be real. But he's already got sunglasses, though, so...
Here we go.
Oh, that's kind of great, though. That's kind of good, actually. I don't want to lose the pineapple, but that's kind of a good look for him.
I do like Ricky with the glasses, but the pineapple's hard to beat. I do like the fashion in these games. It's kind of a shame that 2 uses up an accessory slot for its fashion, so it was tied to equipment stats.
Oh,
I think that game really needed like a title system, because the thing is, a lot of the cosmetic equipment like has really bad stats in that game, and it isn't worth giving up an accessory slot for it.
But wasn't that kind of the issue with the original release of 1 too? Like it showed what you were currently wearing. You couldn't just do cosmetics like you can in this version.
Yeah, in which one? Sorry.
In the original release of 1, it had the same issue, didn't it?
No, the original release of 1, every piece of equipment had an appearance. It's just that you couldn't mix and match the appearance of one item with the stats of another, so you just looked like whatever you had equipped.
Oh, so you can't even do that, is what you're saying in 2, without losing a slot.
Yeah, in 2, it takes up an equipment, like, in 2, you look like your default unless you have a special piece of equipment that is a costume, and those special equipment pieces that count as costumes tend to have bad stats that you don't want. So, there's a few that are really, really worth it, but with the exceptions of those, they aren't really that good, and I kind of wish you just had a cosmetics thing. Like a cosmetic slot that was independent of your stats. So that's my issue with it. And also, like, before 2 came out, X had already done that, where in X you could have you had separate cosmetic slots, and for some reason 2 didn't have this. I like Melia with glasses. I think they fit her really well, and, you know, the game incentivizes you to give her glasses a lot, so, yeah, she just kind of looks right with them in my mind, too.
Time for a change. Here we go. I'm really feeling it. Dunban, we're counting on you. Right now. I know.
Boo.
God, that's just so much damage.
I've made some pretty nice looking costumes with the fashion in these games. It's fun just dressing them up, seeing how you can make them look. So I'm glad you're really into that aspect of the game, because it's part of the fun.
Yeah, I like the silliness of it, because I remember when you were playing it, like, everyone was, like, dressed in, like, this super detailed armor. I'm like, this looks awesome, but at the same time, like, I feel like that you can't have... I was more, at the time, watching you play, like, oh, man, I kind of like their default looks. How come you can't do that? And now it's like, you know what? Let's just fucking take off everyone's shirts.
Now that you can have their default looks through the whole game, you're choosing not to.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey guys, it was fun saying like "girl with the gall" for a while though, but we can not talk about 3 anymore. I just kind of was saying that it's funny seeing quotes around the internet. Doesn't mean we have to quote every single thing.
I can only do this if I have Melia with me. Shit.
Ooh.
Well, I just gotta remember that secret area is there.
But yeah, point is, I think 2 was a huge downgrade cosmetically, and I think it's really a shame that you have to take crappy stats when that wasn't a thing in X.
Which is funny because the designs, I feel, are much more wild and varied in 2 than they are in 1.
There's some costumes in 2 that I genuinely prefer over the default looks. So yeah, I'm with you there. If they just gave better stats, I'd probably be pretty into them. Because the thing is that, you know, if you don't like the designs in 2 and you could just equip all these costumes to like change it, I don't really think it'd be such a big issue.
Okay, that's a lot of green diodes, but I'm still missing 1 bug. So can I get that 1 bug I need?
I wish Disguise Pyro was used more throughout 2. It's a shame. I don't get why they don't utilize that, because canonically she has that thing throughout the whole game.
Everyone, let's go! Let me at him. Don't hold back. Split edge. Backslash.
Ow. I was sitting on my leg for a while and it was asleep, and now I touched my foot to the floor and it hurt.
Oh, you got the pins and needles?
Yeah.
You gonna be okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Kirby sleeps on me all the time, so this happens to me almost daily. Kirby is going to be 19 in 4 days.
Fucking wild, dude.
Yeah, he has lived such a long life. Yeah, he has, I think, a vet visit tomorrow or the next day. I genuinely, I'm surprised that, like, you know, he's doing this well, and gosh, like, I remember like a year ago, I wasn't sure if like I'd need to get him another checkup though, but yeah, it's time for his routine checkup, so here we are. He's doing really well.
Yeah, I remember you being really freaked out at the time, and to hear that to see him and hear him how he is kind of stunning.
Yeah, he's still well enough to complain at me every time any little thing is not the way he wants it, so apparently he's doing pretty well. I adopted Kirby when I was in 6th grade going into 7th, and I still have him now in my 30s.
God, yeah, it's like, well, you met her. You met my ex.
Yeah.
She had her cat. She had when she was like in grade school, and when we were still living together, like they were still going strong. Like that cat, like was in their 20s.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
And Duchess was really old.
I didn't know she was in her 20s. That's nuts.
I don't even know how old Duchess was when they passed away, if she's even passed away. For all I know, that cat's probably still going strong. That cat's probably too stubborn to let anything happen.
When Kirby got to 18, I decided to look up what the world record for oldest cat was, and it was 36. So, yeah, I don't know. I've thought about that. I'm like, if Kirby makes it to his 20s, that would be wild. Like, yeah, I don't know. He's just, it's really weird. He was the runt of his litter, and he was just kind of the little guy, the weak guy. Between him and Teddy, he was always like the really small one. You know, Teddy was very much the boss. So his whole life, he's just always been the little guy. And yet, anytime I've ever taken him to the vet, they're just like, yeah, he's doing really well. Like, he's really healthy. He hasn't really had severe problems, at least not yet.
Yeah, I knew someone was going to get a new art. Who's got one? Charla.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, the dot. I don't think that was in the original.
What'd you learn, Charla? Drive Boost. Reduces cooldown of all arts except Drive Boost.
It's a 2-minute long cooldown, though, so that's like a 1 per fight kind of deal.
Yeah. Oh my god, it goes up by 5% every time, dude.
Do you find yourself really needing arts on faster recharge, though? Because, like, you are going to get faster cooldowns if you,
well,
if you
okay,
have
so
arts more often.
This says individual target. This doesn't say that it's an aura.
Oh, okay, yeah. Individual target.
No auto attack or movement, though? Oh.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, that... I was gonna say, that seemed really broken otherwise.
She doesn't really have positional arts, though, is the thing. Drive boost is for Thunderbolt spamming. Okay, well, I guess you do use that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do. If it only worked... Okay, hang on.
Now it's help time.
Does this only work on Charlotte, or can I pick anyone in my party to give this boost to? Is this an aura, or is this an ability?
I'm pretty sure if it's orange, it's an aura.
Yeah, I was hoping it wasn't just color-coded. I was just hoping that wasn't just the case.
Yeah, everything's color-coded. Yeah, it's
only Charlotte, damn it. Fuck. All right, thanks.
Yeah,
thanks!
Yeah.
Yeah, Bagel's 6.5. His adoption anniversary is next month. He'll be, that's like, I believe exactly when he's 6.5. I mean, that's still really good, though.
Yeah, it could be good if you just really, really like her Thunderbolt for its uses.
Well, here's the real problem. What would I remove to put that on there? Covert Stance, the only one I can think of.
And you've been using Covert Stance because you've been accumulating too much aggro at times.
Yeah, that's the problem, huh?
Yeah, like, I've seen you use that quite a lot. Healing generates a lot of aggro. Some people weren't too big on Heat Bullet in the chat, though, but I think it's pretty good.
I mean, Heat Bullet was helping us. Like, Ricky's ability, what is it? Yeah, Happy only works when tension's high, and Heat Bullet raises tension currently by, I believe, 100? Yeah, 110.
Yeah, I like Heat Bullet. I saw some people kind of like down on it in the chat. Maybe Heal Counter?
Heal Counter's the only one I'm kind of debating at this point. But even then, what's Heal Counter currently at? Like 9 hits, it gives back only 5%. Yeah, it'll probably be Heal Counter. I don't like getting rid of one of my heals, but Drive Boost kind of seems good.
Mm-hmm. Not bad.
Filthy Homs half-breed has no right to the throne!
Melia, half Homs.
I want to bite a Telethia. They look so gummy and texturously delicious.
Why should you care when you're about to meet your death?
Dude, you haven't killed her yet, and she just has a stick. She's literally holding a lacrosse racket. God, you're bad at your job. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's get you back up. Let's see if anyone's got any new abilities, which would really just be you at this point. Yes, sure enough. Summon Bolt is now maximum, or can be brought to maximum.
Yeah, that was a level 10 art book that you found in that box.
And she learns Summon Earth. Earth reduces physical damage. Discharge inflicts poison damage. Ooh. Let's level that up a little bit.
Yeah, the poison damage is the same as the damage it does when you launch it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, ether damage and poison damage. Poison effect time 30 seconds. That seems really good.
Do you want my opinion?
No.
Okay.
But I do have to remove something to put that in there. And it would probably be when... but that affects the whole party. Yeah, it'd probably be wind if I'm taking one of these out. Yeah, because fire is for whole... Like, I know agility was for whole party too, but... Yeah, electricity is at least for ether, which helps. Mainly her. Fire's for the rest of the party, and then this is for poison, because that just does a lot of solid damage. To be fair, John, you have Melia at level 46. She's about 10 levels above the dungeon mobs. It's impressive Melia hasn't killed the attacker in that time. That is fair. Alright, well... Meanwhile, hang on, Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky, go!
Ricky, put some more points into hero time.
Oh, I guess because you use Charla so much, you don't use You Can Do It on Ricky. That's interesting.
Yeah, there's no point. I have a healer with me. Who's...
That's...
Yeah.
That's a fair point. Usually I toss Ricky into a damage dealing party because he just hits for more damage than Charla does, and he does a fine job healing. But yeah, if you use Charlotte's buffing, I guess you wouldn't really feel the need to use Ricky as a healer. That's interesting.
Yeah, let's stick with the boys. Let's see what happens.
The boys. Oh,
Level 38! I almost feel sorry.
Have fun. So... This fight is really... I don't know if this is the sodium Telethia for a second.
Oops, I didn't actually mean to lock onto the... I meant to lock onto her. Oh, whatever, fuck it. Fuck it, just kick the shit out of the giant jello monster.
See? Like, it does look What?!
Good job, Ryan. Almost all of that was just you. Proud of you, buddy.
No, Ryan is 12 levels higher than it. I think this fight took me a while in my Let's Play because Shulk hits Tyrea for 1 damage, but
well, good news. this fight's going pretty well.
But you also need an option for hitting the Telethia, so Shulk's a good idea for that. So I always thought this fight was kind of annoying. Yeah, I should have just been chain attacking blindly. That would have been good. Yeah, that is 1 damage. But it's okay.
Yeah, because it leads to this.
Booyah! It killed her! You didn't have her health in like
62,000 damage, baby!
They didn't even have a multiplier on it. You used a topple art first.
Holy shit, she's got a face! Who could have seen that coming?
Every time she gets hit, she's like, ow! Ah!
Keep clear. The Telethia is destroying itself.
Almost bought it.
Alvis, thank you.
My pleasure, Shulk.
Why did you come?
The Monado gave me a warning that you were in danger. I'm just glad we made it.
Hey, Shulk, whoever that was is gone.
So, they escaped.
Who could it have been? Did anyone read the HUD? No? Okay.
Everyone, I thank you. You saved me.
Ricky, smiley, smiley. Melly, all safe. All thanks to Hero Pawn.
Ricky, why are you a pineapple now?
That's not how I
He grabbed him by the pineapple. Aww.
I'm gonna mix you into a smoothie.
Not until X. Not until X.
And that concludes my report on events in the tomb.
So, there are forces working in the shadows.
However, this is purely circumstantial. Nothing can be proven.
Inquisitors of the Bionite Order, dedicated and devoted to the Bionis.
Don't tell me you don't want him reading a bedtime story.
Under the rule of the Emperor Lumion, 47th successor to the throne, due to its extreme practices.
Like puppet masters pulling the strings from the shadows. I believe their bloodline was lost to the ages.
Her Highness the First Consort is currently residing in the Tower of Investigation. The Ministry of Investigation's judgment should be imminent.
Well, that may not be enough. I myself must shine a light on the truth.
Agreed.
Mother.
Melia.
Your Majesty.
You have returned unharmed from the tomb.
Oh yeah, you were here the whole time. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
If it hadn't been for Shulk.
Callian has informed me of what happened. There is no reason to doubt your legitimacy to the throne.
Believe in yourself, Crown Princess.
Brother.
Tomorrow will be the investiture ceremony. At the appointed time, you will become my successor. Be proud.
I will.
Melia, my child, I am overjoyed at how far you have come. You are truly worthy of the throne.
But I'm not going to tell you that out loud.
The legacy of your High Entia and Hom's bloodline. You are the hope of Bionis.
I love her family. Except for Yumea.
I love her family, except for the half that's trying to murder her.
Yeah, Yumea can go suck a railroad spike.
Oh, Ricky and friends helped save Melly. Ricky very happy.
We're all relieved. But something's still bothering me.
What is it?
Why was Melia chosen as the Crown Princess? Shouldn't Callian have been the one to ascend? And her foe in the tomb clearly opposed that decision.
You have a point.
Callian is more than a worthy candidate. What reason could they have for choosing Melia? And why would Callian go along with this?
It's a mystery.
Our apologies. His Majesty the Emperor summons you.
Finally! He's gonna let us into Prison Island. Yeah.
His Majesty awaits you in the audience chamber. He asks that you join him shortly.
I think I'm gonna need to go kind of soon.
That's fair. It's starting to get late for you.
I do feel myself starting to get a little sleepy.
If
You've been
you
here
need-
for like 5. Sorry.
Yeah, you've been here for 5 hours, 5.5. You've been doing pretty good. But if you need to bounce, that's fair. I'm still gonna be going for another 45 minutes, at least for gameplay.
God, it feels like I always jump out at like good moments, but yeah. I thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. I want to do more of these, but man, your mountain time zone.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, like, I started like an hour and a half-ish earlier than I usually do, because I try to do that for the Xenoblade streams.
Yeah. Gosh. I'm glad you seem to be enjoying it so much, though. Like, you definitely are making your own fun with the whole expert mode.
Well, yeah, so I wasn't going to touch expert mode for the longest time. I think I even said last stream, like, I earned the experience, so I'm going to encounter it. But then I realized when I was messing around with it off stream, I'm like, wait a minute. I get more experience if I do this! And then it just...
Yeah, you get bonuses for overcoming difficulty. It's great.
It just became an arms race, basically. My job is to be like 20+ levels higher than the final boss, just to laugh in their face.
Yeah. Well, you are all wonderful, and don't talk about spoilers, and, like, even after I'm gone. Just carry that will.
My secret of making it to these streams despite being on the East Coast is having my sleep schedule completely murdered by 3's long cutscenes, so I'm only beginning to get tired at 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's quite a battle.
Fair enough.
Before bedtime. Anyway, thank you so much for everything. Thank you for having me on. I hope to do another one of these soon. So, good night.
Take it easy, dude.
Bye.
Alright, so whose heart-to-heart is this over here? Oh! Yeah, that ain't happening anytime soon. I'm gonna bring on another Kokon. I'm back in my server. If any of the mods are free, I might let them in if they know the game enough, but we'll see. Ryan wanted to be on, but I figured with just the meal, like, I figured it would just be the two of us chilling. But if Ryan's free, he's welcome to hop in for the rest of this.
Shulk, forgive us
Hoi
for
hoi.
detaining
Yo.
you earlier. You and I are not of the same people. But this I must say. Thank you for helping Melia Antiqua, my daughter. It was no small feat.
Not at all. I too must apologize for meddling in your customs. We should not have interfered.
She is a lucky girl to have met such unselfish people. In the times to come, a ruler will need support from individuals like you. I hear you seek the Mechon.
Yes. The Mechon devastated our homes, and we lost many loved ones.
Revenge
Also, a
is your
pineapple
goal?
is with us.
It is.
You are honest.
I do not want to hide our true intentions.
Legends spoke of the
Our very
heroic
existence
fruit
is at stake.
you would carry with you.
Unwavering, too. Shulk, you are the master of the Monado. But there is something that must be said.
What is it?
Long before our forefathers built this empire, two titans, the Bionis and the Mechonis, fought a vicious battle. Is this known among Homs?
Yes. It is told to us as children. The two fought and died, killing many creatures in the process. Their remains became our worlds, bringing forth new life on Bionis. That's how we were made.
The Bionis shall awaken once again.
Alvis told me the same thing.
This is not just the vision of a seer. All of Macna knows. The Telethia are as old as the Bionis itself, and now they disturb the ether. That disturbance can only lead to one thing.
But why is this happening now?
This is an inscription left by our forefathers. It is written, Descendants of Antiqua, when the ether cries, the Bionis awakes. Mistake not the signs, and heed the sword's return. Trap its power, and assure eternal prosperity. All life born on Bionis affects the ether. The Mechon's assault is just the beginning. And these events were set in motion when you used the sword against them.
We used it because we...
Because you needed to. Without it, you could not survive. I cannot dispute this fact. I believe the inscription speaks of these very events with the Mechon. But if their assault continues, if more lives are lost, soon the Bionis will awake. And not only the High-Entia, but all life will perish. Do you see, Shulk?
You're talking about total extinction.
Correct. Which is why the Mechon's invasion must be stopped.
Then you'll help us. Your Majesty, we need Imperial sanction to enter Prison Island. Will you permit us entry?
What will you do there?
I saw it in a vision. We will fight a faced Mechon. They must pay for what they did.
Then you will have seen him too. On Prison Island, our forefathers sealed something away, just as they did to the Monado. All records have been lost, and there is now no way to know what it was.
Is it connected to the awakening of the Bionis?
I do not know, but our forefathers must have had good reason. We must trust their decision. Shulk, allow me some time to deliberate. Above all else, I will consider the safety of Bionis. You are our Bionis brethren. We will not ignore your plight.
I understand. This is not our homeland. If you decide not to let us go, I will accept your decision.
I am sorry.
It's okay.
One more thing.
Yes?
I ask this not as Emperor Saurian Antiqua, but as a father. I do not demand that you act as Melia's protector, but I would be honored if you would be her friend.
And teach her how to walk. We still don't know why she swings her hips so far.
It would be my honor.
It's a royalty thing. The guys all wear those giant dresses. They don't have to worry about it.
Yes.
That fleshy fool will go for the Monado. What of the faces?
Repairs to metal are complete.
And Nemesis?
Nemesis is...
The Homs with the Monado. He has reached Erith Sea,
Yes.
and there is only one place for them to go. Yet he will not dare unleash such power. No matter. Bugs must still be exterminated. It is time to test our new toy.
A stick!
Commence the assault on Bionis.
We made it to chapter 9 finally! Hooray!
Green and glowy stick. I didn't want to say nothing during cutscenes,
That's fair. I appreciate that. Thank you.
but that was a good example of like I liked Shulk when I went through this the first time because he seems really reasonable for a protagonist. There's some hotheadedness, but for the most part, he's like reasonable. We'll think things through.
One sec, quickly gotta pause. Hello.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I
Need
was
to
in the
interrupt your
cutscenes.
cutscene, I'm
It's alright, it's alright, love you!
Can this be true?
It will happen soon.
Okay.
I saw Melia. She was fighting a battle against a Mechon with a strange group of Homs.
Yes.
That sword, could it be the... Could it possibly... And that location, was it...
The vision is a sign. By your will, it can be changed.
For now, we must consider all things. Everything. The capital. And the lives of our people depend on it.
Wow! Take a look at that! A high-end air show!
Bird people fly higher than Nopon birds!
They've got some neat tricks. Shulk, I think that's Melia up there.
By the authority of our divine ancestors, I, Melia Antiqua, am honored to accept the responsibility of becoming your next benevolent ruler. Should I be deemed unworthy of this calling, or fail to protect the ancestors or the Bionis, I promise here and now to throw myself on the mercy of you, the people.
Yeah, she's gonna sacrifice herself. Hooray! Yeah, Melia!
People like that kind of humility.
Most majestic. That fragile girl in the forest is a distant memory.
But which one is the real Melia?
Why not both?
I ask this not as Emperor Saurian Antiqua, but as a father. I do not demand that you act as Melia's protector, but I would be honored if you would be her friend.
No, it's not like that. They're one and the same girl. I think.
That wasn't an inner voice. The Emperor was like 5 feet off camera. Shulk, don't forget. I'm whispering. Yo, Nash, how's it going, my dude? Everyone's showing up during cutscenes.
Oh, it's you.
Don't play games.
No need to be angry. I only wanted to analyze the boy. Which was the point, no? I did not interfere with your ministerial affairs. In fact, you should be thanking me.
I wonder if he feels the same.
We have all the information we need. We know that such a Telethia cannot hurt them. You see, nothing can befall him before he sees his dream fulfilled.
his dream of revenge and murder.
Brand spanking new. Nothing like an ether change and a new paint job. We don't need her. Look at me. Look at me, goody two-shoes. Let's just see if you hold back the screams when his blade gets a taste of you. I love a warm welcome.
Laser light show.
Machine to machine.
So they've got a new crown princess. 3 cheers for Melia.
Right, but we're still no closer to that murdering-faced Mechon.
Once we reach Prison Island, we'll get our chance. I've seen us there. It must be true.
Shulk, man. Maybe we can still persuade Bigwings. Melia's crown princess now. I reckon the Emperor might change his mind.
Maybe.
Rhine, the Emperor's request was clear. Give him time. There's more to this island than we know. Things are at play here that reach beyond our understanding.
Done right. Ricky and friends visit Melly now.
Hey, the adults are talking, Pops.
Ricky want to see Melly. Ricky think Melly's sad too.
She might like the distraction. All those stiff ceremonial duties. You decide, Shulk.
Ricky say yes.
That's not Shulk, Ricky.
But apparently we all listened, so because we're going over there right now. Well, let's run countermeasures for Nash now that we have a moment to breathe here. Thanks for the raid, Radio Dead Air, aka Nash. Hopefully your stream was good. You've joined us for Xenoblade Chronicles.
Thanks!
Yeah, what he said, thanks.
I don't think I've seen that ending before.
Yep, there's a chance for the bird ending. You never know when to expect it.
I'm doing pretty well. I've been talking in the mod room there about now that I've finished up the latest one of them, I would like to redo some of my alerts. I think it'd be pretty fun to have something like your Dukes, except like just a Xenoblade quote bot. Because man, all 3 of these games have some good memes in them. I would love to just have a pool to pull from on like a $1 donation or something.
Any chance we get an Act 2 for Ryu? That is not up to me. That is up to Draco. And Draco did this kind of for the 15th anniversary of me doing online content, so I don't know. I'm not going to ask him to do that. But if there's ever a good idea, I'm always down for it.
There's a Twitter account for those quotes. Send it to me, Coral, please. Once I get a script working, I'll have to do some hunting for all the audio clips. Right now, I'm just writing them down. How's chat doing? I have been AWOL for 3.5 weeks.
I think they've also all been playing Xenoblade 3, so don't worry. I think you're all in the same boat at this point.
How's 3 treating you? I finished. I didn't want to start up another whole conversation. I'm going to steer this away, but I told John while we were muted, I'm still emotionally recovering. Because the last time I beat a Xenoblade, I moved to Japan. They hit me hard. I did get to stream it all this time, so that breakdown is available over on my Twitch channel.
Imperial Villa.
How's it living in Japan as a foreigner? I feel like I've had it pretty lucky. I can answer more after cutscene if you want to ask again. Just send me another tag.
You came to see me.
Ricky's friend, Melly.
The pineapple really wanted to see you.
Oh, Melly looked amazing before. Oh, Ricky's so proud.
Really? It all happened so fast. What a stunning garden. The arrangements, the fountain. When the colony is up and running, can I steal some ideas?
My late mother adored this place.
Late, Mother? But I thought your mum was...
Her Highness, the First Consort, is not my birth mother. Members of the Imperial family must take 2 wives. 1 Homs, 1 High Entia. My mother is the second consort. I am half Homs, half High Entia.
I just realized she's not wearing her cloak anymore, so you can actually see the wings.
Melly live here?
It took me a while to realize
Yes,
too, but
Ricky.
at a certain point she stopped
Since I was
hiding it.
young, I cannot walk outside as you see me now, so this garden gives me much relief.
What's wrong with how you look? Who cares if you're half Homs? You'll always be you.
Their way of thinking differs from ours. Different ways, different morals.
So that's why you wear a mask in public?
Love Dunban. I love him.
Shulk, in
Mentor
less than an hour there will
characters.
be a banquet in the palace. I would like you all to come.
Oh, Ricky's so hungry, he could even eat Smelly or Luca.
There'll be plenty to eat.
Finally, some decent grub. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast. What's on the menu?
Look how dark it is.
Specials?
Do not embarrass me at this dinner.
Expectations lead to disappointment. We are talking about Rhine here.
What?
Ha ha ha! He's an uncontrollable buffoon.
I have much to prepare. I will have someone call for you later.
We can't wait.
Is there something wrong?
No.
You are a funny one.
Interesting part to leave out, but I guess I get the logic.
It can't be.
Shulk!
Oh, no, that's a new one. Never
It's
mind.
the Emperor.
Father,
Another vision.
Shulk, what did you see?
On that tower. On Prison Island.
That's the food alarm. Relax, it's fine.
Metal! They're coming!
They're bringing the sandwiches.
I mean, at this point, it's been 2 days since we ordered room service. We got really
And all we got were wings. That's not very filling.
Too slow! You'll never stop me now!
They're walking very slowly, Baywatch style.
Report!
Yes, sire. We received a report from our south station. Mechon are approaching.
Impossible!
Callian, your sister's time has come.
Your Majesty.
There is only one course of action left.
I must get the stick.
Destinies.
Father!
Callian, take charge of the capital's defenses. I will go to Prison Island.
Tell me, what happens to my father?
It follows my last vision. We're on Prison Island. Metal Face and your father are...
Prison Island? Why would father go there? No! I must go to the palace. I must stop him. I will go to the audience chamber.
Wait, Melia. We're coming too.
Dude, she's like nowhere near you. You kind of had to yell that. All right, full party. Let's quickly hop in here for a second.
How much longer do you have today?
My timer says 21 minutes. I can fudge the numbers a little bit and go a little bit longer if it makes more sense.
I've been waiting.
Would you like a recommendation on where to stop?
Sure.
You can head out if you want, but don't go too deep into where you go because it's a little short and you're gonna have 21 minutes of cutscenes.
Not going anywhere.
So,
and do you have anything new in your shop?
Which one strikes fancy?
No, fuck. All right.
Please to come again.
That will be the end of the chapter, though. If you want to go long, you could dig into that.
All right, I might do that. Let's see here. Whose heart-to-heart is this? Not available.
Do you think it's weird that Melia's wings can be seen in all her character art long before you see them in game? I never noticed. That's a thing you'd have to ask somebody who never played the original, because I already knew she was Melia the whole time I played this. So I just saw Melia portrait, mentally thought Melia, did not look at the details. How's it living in Japan as a foreigner? Been thinking maybe about getting a job there. If you can, go for it. I've been kind of lucky. My experience has been not what most people come here to Japan for. I'm not here for tourism stuff. I came to work. And I did not work as an English teacher, which most people have to go through. I came here for animation studio work, then worked in an anime studio. Now I'm working at a game studio. For a year and a half, it was all English support. Even here, I'm like, it's a Japanese company, but I've got translators helping me. I'm in a high-demand job. Even when I tell LinkedIn I'm not looking for work, recruiters come looking for me, so...
Brother, where is
different
father?
from most.
Melia.
The Imperial staff, it's... So father has gone. Callian!
The Emperor has proceeded to the island alone. For the sake of the Empire.
Why did you let him go alone? Father!
His Majesty is fully aware.
Alvis.
Of what will happen to him, and what he must do before then.
You saw something.
I did, during our ancient divination ritual.
If he knows, then why?
Because he is the ruler of the Imperial family and all the High Entia. We must respect his decision above all else.
But that doesn't mean...
Trust him, Shulk. His fate was decided long ago.
No!
Shulk, we're going.
But Dunban...
Respect? Destiny? We don't need rules to tell us when to save the people we care for. You too, Melia. Don't give up on him. The Emperor, your father, is going to die.
Dunban!
There's only one thing to do.
I've had enough of
Are you
this
with me?
cultural consideration.
Of course.
Fuck rules.
But you
No
can't.
more Mr. Nice Guy.
We are Homs. Do what you must. But your laws don't concern us.
My apologies, Dunban.
No apologies needed. So, Melia, what's it to be?
We go to Prison Island.
I do like Dunban's very no-nonsense, like, yo, you really can't do shit about us. Fuck off.
I like mentor characters in every story I play. There's one in Xenoblade 3 who was my favorite. One of, like, top characters in the whole game. She was wonderful. Yes, Dunban hits this really nice sweet spot of, like, smooth, knows how to be social. He's on par with your protagonist with one arm for the whole game. He's like Superman. When he chooses to be a little rough, it stands out.
Yeah, I bet you're real excited. Yep, uh-huh. Uh-huh, don't concern you at all. Yep, uh-huh, goodbye. I don't know where this is taking me, but I hopped into it. Where did this take me? Oh.
I really hope I can be around for the day when we get to my favorite Dunban scene. It happens quick, and it's over quick, but I wrote an essay about it in school.
Top of the world, Ma!
I can't go on.
Oh, I guess the Monado boy wasn't all that smart, now was he? Oh.
Or was he? Because that actually was a shortcut, suckers! Wow, that actually did save me some time. Because I can't fast travel. I didn't realize it. Oh, was that actually the last? That was the last landmark, too, I needed.
Are you my brother?
Sick! That worked out.
You are his brother. I can see the resemblance even under that mask.
Ag.
Hey, can you look at one of those statues for a sec? Okay, cool. No reason.
Ah, okay. Hello, small child. You were very fast. It's a new mission over here? What?
That child is probably Dunban's age. Nowhere near Dunban's buttery smoothness, though.
Yeah.
I want to get back into,
Oh, sick. I've already
Big
done this
old-
mission. I've got everything I need already.
JRPG in Japanese.
Yes?
Got all your shit. Should you do a mwahaha laugh? I don't know if that's the laugh you think it is.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Hooray.
I might New Game Plus Xeno 3 in Japanese. I might Final Fantasy 9 in Japanese. I gotta get back to Persona 4. All my favorite games are huge.
Yeah, that's what happens when RPGs are your game du jour. And that's probably why mine are Metroidvanias, because they're usually pretty varied in length. You got your short ones and you got your long ones, depending on how you're feeling.
Are you that?
Very fair.
Got all books. Yes, that was all of them, right? Yes, cool.
Also, since somebody asked earlier, there, I just put a Discord link pinned on my profile. If anybody has things to submit, Xenoblade quotes, whatever it is, you can go find that there. Oh, yeah, I adore JRPGs. Like, I love games as storytelling medium. That's my favorite thing. So, JRPGs are long. I like indie titles that tell stories in interesting ways, too.
Cutscene.
This fly infestation is beginning to bug me.
I made a funny, ha 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 ha.
Unmanned craft built by ancient High Entia. Is it too much to hope this is the last of them?
Ginormous things at 12 o'clock.
Ancient creatures that were sealed within Prison Island. They have us in their sights.
They must be our target's pets.
Perhaps.
Let's see how they like this. Die!
Lasers and explosions.
Meanwhile... Oh, the stars look lovely today.
Prison Island is just ahead.
They're very sparkly.
Do we need to use the transporter?
We do. But first we must unlock the seals.
Seals?
We need to unlock 2 seals to reach Prison Island. Then a door will appear before us, showing the way.
Got it. Move, everyone.
All right, hang on.
Now it's help time.
I have a bunch of time-based missions left. If I finish this chapter, will they still be available, or is this where they disappear?
They will still be available.
They will still be available?
Yes. This is not the cutoff for those quests.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear.
Thanks!
All right, so, since I've already done all the walking around, let's just fucking warp there.
I've been thinking a lot about recently about this type of thing. Like the existence of that UI spoiler, for lack of a better word. It's a marker. It helps for completion. It helps for people who don't want to miss out on stuff. I wonder how impactful it would feel to have something like that, where you will have a point where quests get removed because something happens in the story, but you don't tell people about it. I know fully it would piss a lot of people off, and yet, since my top concern is story and narrative impact, that would be great, like, made more impactful by not telling people when you're going to do something like that.
No swimming this time? That map's complete, baby. We don't need to worry about that shit anymore.
Yeah, I know. You need to be kind to the player. That's why I say I've been thinking about it. I'm not like going full out and saying, "Oh, they should never tell you when stuff like that happens." But like, UI spoilers can soften a blow sometimes. It's kind of unavoidable.
Oh, right. That reminds me of a couple things. First off, I need to get Millie in the party.
That could be good, yeah, if you wanted to toggle for that sort of thing.
Secondly...
Though the mere existence of a toggle would tell people that we're going to take stuff away from you at some point in this game.
Give her that. Perfect.
How's things?
Yes, I think Tales of Symphonia did that a few times. And maybe biased, but man, I sure did play that game 8 times. Something about it hit me hard.
Alright, only at night. Okay, that's set up. I just realized there's something I forgot to do. Let's go do that. What is going to be the closest spot to where that was? Oh my god, it's going to be there, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I have a poster of Symphonia over my desk. It's the main party members asleep in a circle. It's cute.
Time to climb. Meanwhile, let's get the Wisdom of Duke Nukem requested by Imploader.
No, what am I doing?
Climbing, Duke, that's all. Relax.
What's your favorite enemy type in the series? This one? I don't know so much about a type.
Oh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Spider-Man! Bye, Dunban. I looked away at chat, and then I realized I was falling to my death. Ah, fuck. All that for nothing, huh? It appears to be sealed. So that's for much later.
For Turkins. I smile when Turkins come back.
There's also another one I forgot here that she's needed for.
Now it's help time!
How far later in the game will it be before I can open that door? I don't need the exacts of what causes it, I just want to know a rough estimate of time.
I don't remember that door, so we gotta go to chat.
Long time, pretty far, much later. Okay.
Hell yeah, Luxon. Turkins are just kind of fun.
Another chapter or a few, much later, very late, incredibly long. Thank you!
Thanks!
Good.
Wanna play?
Special mention to Ottils. Ottils are very, very cute. I was sad the first time one was a unique monster and I had to murder it.
Sorry, I'm just going to quickly grab this mission. I actually came here to get a different mission, but that was an end for one that I had triggered earlier. We'll go a little long, I think, because otherwise we'd only have about 3 more minutes of gameplay. I'll probably tack on another 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, if you want to get up to there, that's fine. You could open next time with the cutscene stuff if you'd like.
Okay, now we change the time to... Try that. Not there. There. And there's another mission here. Oops.
Me.
Place of Judgment, Sartorial Marsh.
I should probably play a Tales game that isn't just Symphonia, because I have not played a single one of them otherwise.
If you're missing a mission, do you want to know where it is? Sure. The problem is I've taken on a lot of missions here, so I have no idea what which ones I would even be missing at this point.
Me.
Jesus, bitch, we've got it right here. Calm the fuck down. You ever think it's just because you just really hate everything? My God. Wow, you're just an asshole. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well, was that the end of that? Nope, you're just a shitty person. Alright, good to know.
Amazing 2D Tales game with a great fan translation. Oh, I don't even need fan translations. The games I play I try to be in Japanese.
She's racist just like the sword.
Who knew the High Entia had so many races? Are you surprised? They're the Xenoblade elves.
Yo, I'm sorry your daughter just sucks. Okay. Yeah, someone wanted to look through the mission list. Let me just see here. For reference's sake, my affinity with the area is 3 stars.
Wow, you got that pretty high. Pretty fast.
For Alchemoth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 30, 40, 49.
So 49 active side quests?
Active and complete.
Okay.
Someone will know the answer. All right. Meanwhile, let's go back to what we were actually doing. The second seal was where? There.
So how you doing today, John? I don't know if I asked that when I popped in.
I'm doing all right. Just getting used to my new glasses prescription and actually sticking with it. I say new, but I technically got these in January.
Okay, I was gonna ask how new. Have you just not been wearing?
Yeah. So the original pair just didn't fit right, and it had like a weird dead zone. But it turns out it's because the lenses were curved, like a sharper curve than usual lenses. So it kept, my eyes were just kind of bothered by it. But the problem was I had gotten 2 sets of glasses and a set of sunglasses. I got a pair for myself and a pair for if I ever bothered to, like a spare pair because it was like BOGO, and also if I ever cosplayed Rosa again.
Right.
And turns out the only one that actually fits is the Rosa one. So I am wearing my Rosa pair currently, as it is how I can see.
You're just glamming yourself up, one piece at a time.
That's really how it works, apparently. They're Rosa John's glasses. John's slowly transforming into Rosa John. Is that how that works?
Now I see there is strength in unity.
Now you're getting it, Melia. Eat this.
All male high names end in N, and all female high names end in A.
Your fighting spirit is mine.
Do they?
Now it's right time.
Manifest yourself. I feel the ether building within me.
Electric Gutbuster. All right, now tear him up. Good.
Zale is a female exception, so I guess not. Blame Latin. This is fair.
I blame Latin for a lot of things, so that's fair.
Latin is directly to blame for the English language, which is known to be a massive headache for most people in the world.
That tracks. There we go. That went a lot faster than last time.
In your face.
Was that a little too much?
The glasses are John's equivalent of Bowsette's crown, or they could be how I see. That would work better if I wasn't already on cam today.
You know, something I was thinking about the other day too. I like that the games, the Xeno games, have a day-night cycle. I like that cutscenes change to match whatever you were in when you got to them. When you've seen as many, or seen so many repeats, does anybody else get annoyed by important story cutscenes being in a very dark night setting? Like, a lot?
It can be annoying, yeah, I feel you on that.
Purely coincidentally, but you're just like, oh man, I really wish I could see the characters' expressions through not a blue fucking filter.
Let's go press the big button. Let's go press the big button. Let's go press the big button. Have a shit ton of cutscenes. What's your affinity with Colony 9? I'm curious. I do believe that is at 2 currently? Yes. Oh no, sorry. Colony 9's at 4. Sorry, Colony 6 is at 2. My bad.
Affinity for a location is good for a handful of stuff. It affects quests you can get, trading sequences, prices, various things.
Mechon! And something we've
Ooh,
never
this
seen
is
before.
nice though.
Big fish coming!
Else hear this music, especially that part at the beginning, and just hear a dog panting? Because I've never been able to get it out of my head.
I guess I can see it.
It's like right at the start of the scene, usually in the story bit, and you just see this.
Oh, well, that was a waste of that move. Neat.
Can anyone explain what this thing is?
I believe it is one of the oldest creatures on Bionis. I have only seen them as fossils, discovered around the capital. To find that they were trapped on Prison Island.
Was it protecting the island?
That would imply it's sentient. I believe it's responding to something primitive.
Primitive?
It doesn't care who or what we are. Its instinct was to defend against anything, but we'll never really know.
We're losing time here. We still haven't reached the island.
Ricky, go to island!
Okay, go to island. They're only at the level 3 mark? Oh, okay. Well, I guess because they're the same... They're the same class, I guess. That makes sense. Skill trees, because these two are more friendly now. Cool. And that probably also means heart-to-heart wise. Oh, still just the 3. The pineapple makes a compelling argument. Well, pineapples, if they're good at anything, it's arguing.
They're good at starting him anyways.
Also that.
Our forces can only take so much. The capital's defenses are sure to fall. Forefathers, grant me your wisdom. Iluna mel rukan taxis. Zuko aruke mihine hato.
What's up, Sephiroth?
It can't be.
How you doing?
Big blue Sephiroth.
I think this is safer Sephiroth, technically.
A giant. So this is what was sealed away.
How long has it been, Emperor?
This is our
How's it
first
going?
encounter.
It is not you that I speak to, but your blood. The blood that shackled me.
I see. Then I assume I do not need to tell you the reason I am here.
There is no need. I already know why you have come. Use it. That is the reason I am here, after all.
Did they?
That light, it's
blinding. Why are we wearing sunglasses? Oh, I thought that was just going to be like a wall of cutscenes, Justin. I didn't think we were actually going to be walking around for a bit.
So you've got a small amount of walking around. Like I say, this is not long. It's the cutscenes will begin again shortly. So you have a chance to save and quit if you'd really like to.
Well, here's the thing. I can't really... most side quests I can't really do right now because shit's going down, right?
That's a safe assessment. Uh-huh.
So I should probably just do this.
All right, sure. Let's go ahead and do it then.
Well, here's the question. Because chat seemed kind of unsure. Are we locked in for like a half hour if I finish this walk?
Roughly.
What do you want to do, chat?
The cutscenes will continue until morale improves. That is a very hit or miss depending on who you're talking to. Should we poll it?
We might want to pull this one because it seems back and forth. This is either we open the next Xenoblade stream with this, or we have to recap a bunch next stream.
How long? 2 minutes? 3 minutes?
2 minutes. Oh, there's already a pull up anyways.
Oh, all right, beat me to it.
And it is actually really close. Currently push forward is barely ahead, but not by much. Let me get this up on stream for VOD watchers. Oh, the help noddle's in the way. Hang on. Push forward is winning right now, 57%, 119 votes. No is not too far behind though at 93. It's 20 vote or 30 vote gap right now. Do you want to do stuff off stream? I mean, I can, but I have so I assume if we do this, we end at the beginning of a chapter basically.
I believe that is the case.
This is a big plot point, so it has a ton of cutscenes. A lot of people saying it's going to take a while. We've already been live for 6.5 hours.
I mean, if it's not a blowout either way, you could just...
This is about a half hour of cutscene and boss fight, followed by a chapter mark, and then another half hour.
So, if we make to the chapter mark, I think that's a safe stopping point. You don't need to start with the next chapter's cutscenes.
This was 3 episodes in Chugga's series. Jesus. Pushing on would likely mean sacrificing art block to do it.
Would you rather an hour of cutscenes at the start of next stream?
I'm going to say this right now, even though right now the votes are more so for push forward, the people making a case for stopping now are making a strong case. This, yeah, you know what? I think they're right. And even the no votes are starting to actually, like, catch up significantly. Chugga did start the stream with saying, never say you will finish a chapter before bed. The cutscenes will win. He's got a point.
Now, that said, yeah, 3's still got a bigger one than this. That said...
No did win. Not by much, but it did win. Yeah, I think they're right. I think we stop here then, because this seems like we're going to go down a long road if we do. That's what it seems like to me.
It's a fair assessment. Yep, it's a lot. It's a lot.
All right, and so for reference's sake, let's see something here.
You can change your future.
I can warp and do side quests. Well, I can't go there specifically, but yes. Yeah, so we'll stop here. Was there actually a quick travel point here? Yep. Right there. Okay. So yeah, we'll I guess we'll stop here then. So when we start next stream, there's gonna be a lot of cutscene and stuff.
How many times has this been previewed in Visions?
Yeah, it's fair.
Almost, I think.
Fair. It's come up a bunch. Chapter 9 is basically just cutscenes. Gotcha. And a boss fight by the sounds. All right. Yeah. Seems like a good place to stop to me. I guess before we bounce out of here, Shulk level 49, Ryan level 50, Dunban level 51, Charlotte level 50, Ricky level 50, Melia level 48. I'll probably put the experience boosting stuff on Melia to get her balanced out with everyone else since she's so far behind everyone else. And oh yeah, I guess they've got a bunch of points they could still use.
Mm-hmm. So I know you guys talked about it earlier, but in defense of long cutscenes, man, they will take you on like a movie-like ride in the middle of a big story if you're in on it.
Yeah, the only downside is, you know, stream. So I got to worry about pacing, going too late, and getting exhausted, stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
I was chopping up VODs for YouTube of my whole Xeno 3 series, and that chunk to which we are referring was pretty much a 2-hour vid on its own that got me to the end of a chapter, and then there was more after that.
Mm. I don't know why I bothered doing that. I'm not even bothering to save that. I'll just worry about that later. Okay. All right, let me get our block ready then.
They're roller coasters. They're a good example of something that like I like about game stories, about big JRPG stories, is they're longer. They have slower pacing. They have more build up, more buy-in time. So they can give you a movie's worth of cutscenes that's really like 10 minutes of a movie's story. And the anticipation becomes so immense that like, I don't know, to me, the payoff you just can't get out of something bite-sized like a movie. Like I see a movie as bite-sized.
Compared to a game, like a JRPG,
yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Alright. Phazon Farmer says, for no particular reason, Melia just kind of defaults to having glasses in my mind. Like, it feels weird seeing her without them. I kind of the same way. I feel the same way on that.
You've got library vibes to her, yeah.
Yeah. Elaboosin Animal says, hey, John, maybe a weird question, but how big is your basement? When I get a house, I want one with a big basement. I want to compare it to yours. Also, Neil and John, favorite piece of game merch. Mine's the deluxe edition of Xenoblade. I don't actually know the measurement. I don't remember how many square feet this is, but it's a decent size. It's got enough room for a couch, 2 TVs, because the one I use here and the spare one, a couple arcade machines, and there's still a storage closet and the furnace room and stuff, so it's solid size. Favorite piece of game merch. I've got this black Bomberman like plushie, just his head. It's a giant head of Black Bomberman, so I'd probably say that.
Nice. I've got the little Luigi you gave me sitting outside my door. I had to take Samus back home because I moved to remote work again, and Pyra's unfortunately back in a blue bag. I'm not gonna unpack her every time I move offices.
What happened to parts 1 and 2 of this playthrough? I cannot find them on Twitch. That's because they happened so long ago that the VODs are gone here, but we have a YouTube channel where this is all on. If you look under the stream, or if you're on mobile, look on the About page, you should see a link to a VOD channel underneath in the About section. That is where you can find all the VODs for the channel there, especially like anything from the past couple years. There should be a search bar there, just type in Xenoblade, or look for the playlist. You should see the Xenoblade playlist there too. They're also mostly all named the same, just with part 1, 2, etc. Yeah, it's the archive channel if you look on that page, on the About page, or type in youtube.com/ProtonJohn livestreams. That'll bring it up too. Death by Falling says, how do you feel about Shulk's growth up to this point, and has it changed your opinion on him? He's getting out of his stupid phase a little bit. I'm appreciating him a bit more now. I just gotta see the end of it all, though, at this point. Again, having future knowledge kind of sucks because it's just like, well, I know what's going to happen. To a point.
There's still bits of the journey, but yeah, when a twist is, I feel like a twist is one of the worst things to spoil, because like, a twist is usually, it's not the ending. A twist is the journey that you want to see even if you know the ending, you know?
Yeah. Aiden C97 for 67, Caribro for 79. Pickletron XD for 24, Feral Bites for 13, The Legend of Daniel for 37, Elo Boosted Animal for 49, Who Cares 2121 for 6, Kobelarus for 10, and Hala for 66. Thanks for subbing, folks. Your eggs tonight are courtesy of one from Princess Skylar, labeled He's Dead.
Type.
Oh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Spider-Man! Bye, Dunban. Apt. Very apt. Thank you, Skylar. All right, let's go to Art Block. Hey, it's Art Block. We did it. We're here. From Enbu Steel. Couldn't forget the hero pawn. Yeah, I said something not safe for work on my last post, sue me. Clearly, Chad pawn is so not safe for work, he wraps back around to safe. I drew the boys between last stream and this one and wanted to throw in the pineapple in the last minute as an extra, but didn't know where to put it with the framing. The look at the time set between the last comment and this one, I forgot to hit post. Fair enough. Oh yeah, 5 hours. Yeah, 4 hours-ish, yeah, not bad. Thank you, Enbu. Next up, from Silver Blaze. So guess who didn't realize it was Xenoblade Night? Let me start this story from the beginning. I had a day off from work today and decided to spend the time playing one of my childhood games, Blinks 2, Masters of Time and Space, sequel to the criminally underrated and personally beloved Blinks the Time Sweeper. When creating my custom character from the Tom Tom gang, the villains of this game, I saw you could give a Dixon mustache, so I decided to try and recreate Dixon. Thus behold, Dixon of Team Hogan of the Tom Tom gang. Gotta have way too much time on my hands. Anyways, wanted to show off the character on screen. Sorry for the bad picture quality, but it was taken on my phone on a CRT TV. Other teams located on the screen are 2 past files with Team Neko, Dyneko, Porkers, and Neo Porkers. Yeah, I'm unoriginal, shut up. Also, small aside, why is it that How Long to Beat lists Blinks 1's complete time as 10 hours? Each stage has a time limit of 10 minutes, so at most it should only take 6. Oh well, to be fair, I played the game for years and basically mastered it, so my opinion's probably skewed. Here's the thing, it takes the average of people that have put in their information, so it's an average based on other people. That's all. The counterpoint to Team Hogan, Team Chat Noir, which I tried to make the character Adrian Agrest from Miraculous Ladybug. Gotcha. Thank you, Silver. Better falling effect, Goofy or Wilhelm? Goofy. Wilhelm, I feel, is good for short falls. Goofy's is great for long falls. That's the trade-off. Next up from Undusted9, with both John and Emil and Xenoblade, I decided to do a piece where they're both characters from 3. Chose Uni for John because it's very on brand. They both swear a lot. Ah, that was the choice you made, okay. And choose Tyon for Emil because he's Uni's partner. Also gave him an eye patch based on Daisy because they mentioned the Zekinator. Hope you enjoy. Cool, cool. Thank you, Undusted. Any Emil art I got here, I'll make sure he sees it. I'll send it to him. Don't worry. Sub-Zero's a good choice, too. Thank you, Undusted. Next up, a lovely Melia from Vermilion. Yep, knew I would want to draw just the bird lady, and I think I knocked it out of the park this time. Already see mistakes, but must move on to bed. Ignore the fact I used this lookout point 3 times in a row. Mixed aspects I love about her design, staring at her Wii render and HD renders. So I'm stopping making art of any event for this game and just making general art I feel like making every stream, or non-spoilery jokes I hear. That way I can share around without worry and maybe feel like doing a big final piece. P.S. Didn't realize Emil would be in for this stream, but let me know when I did Millie a piece for me. Fair enough. Don't worry, he's obsessed with his current waifu of Gruntilda, I guess. According to the internet. Thanks for Million, this is very nice. Next up, from Temp Pluto. Don't you remember the rule of your silly sword? The Monado can't cut people. Nobody can do this, bonk! I mean, yeah, blunt force, it works. Couldn't help but think about why Shulk just doesn't do this in Smash. Anyways, hi Chug, I've been watching you since Pokemon Crystal. I believe and love every minute of it. I'm happy you can finally see my artwork. I'm an amateur artist, but I love drawing muscle girls. Which is why this picture features none of them. Thanks, Tip. Thanks, Pluto. Also from Pluto, I do believe, Back when I was watching Emil's Xenoblade Chronicles Let's Play, this was easily my favorite part. I also love when Shulk went out of his way to see Ricky, set Ricky like an actual volleyball. The others hit him away from them out of reaction, but Shulk moves to where Ricky is and performs an actual volleyball move out to launch him. I noticed that too. I noticed that it was the perfect setup, so nicely done. Thanks for the nicest Spaiku. Next up, oh, this is cute, from Lady Antisocial. Hooray, I finally uploaded a colored picture. So basically, here's a Rosa John in Shulk-inspired clothes. My first picture I've drawn in almost 6 months because my old tablet's gone due to circumstances I don't feel like getting into. Fair enough. This is super cute. I really like how this came out. Thank you so much, Lady Antisocial. The long ponytail being in the front, too, like a nice, super good touch on this. Hell yeah. Next up, from Ditto. The band walks up to the giant tavern, and before they can even let themselves in, a jester pops out in front of them. Hello, hello, fellow entertainers! He greets the group with the biggest smile on his face. While the three are confused, Jesse bows to them. It's an honor to be in your presence, my lord. That's when it clicks that the jester in front of them is the god of entertainment himself. No need for honoraries, just call me Zayu, as in she knew the way. The god then lets out a goofy laugh. Felix holds out the invitation to the god. You want us to perform for you? Felix sheepishly asks. Why, yes, of course. I give out invitations to any and all entertainers around the continent to travel and make themselves famous in my bar. Be sure you're ready. The crowd is waiting for you, bandwagoners. Thank you for the story, Ditto. Next up, from Kitty Roko. Hi, here's a little preview of my most recent work. Don't worry, the whole thing should hopefully be up this week. Between sketching and inking, the hair alone took about 3 hours. Definitely one of the most complex hairstyles that I've attempted, but I'm really happy with how it's turning out. Gonna need to take a break from it though. My wrist is not appreciative of the long and frustrating process that is this piece. Anyways, have a good time as always, and see you during Cookie. And yes, this is a Rosa. Ooh. I'm excited to see the end result. Thank you, Kitty. And yes, make sure you rest your wrist. Next up, it's a Ricky. From Ray Galade. So I was asked last Xenoblade stream for an updated picture on Ricky Pawn, the plush my wife made for our daughter. He's lost a little weight and his wings don't hold up anymore. Still, he's a beloved toy and I thought Emil might enjoy seeing him. Oh, and he's also wearing sunscreen from a year ago. Daughter thought he needed it to go outside. We've yet to manage to watch it out fully. That's still cute though. Oh, that's still really cute.
Napon are weirdly merchandisable. I just don't think Monolith Soft likes merch. They've got a bunch of stuff they could do, and I can't find any of it.
I'm still surprised there's a Xenoblade X model kit, but not like a plush of any Nopon.
What was it? I was just thinking the other day of something I wanted to find, and I forgot what it was because it fell out immediately. Damn it.
All right, Westerford, Chapter 16. I can't think of a title. I'm so tired. Sigh. Now that the prisoners are freed, it's time to return to the mission at hand. Escaping is all well and good, but we can't enjoy the freedom unless we can reverse this babification and memory rot. The only way I can think to achieve that is by finding the brains behind this whole McDonald's brainwashing scheme. Before I could make too much progress, I ran into a familiar mook, the blonde McGoon that interrogated me earlier. I swear these employees are useless. They can't even hold down a bunch of babies. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's only a matter of time before all your memories disappear. But I think I'll take this opportunity to blow off some steam. Molly, I heard from behind me. It was Cassie, but I wasn't expecting her to follow me. I thought I told her to get the frick out of here, but as soon as she said that, the McGoon seemed to react to it. I knew it. I thought it was you. They kept you grown up because you were an employee. Wait, what? I knew she mentioned her sister before, but I just assumed she was kidnapped like everyone else. What? The Goon stammered. You're not making sense. Cassie sighed. I never thought I'd see the day my little sister became older than me. Cassie turned to me. You go on ahead. I'll take care of her. I've always wanted to say that, but seriously, get going. I can handle my sister. I'm not supposed to do this, but I don't know how long our memories will last. I have to reverse this babification ASAP. I decided to trust Cassie and run ahead. I just hope I won't regret this. Thank you for continuing and fleshing out my weird-ass dream from when I was a teenager. Thank you, Westerford. She used a Squishmallow as the base to make Ricky. Neat. Next up, from Jax. Oi, what's this button do? Ryan, get out of my bird people tomb! But I have to press all the buttons. Didi, get out of my laboratory! Why does... I just realized this is supposed to be Didi, like Ryan is supposed to be doing Didi, but ended up actually wearing Dexter's glasses, so it looks like a weird role reversal swap. Nicely done, Jax.
Are you gonna get the new Mio figure? I will not. I've already bought the collector's edition, and I don't like to spend too much money on plastic stuff.
What the bliminy heck, guys? I didn't even commit chaos. Why is everyone yelling at me? Kinder Eggs aren't banned where I am. Skylar, no. Super don't. What? I was just trying to say Kinder Eggs aren't banned in my state. Next thing I know, I'm being yelled at by people, including the Penguin Man. What the Crimbles, guys? I didn't commit the chaos yet. I'm not that chaotic. Are they afraid you were gonna try to eat the toy inside? I don't know. I am confuzzled. Next up. If I had a nickel for every time I was alive but dead simultaneously after a chain attack finisher in Ouroboros form against a... That! I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Not 100% sure this will make it to our block tonight, but I wanted to share something to Emil specifically about a weird glitch I found in Xeno 3 now that I've beaten it. I think the caption says it all, but for more context, check out these Twitter posts for the first time that this happened. Belated second instance of the glitch happening as well. I'll send that to Emil. Thank you, Cardian. Next up. All right, give me your tools. Jax. The image of John with manicured nails having Emil break out the power tools was too powerful a vision to not put to art. Probably didn't look this classy, but I will accept it. I'm okay with this, though. Thanks, Jax. And yes, this is a thing that actually happened, as we were telling earlier. Next up, from Blonde Lombax, I blame you for this, Emil. I know this isn't related to Xenoblade, but I've been wanting to get this off my chest for years. When Emil was going through his Pikmin 3 LP, the fruits looked so good that I found myself looking for all kinds of exotics at every market, and as a result, I swiftly became an addict. So please thank him and curse him for me when you get a chance, John. For getting... Emil's LP of Pikmin 3 got you into food? All right,
That's
fair enough.
Impressive.
That is
Okay.
impressive, actually. Fair enough. Fruits, I mean, it's still food. I guess more exotic fruits, but still, fair enough. Thanks, Blonde Lombax. Next up from Buttery. Why do you find us funny? People wanted this uploaded, so here. Questions and answers, nobody asked for these. Why? At first it was just going to be the one, but now there's big plans for these. Is there a schedule for these? When I feel like there's enough of an important story beat done in a stream, I'll gather the Council of Chucklefucks. How do you write this? The Council of Chucklefucks is gathered and together we collaborate in a voice call. Once the writing is complete, we disperse and record lines on our own time. When's the next one? Hey, John, you mind a back-to-back with one next week? Then probably another one the week after that? What, like Xenoblade? Like, I'm not... So it's going to be... I guess I haven't even said this. Like, the next Xenoblade's in September. The earliest there will be a Xenoblade is likely the 7th of September. Because the next 2 Wednesdays are tied up already. And we're going to keep the Saturdays as is for now. So yeah, Wednesday, September 7th, sorry, is likely the next Xenoblade episode. / stream. So that gives you 3 weeks, Buttery. That gives you 3 weeks. Basically what I'm asking is, hey, next Xeno streams, do you mind if these recaps start up? Yeah, I'm fine with that. The recap's been fun and people like them, so go for it. Can you say what the next 2 Wednesday streams are? We gotta lock down exactly what we're calling next week's, but if you like race nights, you'll like next Wednesday. And the 31st is starting as a sponsored stream and then going into something else. That's all I'll tell you on that. Thank you, Buttery. And again, if you want to see the playlist for all the recaps done so far, they are right here underneath this picture of Buttery. And the last piece I've got here before refresh check is a demonic Emil. From Devil7, been a minute, huh? Chugga mentioning that Shin Megami Tensei pun made me think of what Chugga's shadow would look like. Though truth be told, I dread to know what a more twisted version of that guy would be like. Imagine the puns alone. Anyways, apologies that I've been gone a while. I was actually planning to post something on my birthday, your last Xeno stream, but I wasn't confident in the piece, so I took a small break instead. Do have plans for something big next month, though, as a certain anniversary of yours is coming up. Hope to post more soon. Much love. The only anniversary I know of next month... Well, okay, that's a lie. There are 2 anniversaries next month. Bagel's adoption anniversary and my actual wedding anniversary. However, it is entirely possible we may not be home during that. I mean, I wouldn't be streaming on my actual anniversary anyways, because that falls on a Wednesday. But we might be going on a trip for our anniversary for once, so there might be a stretch of time where there's nothing. We'll keep you posted on that. Thank you, Devil7. Appreciate it. And a refresh check. And that's it. Nothing there. We're donezo, folks. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. What's our raid message? Lovely anniversaries in their own rights, but I meant game series. Sorry. Oh, oops. My bad. Dude, your art community is so inspiring. It's always cool to see on stream. I say that because I'm procrastinating art and playing KOTOR 2 on Switch. Don't worry, we got plenty of people that procrastinate too, and I am also there with them, so don't worry. Not for art, but for other things.
I am with you. I have been trying to work. It's a vacation week.
For a raid message here. Are you gonna be participating in the Invitational Splatfest on a stream? Do you mean the demo for Splatoon 3? Because I'm not involved in that PAX one, if that's what you're asking about. A bunch of people want tasty sausage. I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't think you should do tasty sausage. You gotta save that for when tasty sausages actually make an impact. All it did was show up on screen.
Next Xenoblade stream date, I said that like 3 minutes ago. That would be Wednesday, September 7th. That is the most likely next Xenoblade stream. It may get delayed a little bit, I am not sure. Ryan, I'm gonna ask you a question, but the help not on screen, so maybe you can answer this regardless though. If you had to put a percentage marker on how far we are in the game currently, what would you say?
I'd say about 45.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. If I just was guessing based on previous streams.
That's a gut impression here. It doesn't feel like halfway yet knowing what else is there, but you're out of the early game for sure.
People are saying I'm somewhere in the 40s range, so.
Nailed it. I think Racist Sword is a pretty good one.
Racist Sword. Do you want to know what episode number you are on in Chuck's LP? Sure, give me the, the whatever episode we're on right now, and then, like, out of however many for the playthrough. I think you are on schedule to beat it before next Colosseum. I hope so. I mean, if we want to do tasty sausage, we can do that because we got a raid target that will be okay with that.
I can't. Tasty sausages. Affiliated, as with most things Xenoblade, with Poppy. For me. They're linked in my head.
Oh my god, Xenophobia Blade. Oh my... Okay, that's actually pretty good for Racist Sword, the Xenophobia Blade. That's actually pretty good wordplay. We're about to his episode 40 of 100 for main game. Okay, so that would translate to... Okay, that's fair. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do it. It's too good wordplay. We gotta go for it. Xenophobia Blade. We're gonna go raid Shrum, who's currently playing Castlevania 1. Looks like he's doing some achievement hunting for retro achievements.
Sweet dreams.
I wonder what achievement he's going for at this point. Can't just be beating the game, right? He's got to have gotten the retro achievements for Castlevania 1 already. Or at least the default ones.
Son of a bitch! And I don't say that just because Proton John's coming in. Hello, it's Proton, John, and friends. John, thank you for the raid and the host. Trying to get some achievements, and it's not going well.
I can see that.
Hopefully you had a good
Yeah,
night.
he just
Xenoblade
ran off an edge
Blade.
6 times.
No, his achievement was probably like get to Dracula without dying or something like that, if I had to guess.
I don't know what Xenoblade. I couldn't tell you what Xenoblade is. I have no fucking
All right,
idea.
folks, schedule for the week, as I mentioned lightly. Saturday's Fortune Cookie, Monday's Game Clearing. We're going to try to one and done a game. And next Wednesday is looking to be sort of a race night. You'll see when we've got everything ironed out, and it's actually happening. See you then. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Disappointed.